12. The thing to keep in mind about low-G sex is to go slow. It takes a little practice and self-control, but it pays off in two ways. You don't get bumps and bruises or, it's been known to happen, broken bones or concussions. And low-G sex is the best sex there is. Your biggest problem in doing anything in free fall is that your muscles were developed to hold you upright against a 1G gravity field. Your legs in particular are more of a liability than an asset. They will deliver 100 times more energy than you really need to get the job done, and do it when you least expect it. The muscles of the ankles are usually all you need to move around. Don't use those thigh muscles at all. So the basic or missionary position in free fall is for the girl to wrap her legs around the guy and lock her feet together, and for the guy to hold his legs out straight and try not to let his curling and uncurling toes shove the two of you all over the place. Using a tether or a net is considered to be a sissy move. That's how we started out. But Evangeline is adventurous, and soon we were deeply into positions emphatically not for the beginner. The shower stall was just high enough for one of my favorites, where I put my feet on the floor and she puts her feet on the ceiling, pretty much the position she was in when she first opened the shower door, and, well, you get the picture. We worked our way through the free-fall edition of the Kama Sutra, reaching orgasm without injury, and then started washing each other. That's almost as much fun as sex. You can gather small globes of water into big globes and then mash them into little globes again against her body. Surface tension helps it stick, and adding soap makes it slick, and it's just lots more fun than a regular shower. I washed her hair and she washed mine. Then we turned the blowers on high to suck out the floating water. That gets chilly pretty quick, so we floated out and dried each other off with big, fluffy, warm towels. By then my rendezvous probe was ready for another docking maneuver, and she guided me into her own fleshy capture latches, which were amazingly strong and versatile. And we did it all over again. Practice makes perfect. After a long time, we fell asleep in each other's arms. Evangeline and I had become an item on the ship on the way back from Earth. It took me a while to make my move on her, and when I did, she was eager and willing. It was a few weeks later before I realized, with a laughing hint from Elizabeth, that she had been setting me up for it for a long time, since back on Earth. Women, huh? I wouldn't say we were inseparable. We attended different schools, and she was a year behind me, but pretty soon we were spending a lot of time together. About every other night she spent the night in my room. Mom, the progressive, was fine with it. Dad was uncomfortable, but he liked her and soon relaxed. Most Martians are fairly easy about things like that, anyway, except the Muslim kids and the hardcore Christians. Was I in love with her? Honest truth, I wasn't sure. I liked her a lot. I liked being around her, liked making love with her. She was smart, gorgeous. We agreed on most things and could argue reasonably when we didn't agree. But from time to time she would make some innocent little statement that indicated she was thinking long range. I was nervous about that. I don't apologize for it. I agree with both Mom and Dad that marriage is something you need to think about a long time, and it's best if you're closer to 30 than 20. They had been younger, but statistics showed they were part of the lucky minority, still being together as long as they had been. I'm not sure Evangeline agreed about that. When I woke up that day, I looked over at her, floating a few feet away from me. She was wearing her stereo now, no telling what she was reading, but it was probably something medical, connected to a summer course. She wanted to be a doctor, she said, and the best way to do that was to ignore the school year and keep at it year-round because the competition is intense. Evangeline is more comfortable in free fall than anyone I know. I'm one of the 90% who prefers a local vertical. That is, all my furnishings in the trailer are oriented the same way. There is one wall I think of as the floor, and there are no posters or cupboards on it. The artwork I do have is all oriented the same way, with a top and a bottom. She is one of the 10% who don't give a shit. If she could afford a trailer of her own, which she can't, it would be totally floor-free. She'd use all 6 walls as walls and tape up her posters any old way. She's able to read upside down as well as right side up. It makes absolutely no difference to her. Pictures, too. You handed her a photograph upside down, it would never occur to her to turn it around. She's right, and me and the 90% are wrong, of course. I know that. It's embarrassing in a way. It sounds like an earthy thing to do, but I'm more comfortable when there is a visual up and down to refer to. This phenomenon has been known since the earliest days of space in Skylab and Mir and primitive places like that. Most astronauts preferred a local vertical, but a few didn't care. It must be a brain thing. Something in the wiring, maybe. I can't interpret a face very well if it's upside down to me. Evangeline is often inverted when a group of people gather in Phobos, and doesn't turn around unless someone asks her to. It may be a bit physical, too. Evangeline has long toes and can use them almost like a second pair of hands. She is also incredibly limber. She's always up on the latest twists in free-fall dancing and has invented more than a few moves herself. If she can't hack it in medicine, she might make a living as a contortionist in a carnival. The Cirque du Soleil company in the other Phobos bubble would be happy to have her. I was lazily admiring the long bare length of her when the doorbell rang. Evangeline twisted, touched a wall with one toe without even looking. And that's another thing. She always seems to know exactly where she is, to the inch, even if she's been drifting for an hour with her eyes closed, and headed straight as an arrow for the door button. 1 foot on the jamb, 1 hand on the handle, she pulled it open. There was a guy in an orange and purple uniform out there. He took her state of undress in stride, but with no lack of appreciation. "FedEx," he said. "Somebody sign for a package?" She signed his register with her left hand. She's ambidextrous, too, maybe that accounts for some of it. Upside down, and it printed out a receipt card. He handed it to her and turned to go. "Wait, that's it?" "Too big a package, lady," he said. "My assistant is Earthside, in Africa, and I'm not going to wrestle it into this mess alone. You'll have to pick it up yourself in the other bubble." "Well, you don't get a tip for delivering a receipt," she said. "I'll live without it. Good day to you." If anybody could slam a door in free fall, it would be Evangeline, but that was beyond even her talents. She eased it closed, looked at me, at about a 45-degree angle, and shrugged. I was still appreciating the shrug, which is a very different operation in a naked girl than it is in a boy, when I came completely awake and alert. "Oh, shit," I said. "Where's my stereo?" She towed off and came up with it in the pile of clothes and suits in one corner. In the microgravity on Phobos, everything will drift into the same corner every time. She tossed the stereo, perfectly, of course, right at my hand. I put it on and checked the time, then ticked up my appointment book, not a thick document, nothing like Mom's, and saw what I'd expected. "I've got a lunch date with a counselor in 2 hours," I said. "Go for it. You want a ride?" Her face lit up, and she started tossing clothes at me. She was pressuring me to teach her to board, and I guess one of these days I would, though I didn't relish riding the sissy bar. We dressed and suited up, and were out the door in 5 minutes. I followed her through the maze, into the big bubble, and out to the board park. We strapped in, and I eased up very slowly from the parking area, and when my suit told me I was out of the no-turbulence zone, I twisted hard on the handle and turned left. Below me and to the sides, the attitude jets got me aimed in the right direction, and the displays in my helmet showed I was a little late for optimal descent. "How much can you take?" I asked Evangeline. "At least as much as you can, big guy. Let her rip." "Okay, hang on to your helmet." I eased up to half a G deceleration, then a G, then a G and a half. "Whee!" Evangeline hollered. Phobos was dwindling. We were going far too slow to stay in any kind of orbit around Mars, but it would take a while for us to fall all that way, and it would leave us a few hundred miles from home when we got there. So I inverted us until Mars was directly over our heads and accelerated again. Up to 2 Gs for a little while until the external pressure gauge began to twitch just a little. "Double whee!" Evangeline squealed as she looked up. I turned us back over and used the helmet display to adjust our angle of attack for optimum heat dispersal. In a minute we were showing a wake. I swung to the north at about 1,000 miles per hour. We could see Olympus Mons almost directly ahead of us as the orange glow built up around us. Then back south toward the smaller peak of Pavonis. I deployed the Kevlar wings on their long composite rods and extended the glide. From below, we'd look something like a bat, something like a kite. We could plainly see the complex of hotels and homes that was Thunder City, and I was setting up for my final approach when our radio started shouting at us. Just about blasted our ears off, to tell you the truth, and I hastily ticked the volume down. "Attention! Attention! You have entered restricted airspace. You have entered restricted airspace. All non-military aviation is forbidden in this area until further notice. You are directed to land at once or be fired upon." It's hard to describe on how many levels this didn't make sense. Restricted airspace? The only such place on Mars was a zone around the bubble generators, and those were on the other side of the planet. Non-military aviation? All air traffic on Mars was non-military. We don't have an army or an air force. I couldn't have been more flummoxed if I'd been sitting in the bathtub and a periscope popped out of the drain and somebody told me to heave to or be torpedoed. "I don't know who you are," I said, thinking it had to be some joker who had hacked the air traffic radios, "but are you sure you've got the right planet?" "Ray," Evangeline shouted. "Behind us." I glanced at my rear-view window. Where my firetail had been a few minutes ago, there was now something long and black with a bulge in the middle, and it was growing at incredible speed. My collision alarm began to beep, and the display told me the thing was coming up on me at 500 miles per hour. There really wasn't anywhere to go. Left, right, up, or down, it was too late to avoid the thing, whatever it was, so I did the only thing I could. "Hang on tight," I shouted. And this time I felt her arms squeeze around me right through the suit. There wasn't a lot of noise as it passed, not 100 feet over us. The air is too thin to carry sound that well. I got a fleeting glimpse of a black airplane, and then the wake turbulence and jet blast hit us. Hard. The left wing fabric more or less exploded, and the right wing flapped like a tent in a hurricane. We bobbed up, and then down, and then were caught in a barrel roll, over and over and over on our longitudinal axis. We were wrenched so hard that my hands were pulled off the handlebars, and as the right hand came off it twisted the grip, which opened the jet ports below us to about 50% thrust. If we'd been anywhere but over the valleys, we'd have been dead. I banged my head several times against the padding inside my helmet and was woozy for a second or two. When I saw clearly again, we were headed straight down, still spiraling in a crazy motion from the thrust below. I kicked at the attitude jets with both feet and got the nose up. But G-forces were keeping me from reaching the handlebars again. If I couldn't reach them, I'd have to steer with my feet, and that wasn't good. "Push me forward," I told Evangeline, and immediately I could feel her hands on my back. She was leaning back against the sissy bar, so she had some leverage, and after a few seconds I was able to wrap both hands around the grips and get to work. I don't recall thinking about it. My training and instincts took over, and I slewed left, away from an approaching canyon wall, got us upright again, and applied full thrust. We pulled 5 or 6 Gs for a few moments, close to blacking out, and then rose above the rim of the canyon to about 100 feet. I cut the drive, and we were weightless in a slow arc that would take us to the ground in about a minute. Ahead was the town, and way beyond that was the black aircraft, banking hard and looking like it was coming in for another run at us, this time head-on. "I'll kill that fucker," I shouted with more bravado than sense. But the fact is, if I'd had guns mounted on the board, I'd have been blazing away. "We'd better get down on the ground," Evangeline said. "He's bigger than you, and I'll bet he's got guns." "Who the hell is he?" I said. "I have no idea, but if you fight him, you're going to lose." She had a point. Still raging inside, but feeling more rational, I brought the board down to the 10-foot level and scuttled, that's what it felt like anyway, over the loose stones to the back of the Red Thunder. No more than 100 yards from the door, another craft of the same design came swooping out from behind a building, positioned itself in front of us, and hovered there. There was a dark plastic bubble in the front, and two things I was pretty sure were machine guns aimed at us. They were sending us the warning again, but I could hardly hear it over the various alarms my board was giving me, and I didn't have a lot of choice in the matter anyway. Hovering like that, his downdraft was terrific, and once more the board twisted out of my control. I was still too high to just cut power, so I wrestled with it and managed to bring us to a sliding halt on the left rim of the heat shield. And then the wind caught the remaining wing and blew us over. I yanked my left leg up just in time to keep it from getting pinned and cut power to all systems except the air. "You okay?" I asked as I struggled with my safety belts. "No, I think I may be in trouble here." I didn't like the note of fear I heard in her voice. I managed to get myself free and off the board and turned around. Her leg was trapped under the edge of the board. Mass and weight. You don't think about it on Earth. You're used to it being the same thing. So though my board massed about as much as a big Harley motorcycle, it weighed a lot less on Mars, and one guy could set it upright. But because of its mass, its inertia remained the same as on Earth. That means, if you got in its way while it was moving, it would hit you just as hard as that same mass would on Earth. Not something to trifle with. But we hadn't been moving very fast when we hit, so I hoped none of her bones were broken. I started to tilt the board off of her and pull her out. "Don't!" "What's the problem?" "I don't think I'm hurt, but it feels real cold there. I think I may have a leak." That word set off a series of actions that had been drilled into me so well that it almost felt like a reflex. I noticed a faint mist in the air around her calf, and some ice rime forming on her suit fabric. I realized the weight of the board was pressing her leg against the ground, and that was probably closing the puncture, at least a little. Leave it there until I was ready, as she'd already realized. I slapped the pocket on the front of my leg, and the suit dispensed a patch about the size of my hand. The protective skin peeled itself away from the sticky side, and I knelt beside her. "Ready?" She nodded, and I shouldered the board off her and dragged her a few feet away with one hand. There was now a pronounced jet of mist. "Cold," she said. "I've got it." There was a rock embedded in the suit fabric about the size of a grape. I brushed it off, and there was a burst of vapor. Bad puncture. I slapped the patch on, held it tight with one hand, while sealing the edges with the fingertips of the other. That should hold it, but better safe than sorry. I opened the tiny cargo space under the board seat and grabbed a duct tape dispenser. We call it duct tape, and that's pretty much what it is, but you can't buy it on Earth. It's stickier and resists cold and vacuum. I made 3 winds around her calf, then a 4th for good measure. The mist was no longer coming out. "Okay?" I asked her. She smiled at me behind the helmet glass. I saw her eyes scanning the data there, invisible to me. "Yeah, all systems go, but my whole leg feels cold. That's going to leave a chilblain." "Sissy," I said, and held out my hand. She took it, and I pulled her to her feet, and she promptly winced and raised her foot off the ground. "Ouch, the ankle. May have sprained it, but I can walk on it." "What's the point?" I said, and picked her up and hurried to the emergency locked door, thinking about who I was going to kill first, the pilot of the first plane or the second one. As far as I was concerned, they were dead men. We don't really have hospitals as such on Mars, in the sense of big buildings devoted to nothing but medicine. We have any diagnostic or operative equipment you can find anywhere on Earth, but it's scattered. We're too small to need more than one gene therapy lab or organ-growing facility, so the costs of big-ticket items like that are shared among the various corporations that own the tourist facilities. What we do have is a first aid station right next to every airlock. Some of them are not much more than a cupboard of medical supplies and a hot phone to call for help, which will be there in 2 minutes maximum. But the big locks, the ones used by large numbers of people every day, have full-scale emergency rooms attached. I cycled through the lock and turned right and went through the emergency room door. The nurse on duty took in the situation at a glance, and we both helped Evangeline out of her suit. She only cried out once when we eased off the boot. The ankle was starting to swell. The nurse briefly examined the site of the puncture on Evangeline's calf, pronounced it to be no problem, and spread a cream on it. Then she wrapped an electric blanket around Evangeline's leg and switched it on. "We'll x-ray that ankle," she said, "but it doesn't look too bad." "What the hell is going on out there?" I asked her. She looked up at me, and for the first time I noticed she looked scared. "Where have you been?" "Phobos." "Okay. I don't know much. Nobody does. About an hour ago those ships landed and they started ordering people around. They say there's bigger ships in orbit." "Who are they?" "Soldiers. They're dressed in black and they're carrying big weapons. Everybody's been instructed to return to their rooms or their homes. I stayed here and nobody's bothered me yet." "Homelanders?" That didn't make any sense. I knew the situation was chaotic back in America. There was a lot of debate about who was in charge, and some of it was being settled with planes and tanks. But what did they care about what happened on Mars? Why not invade Antarctica if they wanted to waste their time? It was a lot closer to home and would seem to be about as important geopolitically. "We didn't get anything from the web on our way down," Evangeline said. "They've taken control of all the transmitters. All we're getting is these announcements. Stay in your rooms. There is no danger. This is all routine. Don't worry." All the time they're pointing guns at people and herding them around. You can't make a phone call. I tried. Not even over the emergency line. Neither Evangeline nor I was wearing our stereos, and we had our helmets off. I hunted through my suit pockets for mine while the nurse was applying a quick-drying plaster to Evangeline's ankle. In moments it hardened with just her toes sticking out. The toes were turning purple. Sure enough, no matter what icons I ticked on, all I got was a window with a continuous scroll of emergency regulations. They were extensive, but added up to "Stay at home and do what we tell you." "There's supposed to be some sort of announcement in 3 hours," the nurse said. "You okay, Evangeline?" I asked. She nodded. "Then let's get out of here." We thanked the nurse and headed for the door to the emergency room. It took us right into the spacious lobby of the Red Thunder. I'd never seen it looking like this. It was almost deserted. A couple who looked like tourists were at the front desk looking very angry. There was nobody behind the desk. That had never happened in my experience. In fact, other than the couple who probably intended to ask for a refund, there was no one in the lobby at all except for armed guards in black uniforms stationed at all the 4 portals to the concourses and the escalators to the lower levels. Then 4 men in black uniforms came up the escalator in a big hurry. They turned left and came straight at us. Something in their attitude made me think they weren't here to apologize for almost killing us. I wasn't familiar with the uniforms. No surprise. Earth has so many armies, only an expert could keep track of them. But it was clear these were of a different class than the grunts guarding the doors. They were dress uniforms, officers. The largest of them, slightly ahead of the others, had stars and ribbons and medals all over the front of his uniform. Clearly the man in charge. We waited for them. They had sidearms, but they were in holsters on their waists. Evangeline grabbed my arm and held on tight. They stopped with the general about 3 paces from us, and the other 3 men moved to form a loose circle around us. "Ramon Strickland Garcia?" he asked. "My friends call me Ray, but I don't think we're going to be friends." He ignored that. I felt a hand grip my right arm and looked down to see the guy over there holding on to me. He reached into a pocket and came out with a set of handcuffs. "And who are you?" the general asked Evangeline. "My name is Evangeline Redmond," she said, and took 2 quick steps toward him, timed so that she was set perfectly to swing her foot with the cast on it right into his crotch. It lifted him 6 inches in the air before he quite knew what hit him. "Run, Ray," she shouted. Well, it wasn't quite the strategy I'd have taken if I'd had time to think about it, but suddenly it felt right. Not the running part, though. Where would I run? I jerked to my left, and the guy holding my arm pulled harder. I reached down, grabbed his forearm, and then leaped into the air and did a backflip. I took his arm with me, but not his body. I could hear something cracking in his shoulder, and his grip came loose. I was hearing a high-pitched shriek from the general and a whimper from my guy when another of the officers started toward me. He was reaching for his weapon. I aimed a punch at his head, and he reacted. He overreacted, which is what I was counting on in a guy who hadn't gotten his Mars legs yet. His muscles, which should have just tensed, pushed him about 6 inches in the air, and he hung there longer than he wanted to, which gave me time to sweep my leg under him, and he found himself lying sideways, overcompensated again, and I kicked him in the face before he hit the ground. The guards at the portals had noticed something was happening. They started running toward us, and 2 of them promptly jumped way too high and didn't land well. I was watching their guns, and they weren't pointing them at us. If they had, I'd have given up right there. No point in getting shot. But I was hoping they didn't have orders to shoot, and it looked like they didn't. Any one of them was big enough to tear me limb from limb, but they'd have to catch me first. Adrenaline can slow time for you. That's what I felt, like I had all the time in the world with these clumsy earthies. I remember turning and seeing Evangeline as though she was frozen in mid-air, but the foot with the cast on it moved lightning quick to the side of the head of another officer. How many was that? I'd lost count, and reinforcements were coming up as fast as they could, not knowing the proper way to run on Mars. I grabbed Evangeline's hand before she even hit the ground and pulled her toward me. She almost slugged me before she realized who I was. Her eyes were wide, and she was grinning, out for blood. In fact, there was a little blood on her lips. Not hers. She had bitten one of the officers. "Let's go," I said, and got us both headed for the front desk. That was about all the plan I had at the moment. My helmet was back at the lock, and she didn't have any part of her suit, so outside wasn't an option. But I knew places in the hotel even the staff didn't know about. I figured we could hide. Then Evangeline stumbled and dragged me down, and when I looked at her, I saw her eyes were rolled up in her head, and she was jerking spastically. I noticed 2 sets of thin wires with hooks at the end pricking the fabric of my suit, and realized we had both been tased. My suit had protected me. I scooped her up in my arms again, and as I was rising, looked up to see a soldier with a billy club. I saw the club coming down, and that was that. 13. I later learned that those were the only casualties inflicted on the occupying force during the invasion of Mars. Some military statistician somewhere at the rear must have catalogued them all. 1, shoulder dislocated. 1, jaw broken. 1, concussion. 1, laceration. Bite, human. 1, well, probably 2, very, very sore jewels, family. So, although they won the war, technically, we sure beat the living crap out of them, didn't we? But that was later. I woke up in a cell. It wasn't much longer than I was. Had a bunk and a steel sink and a steel crapper. The bunk was hard, the room was cold, and I was naked. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what had happened to Evangeline. I didn't know where my family was. I didn't know what the soldiers taking over was all about. I didn't know anything at all except that I needed something to hang on to or I was going to start bawling like a baby, so I concentrated on hoping that the guy I had kicked in the head was hurting 10 times worse than I was. When I got tired of that, I thought of ways to kill the pilots of those planes. Slowly. I was very imaginative. It would have made you sick to see into my head during that time. I don't know how long it was. The light in the ceiling was very bright and it never varied, and there were no windows. At some point a guy opened the door and frowned at me for a moment. There was an armed guard outside the door. The guy came in and shined a light in my eyes, pinched and prodded me in a few places, touched the top of my head with a rubber-gloved hand. I yelped and saw that his hand came away slightly bloody, which scared me. "He's all right," the guy said, and they left. Medical care, I guess, as required by the Geneva Convention, as if anybody even knew where to find that anymore, much less abide by it. Somebody came by a few minutes later, opened the door a crack, and tossed in a plastic bottle. I got up, moving slowly, picked it up, snapped off the lid. There were about a dozen aspirin inside. I swallowed them all and lay down. I must have slept. I Googled it later under interrogation and brainwashing. Fear and isolation and disorientation are all useful in the early stages. But that was later. Then I felt exactly what they wanted me to feel. Scared, isolated, disoriented. I probably would have, even if I'd known it was part of their technique. I was left alone for a long time. It might have been only a day, but it felt a lot longer. The light never varied. I could drink out of the sink by cupping my hands. At what seemed like irregular intervals, the door would open and someone would set a piece of fruit or a sandwich wrapped in paper on the floor. The sandwiches were tuna fish, or bologna, or egg salad. The wrapping paper was printed with the words Red Thunder Hotel in the tasteful red script we use in the restaurant to wrap the hamburgers. But the food didn't come from the hotel. Mr. Redmond would never have let that shit into his kitchen, much less out of it. Were they making a point with the paper? I didn't think it was a coincidence. I had a lot of time to think about it, and I'm sure that's what they wanted me to do. They were telling me they were in control of my family's business, and therefore my family. I began thinking of more interesting things to do to these people if I ever got the drop on them in some dark alley. Never going to happen. I knew that even then, but it's amazing how much it can buck up your spirits. Their screams for mercy resonated in my head and covered up the throbbing. I was asleep when they came for me. See Interrogator's Manual, Chapter 2, Grogginess is Good. 2 large guys in black uniforms and body armor barged into my cell. They handcuffed me and tied my legs together. I guess I can't blame them, considering what we'd done when they kidnapped us. But instead of taking me out of the room, one of them held a rag to my face and I smelled a chemical. I went out pretty quick. I woke up in a room right out of a cop movie. It was dark with a bright light over me. In front of me was a long table with 4 chairs behind it. There was a large mirror set into the window to my right. I was bound to a chair with tape, arms and legs, and I was wearing just a pair of boxer shorts. There wasn't much else to see, except 2 wires, a red one and a blue one, coming out the left leg of my shorts and trailing across the floor to a device sitting on the table. I could feel some sort of clips attached to my scrotum. There was a dial on the top of the device, which was plugged into an ordinary wall outlet by a long orange cord. They left me that way for maybe an hour to think it over. So this is the part where I chew through the tape on my wrists, use my toenails to unscrew the chair bolted to the floor, hurl it through the one-way mirror, and wait for the bad guys to come on, a sharp shard of glass in my bleeding hand. I dispatch all 5 or 6 of the people who arrive using my superior Martian combat skills, strip the uniform from one of them, which just happens to fit my tall, skinny frame, fight my way out of wherever it is I am, get back to civilization and rally all my oppressed Martian comrades, and we repulse the evil invaders. I thought about it, believe me, but I never got past the chewing through the duct tape part. It turns out that duct tape is strong enough to loosen teeth, and it tastes awful. The rest of the time I spent trying not to think about how I really had to go to the bathroom. Now. There were 3 of them when they finally came. All were dressed in black uniforms. The insignia on them didn't quite fit, like old patches had been torn off and new ones sewn on. They were 2 men and 1 woman, all wearing opaque-lensed stereos with that clunkiness that spoke of military issue. There wasn't anything remarkable about any of them. The woman had short black hair. All 3 were white, racially. None of them ever smiled. Somebody brought in coffee and served it to them, and they didn't say thank you. I hoped their moms would be ashamed of them, but I didn't say anything. Then they just sat there for a while, looking at me, or their faces pointed at me anyway, though I never saw their eyes. Finally, the guy in the middle spoke. "Where is Jubal Broussard?" he asked. I thought that over, knowing there was a sharp, witty remark I could make that would put this bastard in his place, but I couldn't think of it. Then I had it. "Huh?" I said. "Where is Jubal Broussard?" "Jubal? He lives on the Falkland Islands." "That's where he lives. Where is he now?" "How should I know?" "We think you do." "Then you've got a problem, because I don't know. I didn't even know he had left." "No, Ray, it's you who have a problem, because we know that you know where he is, and you are going to tell us." I knew there must be a way to convince him that he was wrong, so I opened my mouth to tell him so. "Fuck you," I explained. His hand moved to the big dial that was connected to the wires that were connected to my balls, and I peed my pants. He didn't shock me. It was just nerves and the need to go, and I don't think he ever intended to shock me. It was the humiliation he was after. It worked. "Where is Jubal Broussard?" he said again. And that's how it went, for a long time. They seemed endlessly patient, and so totally impassively sure of themselves that I eventually began to wonder if it was me who had gone insane. Did I know where Jubal was? Did somebody tell me and I forgot? Who the hell was Jubal, anyway? I kept waiting for the shock in my crotch, for them to bring out the hot screwdrivers and the splints to jab under the fingernails. I kept waiting for anything to change, and for a long time nothing did. I want to say that I would have held out. I want to say that if I had known where Jubal was, I wouldn't have told them. But part of me is pretty sure that I probably would have told them. Sitting in your own cold urine, almost naked, strapped to a chair, not knowing where you are or where your family is, facing some implacable power that you know can wipe out your life like a mayfly. Well, trained soldiers have cracked under pressure like that, as I found out later. What do you expect from an 18-year-old kid? What kind of gumption I had expected from myself was a lot more than what I managed to show. And I knew it was something I would carry with shame for the rest of my life. No one else will ever know just how long it took them to make me cry, how long it took before I was begging. I'm not going to set it down here. I'll just say that, in time, I did cry and I did beg. The best I can say for myself in the self-respect department is that I never got around to bargaining. I'm not saying I didn't think about it. Go ask my mother and father. Please, they're tougher than me. I never said that. Maybe I would have eventually. Sneer at me if you want to, but not until you've been through it yourself. But finally the woman pressed a button I hadn't seen, and the door opened. In came the doctor. It was the guy who had shined the light in my eyes anyway, though I suspect that if he had a medical degree, it was from the University of Dachau. There were no formalities at all. He came around the table, and I saw he was holding an old-fashioned syringe. The kind with a metal frame and a long, wide needle that looked like it would hurt real bad. I struggled, I guess, because that's just what you do when you think somebody is about to kill you, no matter how hopeless it is. And it did hurt, like the dickens. I watched as he depressed the plunger, and about 10 cc's of some yellowish liquid went into my arm. After that, I didn't worry anymore. There isn't a lot I can say about what came next. My memories are vague. I would be in the chair, no longer strapped in because I didn't need to be. I had no more initiative than a garden slug and about as much strength. They'd ask me questions and I'd answer them. It was sort of free association. I'd start off answering the question they asked, and then I'd wander off into dreamy stuff. I'd laugh, I'd cry. They listened to it all, and then they asked more questions. I don't remember what the questions were. Then I'd be in the cell thinking about absolutely nothing. I don't recall my mind ever actually being blank before, but it was then. If they put food in front of me and told me to eat it, I'd eat it. If they didn't bring any food, I didn't get hungry. It was all the same to me. Then I'd be back in the interrogation room again, and then back in the cell. This cycle repeated more than once, but that's all I'm sure of. Looking back, I really don't know why they bothered. It must have been clear to them even before they drugged me that I couldn't tell them what they wanted to know. All I can figure is that it was part of a routine. The manual says you question him for X days. Then you do one of 4 things. You torture him physically, you kill him, you put him in jail and forget about him, or you let him go. The possibility of a trial with a judge and lawyers didn't even occur to me. These weren't trial sort of people. Routine, rote, going through the motions. Brutality is the reflex of fascism. It's not a fallback position. It's where you start. Then for a while nobody bothered me. I woke up 2 times in a row in the narrow bunk, and in between times of sleep they fed me twice. Call it 1 day. I didn't do much of anything. My head still felt like glue. I woke up again, and for the first time in a while I was sure what my name was, how old I was, and that I lived on Mars. I didn't recall much else. I remember that for a while I knew I had a mother and a father, but I couldn't recall their names. I thought about it for hours. It made me angry, then sad. I cried about it, alone in that bright cell. I think I may have cried myself to sleep. All I know for sure is I woke up again and was served some slop for breakfast, and I felt a lot better. Not quite ready to appear on Jeopardy, but at least with my important memories intact. I spent another day in the lockup and saw no one except the guy who brought lunch and dinner. I slept again. I woke up when someone opened the door and tossed some clothes into the room. They weren't the clothes I'd been wearing under my suit, but they were mine. I dressed and was met by 2 guys in the black uniforms I'd become familiar with. They led me down a curving hall, and for the first time I was able to study the insignia on their chests and shoulders. Most of it didn't mean anything to me. Things like service ribbons or things indicating their ranks. There was nothing there with any writing on it. No Homeland Security, no U.S. Army, no United Nations or COM Europe. The most prominent patch was on the right shoulder and over the heart, and it was a white circle with a black lightning bolt flashing across it. Who were these guys? They took me back to the torture chamber. My main interrogator and the woman were sitting behind a table. I was taken to the single chair across from them and set down roughly in it. I just sat there, trying not to breathe hard, hanging on to what little dignity I could muster by not letting them know how terrified I was. The woman shoved a paper toward me. "Sign that," she said. You want to know how beaten down I was? You want to know just how quickly and thoroughly they can crush the spirit out of you? I almost did. I had the pen in my hand and was about to scrawl something in the space marked "Sign Here." Then I put the pen down and read it. It was short and said that I agreed never to discuss anything about the events of the last 7 days, including but not limited to the conditions of my treatment, the manner of my incarceration, and the subjects of the voluntary statements I made. Sign it, the man said. What if I don't? The question doesn't arise, the woman said. There's nothing voluntary about it, and you know it. Who cares, the man said. I'll spell it out for you. You have no witnesses, and nobody would care if you did. What this is about is you never mentioned that we asked you as to the whereabouts of Jubal Broussard. Not to anyone, as long as you live. What if I do? You throw me in jail? I knew that wasn't it as soon as I said it. The cat would already be out of the bag. Somebody has misplaced the most important man on earth. I told you this was stupid, the woman said, not to me. I stared at them for a little longer. The man sighed. What will we do to you? Nothing. We'll kill your family, the woman said. You'll watch. It will take a while. I will probably do it personally. She pulled her stereo down to the end of her nose and looked at me over the top. It was the first time I'd seen her eyes. I never put a lot of stock in this eyes business. But her eyes definitely were different. Call it my continuing state of disorientation if you want, but the only word I can find for her eyes is reptilian. Nothing so obvious as slits for irises, but a blankness there, a predator without emotion. She didn't blink. I wouldn't have been a bit surprised if a forked tongue had slithered out of her mouth. I never saw the other guy's eyes. He never took off his stereo. Probably would have turned me to ashes with his laser vision. You're getting a big break here, the guy said, not unreasonably. We could charge you with resisting arrest, assault and battery, but none of those guys want to press charges. We can bring them ourselves, though. We? Who are you? Didn't surprise me that the general didn't want a fuss made about how a Martian girl kicked him in the nuts, though. This is ridiculous, the woman said, putting her stereo back in place and looking away, suddenly bored with the whole business. The only way to deal with this is to kill them all, like I said. Your opinion has been noted, the man said. You were overruled. I signed the paper. It wasn't just fear that made me decide to sign. No, really. I mean, I admit I was scared. I'd have done most things they might have told me to do. But signing a paper? Who the fuck cares about that at this point? I might as well have recited the Boy Scout oath, spit in my palm, and sworn honest Injun. It would have been equally meaningless. These people were way beyond legality. They didn't care about any of that shit. Their authority extended from the barrel of a gun and the point of a needle. So why bother with the signature? Procedures, I guess. Dad told me once that fascists are sticklers for paperwork. Anyway, after that final and gratuitous humiliation, the two guards frog-marched me out of the room and down the curving corridor. They bounced too high, like Earthies, and I was fairly sure I could put a move on them that would twist me free, disable them, and give them or somebody else a good excuse to blow my head off. At that moment, it didn't seem like that awful an option. I didn't know how I was going to face my family, knowing how poorly I'd stood up. I didn't know how I was going to get to sleep, get up in the morning, eat, look myself in the mirror. There didn't seem to be any point to any of it. They had broken me, no doubt about it. My spirit was a squashed dog on the freeway. They took me to an airlock whose inner door was standing open. They shoved me through. And I found I could still rustle up an interest in life, because for a moment I thought they were going to cycle me through into the outside. They slammed the inner door closed, and the outer one started to open, and I braced myself for the killing cold. But no, there was a long flex tube with lights strung along the top, about 8 feet in diameter, sealed to the outer door of the lock. It stretched off 50 feet or more, curving slightly to the right. I followed it to another airlock and got inside it. I looked through the window and breathed a sigh of relief. It was the Grand Concourse, the main street of my hometown. I opened the inner door and stepped through. It was all crushingly familiar, but just a little off. There were not many people around for midday, and many of those I saw had a hurried, furtive look. That was the Earthies. The Martians I saw looked... I wasn't sure, but they seemed angry, determined, pissed off in a word. I guess they had reason to be. I had no idea what had gone on during my incarceration, but it must not have been fun. Most of the Martians were moving in one direction. Some were carrying signs attached to metal poles, but not waving them around and not saying anything. I got my bearings. All the hotels had grand entrances branching off the concourse to the buildings themselves, and I was 3 hotels from home, about a mile. I trudged along, feeling lower than a snake's belly, as I once heard Travis say. People kept passing me. I was getting closer to home and to having to tell my tale of cowardice and surrender. There's a big computer-controlled fountain in the middle of the concourse, about 100 yards from the road to the Red Thunder, that has been a teen hangout since they built it, when I was a kid. The skateboard pits and roller rinks were not too far away. We used to play games dodging the moving jets, which you could only do for so long before you got soaked. Later, older, we just hang and shoot the shit. Mostly guys without steady girlfriends. The girls hung out in the nearby hamburger joint in gaggles. Or as a group of young girls a giggle. I spotted a group of 3 slackers who basically seemed to live there, hassling some of the younger kids, including me, until I got older and too big. They were in their early 20s now and seemed to have no ambition in life except to keep hanging. Elaborate skateboards, they seldom actually used, were propped against the fountain. I knew what they were doing. They were running the Strip Her program, a silly little bit of software that turns your stereo into X-ray glasses. Or seems to. It makes a 3D real-time image of whoever you're looking at, but it strips away the clothes and makes them appear to be naked. Just a guess, of course. It won't show if she's wearing a navel ring or if she has tats. Childish. Very childish. Okay, I did it too, but that was years ago. "Space!" one of them shouted. I looked over, saw it was Joe Chan, more or less the leader of the group. Too lazy to be really mean, well on his way to alcoholism. "Joe," I said back. "Spaceman, is that really you, Ray?" "It's me, Joe. I haven't got time for any trouble." "No trouble, my friend. Look, they're carrying your picture." That made no sense at all. So I started to go on, but I saw he was twisting his head around till it was sideways, then even farther. What, was he trying to stand on his head? "That's you," he said, and pointed. I turned around and found myself twisting just like him. One of the people going by was holding a sign. The pole pointed to the ground, so the thick cardboard was upside down. It was 2-foot by 3-foot poster board. At the top was a picture of me, what looked like my graduation photo. At the bottom was a message. "Free the Red Thunder 10. I was in no shape to make sense of that. The Red Thunder 10... what? Some kind of promotion? A giveaway at the casino? "It's him, Space," Joe was saying to one of his homies. "What's going on, Joe?" I asked. "Why is that man carrying a picture of me?" "You a hero, man," he said. Then he snickered to show how unimpressed he was. "Yo, can I have your autograph?" Things were happening too fast and making no sense. I was suffering from humiliation, sensory deprivation, and maybe a panic attack. My head felt like it was filled with sludge. I was vaguely aware of a noise building up from the street leading home, the sound of hundreds, maybe thousands of voices, like in a sports stadium where it's just a roar and you can't pick out words. And people began to pour out of the street and around the corner ahead of me. They were all Martians from the way they moved, and they were moving very fast, and all toward me. "There he is!" someone shouted. "It's him!" With my wits about me, I'd have known what had happened. Joe Chan had IM'd his friends, such as they were, and they had passed it on, and within 10 seconds of him identifying me, the whole crowd ahead knew where I was. Right then, all I saw was several hundred emotional people charging in my direction, waving signs and shouting, and all they needed was burning torches and maybe a noose or two to look like the angry villagers in a Frankenstein movie. I turned and ran. Didn't do me any good. The people on that side had the news too, and now they recognized me and closed in from all sides. Next thing I knew, I was being lifted onto the shoulders of two strangers, and others were reaching out to touch me. I finally perceived they were smiling, laughing, joyful. Quite a few were even crying. So they carried me around the corner and down the smaller concourse, past all the flashing signs advertising the delights to be had at the Red Thunder, and into what was the largest crowd I'd ever seen on Mars outside of the soccer stadium. They carried signs, and I saw my face again, and Mom's and Dad's and Evangeline's and Mr. Redmond's and Grandma's, and, good God, there were the two Redmond brats, too. A big stage had been set up in the public space leading to the lobby, and it was covered with red flags with a paler pink circle in the middle of them, crisscrossed with lines. I realized it was one of those old drawings by Lowell, or somebody, showing the Martian canals and seas. Over it all was a huge banner that read, "Mars for the Martians." There were television cameras, and they were all pointed at me, and flashes from still cameras, and I could see myself from different angles up on half a dozen big screens erected all around the crowd. Other screens held familiar talking heads, Martian journalists mostly, and they all looked excited. I couldn't help noticing I looked a little goofy, sort of like somebody had just brained me with a sledgehammer, which is pretty much how I felt, so I tried a tentative smile and a wave, and the crowd roared. Jesus Christ, what have I gotten myself into? Then I was passed from hand to hand over the heads of the crowd and set more or less on my feet on the edge of the stage. There were people up there, and they were all shouting and clapping and slapping me on the back, putting their arms around me and smiling for the cameras, wanting to be on the news, I guess. I recognized some of them, political figures mostly, such as we have on Mars. There were a few media stars, too. A few live on Mars, and a lot of them visit. They like to be seen on the ski slopes on Olympus Mons. I guess they like to be seen just about anywhere. I found myself shaking hands with some pretty famous people. I was still too stunned to be asking any of the questions I wanted to ask, and it apparently wasn't expected of me. Nobody was trying to quiet the crowd. Nobody was stepping up to the podium to speak. But finally the dynamic of the crowd changed. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but it was another stereo thing, and I didn't have my stereo. In fact, I never got that one back, probably still stored in some evidence locker on Earth. Anyway, everybody started looking in the same direction, back behind the stage toward the hotel. I looked up at the screens, and on one of them I saw my mom running. She was running a little faster than the cameraman was backing up, actually, and I saw her face twist as she stiff-armed the asshole, and then I had a great view of the ceiling. Served him right. I broke free of the crowd on the stage and dashed to the rear and jumped down in time to see her closing the last 20 yards or so. A couple other people got in her way, and she handed out a few more body checks. She was implacable, which I'm used to, but she was sobbing, which I'm not. She flew into my arms and just held me for a moment, squeezing hard enough to leave bruises. I was doing the same. But this wasn't the place. Her mind started working again, and she broke the embrace and tugged on my hand. I didn't need any more urging. I pulled ahead of her and started pushing my way through the crowd. In a minute, we were in the middle of 4 husky guys in the red blazers of the Red Thunder security detail, guys she had outrun on her way to the stage. We crossed the lobby to more cheers from the staff, and a lot of them were crying too. But they stayed at their posts and gave us our space as we made it to the corridor leading back to our living quarters. 14. It was the strangest reunion you could imagine. All of the Red Thunder 10 were there. I was the last of us to be released, probably because of us all I'd spent the most time corresponding with Jubal. The Redmonds had been released first after only 4 days. Another instance of crossing all the I's and dotting all the T's. I mean, they'd never talked to Jubal, never met him. The brats, too. They took the brats into custody. Unbelievable. They said later that nobody was rough with them. Mostly they sat around with some adults and played with toys. Doctors examined them and found no needle marks, and the boys confirmed they hadn't been injected with anything. But there were traces of some drug in their blood. It was an inhibition-reducing substance, and they probably put it in their ice cream. The boys said they ate a lot of ice cream, and then people got them to play with cool toys to tell the story of all the time they spent with us, the interplanetary terrorists, the Strickland-Garcia family. Ice cream. Nothing I saw in Florida compared with that. I learned all this later because after the first round of hugs and kisses, Dad hugged me again and put his lips to my ear. There is a name we will not mention for now, and we won't discuss what happened to us. I looked around. I was at home. At home. I started to mouth something, and Dad shook his head and whispered into my ear again. "Read my lips," he said. And I suppose somebody could if we were all on camera, and we had to assume we were. They brought me up to date. Back on Earth, they were aware of the invasion of Mars, but it wasn't making a lot of news. Some sort of peacekeeping operation was what they were getting from official sources. It was a very big deal on Mars. Maybe the biggest deal since the spaceship Red Thunder landed. For the first time, most of us were thinking of ourselves as Martians. We did think of Mars as home, and more important, each of us had a home here, even if it was usually only a temporary apartment. But these invaders had come and without so much as a pretty please had searched the whole place. I mean everything. Every hotel room, every private apartment, every broom closet. That takes a lot of soldiers and a lot of determination. You don't kick down a door on Mars. Believe me, you don't. 90% of the people opened their doors and stepped aside when the official knock came, but the 10% who didn't presented a problem. Doors on Mars are strong. They are pressure-capable by law. They are built to keep you alive if there is a blowout on the other side. Fire most weapons at these doors, and the bullets will just ricochet. Fire something with armor-piercing bullets, and you may kill the people on the other side. The only way to get through a Martian door with somebody on the other side who didn't want to let you in is to use small-shaped charges and blow off the hinges. Here's how it went, and I'm so sorry I missed it all. At first, the diehards, the ones who forced the soldiers to blow their doors, were looked at as nuts. What's the big deal? They come in, they look around, they make a mess, and then they go away. A nuisance, but it's over. Then it became clear they weren't going to stop until they'd patted down the entire planet. Committees were formed. Delegations were sent to the commanding officers demanding an explanation. They got diddly. More delegations were formed demanding civil rights. What civil rights? The officers asked them. Mars is under martial law for the duration of the emergency. We control your civil rights. What emergency? We're not authorized to reveal the nature of the emergency. Groups of angry people began to gather and discuss possible courses of action. A general strike was called on the third day, but didn't really go anyplace. People were still too confused. But they were starting to rethink their position on those cantankerous misfits who, when Big Brother hammered on their door and demanded, "Open up or we'll break it down," shouted back, "Break the fucker down, then." It's a big, symbolic thing, breaking into someone's home. Be it ever so humble, it's your castle, and it gets your back up. The whole thing might have eventually blown over. Things might have gone back to more or less what they were before, except for that. There would have been outrage, a lot of muttering, but there's work to be done, no use crying over a little invasion of privacy. It happens every day, right? They know everything worth knowing about you, right? So why get so upset that they came into your home and searched it? But finally, the general population got angry. Suddenly, 20% were refusing to passively open their doors. Then overnight it was 50%. And not long after that, you were seen as some sort of coward if you submitted quietly. Ironically, there was one more thing that made it a more attractive proposition to sit back in your living room and listen to the frustrated soldiers demanding, then wheedling, and finally almost pleading for you to let them in. In most cases, you didn't even own the door. It was a symbol. It was the drawbridge over the moat into your castle. But technically, it belonged to your landlord, the company that owned your apartment building, the owner of the hotel that employed you and provided your housing as a necessary perk of the job. Somebody batters it down, it's not your problem. The landlord had to fix it, just like if your water heater broke down. So it didn't actually cost you anything to take a moral stand. When you realize it's not going to cost you anything, it's a lot easier to stand up for your rights, even if technically you don't have any. And if you don't have any rights, you start to wonder why you don't. Maybe for the first time. Somewhere in there, my family and the Redmonds became the Red Thunder 10. We became the rallying cry for Martian independence. But independence from who? That's what I most wanted to know. Nobody is absolutely sure, Mom said. Things are pretty unsettled back on Earth. We think it's some sort of coalition, and the United States is a big player, or what's left of it. America was shattered. We all knew that. Casualties from the wave were 3 million, officially, even higher from other sources. No one would ever have a total count, only an order of magnitude. It was almost certainly the most disastrous couple of hours the human race had ever experienced. The rebellion in Idaho had been pretty much suppressed, with heavy loss of civilian life. No sooner was that situation over than rebel groups sprang up all over the South, many using guerrilla tactics. Some army units stayed loyal, others defected to one competing faction or another. There was a president in the flood-damaged White House and a competing president in Chicago, and states in the West weren't paying much attention to either one. There were National Guard checkpoints at most state lines. The Union was showing signs of fracturing, not north-south or even east-west, but into individual states or coalitions of states. There were various international alliances and feuds going on to complicate the situation. Canada had sealed the border to the north. California was dealing with Japan and China basically as an independent nation. Sacramento's relations with Tokyo were a lot warmer than with either Washington or Chicago. There was corporate involvement in it all, as these days a lot of multinationals functioned basically like governments and were more powerful than many governments. Then there were the rapturists. The majority of the people who had more or less dropped out of life with the arrival of the wave had given up and were trying to put their lives back together. Not easy, since most employers weren't hiring anybody, especially those who had walked out on them in a time of crisis. These people were finding their homes and cars repossessed, their bank accounts empty or full of dubious currency because they hadn't paid attention to the financial market catastrophe that arrived on the heels of the physical one. Served them right, as far as I was concerned. I find it hard to be sympathetic to people who are rooting for Armageddon. In fact, I find it impossible. But there were still hardcore rapturists waiting for Jesus. Hey, he died in AD 33. Get over it. And a lot of them had been elected to public office in the past decades. Where that was the case, sometimes nothing was being done at all. Police weren't policing. Firefighters weren't fighting fires. Taxes weren't being collected because of some crazy business about the number of the beast. Mayors weren't mayoring. I guess nobody was complaining much about the tax situation except those whose salaries were tied to taxes. But here and there people were angry about no police and no firefighters. Here and there they had held new elections at the end of a rope. So that was the national situation, as well as I can sum it up. That was the merely alarming news. On the East Coast, things were bad. Through some slow but inevitable process, the devastated East Coast communities had changed, in the minds of the rest of the country, from people in need to the enemy. Sure, they had a bad break, but things are tough for us all. We gave and we gave, we sweated our hearts out, and now all our political institutions have betrayed us. We don't know which flag to salute, or who to call Mr. President. Our money has gone into the toilet, and other currencies are shaky. My last paycheck was late, or I don't have a job at all. Food prices have tripled. Meat is hard to come by. And you say you've got problems? Live on the goddamn beach, build yourself a shack. Only rich assholes could ever afford to live where you lived anyway, so I should worry about you. Besides, I'm thinking of moving to California and voting with the secessionists. I spent the night in my own bed, happy to be back, but wondering who was watching as I tossed and turned. In the end, I had to take a pill, something I didn't want to do until Dad told me that even Mom had taken one that first night, and she hates mood-altering drugs. This one was pretty good. I dropped off in 10 minutes, and if I dreamed, I don't remember it. The next day, we all relaxed together. Dad didn't go into work. We avoided all press interviews, which made a lot of people pretty pissed off. It also wasn't in Mom's nature just to let this slide. Every bone in her body wanted to be out there organizing, protesting, and she had a marvelous platform to speak from, being one of the 10. But there were all those things she couldn't talk about. All those questions she'd have to answer with no comment. It would have to wait. The next day, Dad decided to have the apartment painted. Dad called in the crash crew, the guys who dealt with the suite after musicians had stayed in it. They whisked all the furniture out of the place in half an hour. All our possessions went with it, neatly boxed and labeled. Then, with all that stuff out of the way, Mom decided the carpets were looking a little faded and worn. I thought they looked fine, but nobody asked me. The painters ripped out all the light fixtures. Then they applied a coat of new paint to every surface. Then a second coat. Then a third. They put down the new carpet. And then Mom decided she didn't like our old furniture and had it all put in storage. Okay, so I'm a little slow to catch on. I thought it was just a flurry of activity to get our minds off of what we'd just gone through. When the crew started moving new furniture into my room, I noticed a little guy doing something with a small electronic instrument, going over the walls inch by inch. When it was all done, Dad and Mom called me and Elizabeth into the guest room, which had been left utterly bare. Every surface completely painted, no carpet on the floor, no windows. The little guy was there. He was just an ordinary guy with an indefinable earthy look about him. I was 1.5 feet taller than he was. "I'm going to give you my standard disclaimer," he said. "Technology today is such that there can never be 100% guarantee that a place is not bugged. The best I can give you is 99%. "Go on," Dad said. "I found 2 cameras in every room. Here's one." He dug in his pocket and took out a metal sphere the size of a BB with one glassy surface. "This is the smallest I've ever seen. They are very good, but they can't see through paint. But remember, these are the big guys, and although I think I'm very good too, I'm only a private detective." A private detective? I didn't even know we had any on Mars. But I guess anywhere you go, people want to spy on other people. This guy looked about as far from Philip Marlowe or Spencer as it was possible to be. I found plenty of listening devices and took them all out. But be aware that a lot of electronic equipment can conceal a listening device that can record and save and be tapped later, so there's no radio signal. "We understand that," Dad said. "Thank you, Basil. You can send your bill to the hotel." The man ducked his head for a moment. "Begging your pardon, sir, I think it would be best if you paid me now." There was an awkward pause, and Dad nodded. He produced a credit card and made a funds transfer on the spot. "Sorry," Basil said, "but things being the way they are—" "I understand," Dad said. I wasn't sure if he meant the shaky condition of the financial markets. Lots of people were asking for cash these days and hoping that the cash would retain its value, or the uncertain status of our own freedom. "Okay," Dad said after Basil the detective left. "New house rules. Only family and close friends in this apartment. I'm not going to install a metal detector or pat anybody down before I let them in here. I'm not going to let them push me that far. But until we figure this all out, we need to keep everything close, okay?" Elizabeth and I agreed. "This room," he pointed to the door to our former guest room, is secure, and it's going to stay that way. Nobody but family gets in there for the duration, okay? We all nodded. In fact, I don't even want you and Elizabeth in there, Ray. Kelly and I won't be going in either. It's the only way to keep it clean. Clean for what, Dad? Elizabeth asked. We'll talk about that later. Things have changed, people. We have to be on guard, and that means no idle talk about any of this. I don't know what the hell is going on, but we're working on it. We'll tell you when the time comes, okay? So we set about the task of putting things back together. And it was a sobering one. In my room, every box I opened, every object I took out, was no longer the old friend I had left there a week ago. Now it was a suspect, a possible spy. I put each object through a third degree, asked it to account for itself. You look like an old copy of Winnie the Pooh that used to belong to my father, but are you really? Are you harboring a parasite? Or are you really a book at all, but actually a clever replacement? I looked through the pages, bent the spine, and peered down into the space there. I shook things, looked at them with a magnifying glass. I started throwing stuff away. There was no point. I knew that, but suddenly I didn't want to own so much stuff. I had no use for most of it anyway. I kept only sentimental objects and things I couldn't do without. In that first category, most of it was from Jubal. I lined up all his little gizmos on the shelf where they had been, including the last one, the one he had sent me on the day of the tsunami. I hadn't even had a chance to open it until I got back from Earth. It wasn't as impressive as most of the stuff he'd sent me. In fact, it was quite small. Just a flat, black plastic rectangle an inch on a side, with a red button on it. They call them holosnaps. You could buy them for $5 down at the gift shop of the Red Thunder, record a message to use as a keepsake. Usually they had a graphic on the back. Greetings from, fill in tourist destination. This one was blank. I pressed the little red button and set the unit on the table. A little holograph of Jubal's face grinned at me. Just a little lucky charm for my main man, Ray. Keep this with you and you always have good luck. See you soon, me. Weird, huh? It was such a pointless little bagatelle. Then one day Travis walked in the front door, looking grim, sparing only a short hug and a kiss for each of us. He looked a lot older than he had when we'd parted in Florida. His hair seemed grayer. He had more worry lines on his face. He was carrying an ordinary plastic packing box, which he took to the newly fortified guest room and set inside. We all joined him and sat on cushions, the only things in the room. Travis got a small lamp out of his box. It was battery-powered. He set it in the center of the circle, and Dad closed the door. I noticed for the first time that there were no light fixtures left in the room. He started removing small boxes from the big boxes and handed one to each of us. They were small email inputs, just keyboards and screens. We turned them on. Again, battery-powered. He took out a small black metal box and set it beside the lamp in the middle and handed us each a patch cord. He connected his keyboard to the box and showed us that we should all do the same. The last thing out of Travis's magic box was a small music player. He turned it on and it began to play something I wasn't familiar with. He turned the sound level up a bit. Then he looked at all of us. This stuff was all randomly selected off the shelf. I'm working on the thesis that they can't bug everything on Mars. No more talking. The planet's smallest chat room is now open for business. Travis. Maybe this is all a waste of time. Maybe we could sit around and quietly discuss this like free human beings. Kelly. I think it pays to be careful. Manny. Agree. They told me not to talk about Jubal. I'm not going to anyone else. But we have to discuss it as a family. They made threats. Kelly. They told Manny and me they would kill our children while we watched. Ray. Ditto. Elizabeth. Everybody thinks I was raped. I'd almost have preferred rape to the drugs. It was mind rape. Kelly, ditto. Ray, did they? Ray, they wired my balls, Mom, but they didn't use it. Elizabeth, ditto, my labia. Kelly, same here. Travis, I think we can assume we were all treated about the same. Manny, you too? Travis, oh yeah. They appeared to enjoy it. My money didn't help me, nor did my American citizenship. I don't even know where they took me. They kept me for 7 days. I was sure I was a dead man. Kelly, they need us. They expect us to lead them to Jubal. Elizabeth, what the fuck is happening, Travis? Travis, what is happening is, Jubal has escaped. The powers that be thought we knew where the most valuable man in the world is. Maybe we should get some refreshments in here. This is going to take some time. Escaped. Incredible. Jubal was the most carefully guarded person on Earth. With modern surveillance techniques, the sort we were hiding from at that very moment, it was possible to keep an eye on anybody 24/7, no matter where they went. How hard could it be to keep one strange little fat guy secured on an island 1,000 miles from anywhere? If Jubal had pulled it off, and it looked like he had, then the prisoner of Zenda and Houdini and Jean Valjean had nothing on him. Travis, things on the Falklands are not quite what you may have thought they are. Jubal has been a virtual prisoner for 22 years. But virtual is the key word. They always know where he is, but that doesn't mean they are actually looking at him. Kelly, what's the difference? Travis, he's not under surveillance, physically, all the time. He was at first, but we protested. It pissed me off. I thought he deserved privacy, so I made a fuss. Manny, how do you make a fuss with those people? We've just seen how powerful they are. I figured they just do what they want to do. Travis, looks like they do now, whoever they are. But it was different until recently. And you're right, I've got a lot of money. I've got some power, but you don't push these guys around. What you do, you play them against each other. There's different nations with different interests, and I learned all the conflicts between them. When I needed something, I'd set India against China, or Japan against Germany, or almost anybody and everybody against the U.S., and I could usually get my way, as long as it wasn't something big. I kept saving that one. I thought of it as the nuclear option. Elizabeth, question mark? Travis, old slang for the threat of last resort. I could always tell them that if they didn't treat Jubal well, we'd take our tinker toys and go home. Kelly, you could do that? Travis, legally, yes, any time he wanted to, Jubal could just leave. Jubal was a voluntary exile. He's a free man, theoretically. I figured it would be fought out in the courts unless some big nation decided to kidnap him, which could be done with, say, the American Atlantic Fleet, but plenty of people would have gone to war over that. Oh, hell, it gets confusing politically. Just believe me that I had some leverage down there, and the big boys were a lot happier not fighting so long as the things I asked for weren't real important. Ray, so what did you ask for? Travis, the main thing was privacy, like I said. First I got them to stop examining his mail, ingoing and outgoing. A small thing, but it was a major concession for them. Who knows what he might have been sending out? Ray, he sent me a lot of stuff. Travis, like what? Ray, just little gadgets. I'll show them to you. Travis, see? A lot of people were opposed to it because of just that. Who knows what a little gadget Jubal made might do. But I was able to convince them that if Jubal made anything important, I'd be the first one to let everybody know because I'm the one who would get rich on it. Anything Jubal makes belongs to us. To us, goddammit. Not to anybody's government, not to the UN, not to the power company. I told them we're not fucking socialists, and if they didn't like it... Kelly, you take your tinker toys and go home. Manny, you take your tinker toys and go home. Grandma, you take your tinker toys and go home. Ray, What's a tinker toy? Elizabeth, what's a tinker toy? The next thing Travis asked for was that Jubal's labs should be off-limits to observation, like his bedroom and bathroom. Then a lot of years went by. It is the security dilemma, according to Travis. You start out alert, whether it's just a shift guarding something or someone, or a career of guarding. But when you've been guarding something for over 20 years and nothing has happened, well, you start to assume that nothing will happen. That helped Jubal's escape. Another thing that helped was even more basic. He had never shown the slightest interest in escaping. They figured he bought his protected guest status, that if he wanted to leave, he'd ask. But when he decided to split, for reasons Travis either didn't know or hadn't revealed to us yet, he didn't ask anybody. He figured out how to do it himself. He built himself a spaceship and blasted right out of his laboratory. Travis. I've made friends over the years. People have retired and moved into nice houses on what I paid them. Nobody I know on the Falklands knows the whole story, but some of them knew pieces. It seems Jubal was real upset when the wave hit. Kept saying it was his fault. He tried to call me, tried to call you, Ray, but the phones were out. Then he quieted down and seemed to accept his situation. What he was really doing was figuring out how to bust out of the joint. Jubal being Jubal, he seems to have taken the direct approach. He built the spaceship right there in his lab, single-handed. He must have built it strong because he blasted right through the roof when he took off. Kelly. Is he okay? Do they know that? Travis. They can't know. But the spaceship worked. It tore out of there at 5 Gs. By the time they could mount a pursuit, it was almost beyond radar range, heading solar south. Manny. South? There's nothing down there. Travis. Part of the escape plan, apparently. We call ourselves spacefarers, and we've been to all 8 or 12 planets, depending on who is defining what a planet is, and all the major asteroids between Mars and Jupiter, and all the moons worth visiting, and have even tracked down and landed on 30 or 40 centaurs, which are large bodies found between the orbits of Jupiter and Neptune. But we've only touched down on a few dozen of the comets in the Kuiper Belt, and as for the postulated trillion or so long-period comets in the Oort cloud, we still don't even know, within 100 billion, just how many are out there. Space is vast. We only travel in a tiny slice of it. Forget about galactic clusters 14 billion light-years away. Forget about even our near-galactic neighbors. Don't even think about stars on the other side of our own galaxy, or even in the next spiral arm over. In fact, aside from the exploratory ships that have gone out toward stars within a 30 light-year radius of our sun, we don't even know what's to be found within half a light-year of us. And even there, except for a few scientific expeditions, we know only the plane of space where all the planets lie, what we call the ecliptic. 1 million miles above the solar South Pole there is nothing. No rocks, no planets, no human presence at all. 10 million miles, same deal. Keep going, and the next thing you'll hit will be another star system. There's just no reason to go there. Bring it in even closer. In the space around the Earth, the plane of the ecliptic where both the Earth and the Moon spend all their time, space is fairly crowded. Near-Earth space is swarming, but only out to about 1,000 miles. 99% of all orbital activity is equatorial. GPS, weather, and photographic satellites are in polar orbits, but all those benefit from being close in. Go out 20,000 miles above either pole, and you'll find practically nothing man-made and nothing at all that's natural. The geosynchronous circle, 22,000 miles above the equator, is another swarming point. Thousands of satellites, but still plenty of room for more. There are multiple habitats at the Lagrange points, before and after the Moon in its orbit, and that's about it. Head to the north or the south, and you're in very empty space. No one would expect a spaceship to go there. Why would it? It's like some nasty earthy once said about Mars. There's no there there. Travis. The only stuff that's prepared to accelerate like that is military, and that's mostly on Earth, in close Earth orbit, or on the Moon. A few interceptors gave chase, I think, but it was 15-20 minutes before they scrambled. By then Jubal was already out of reach, and when they lost him on radar, he was still accelerating, still going in a straight line. Bottom line, there's just too much space out there to search, so take your pick. Elizabeth. Pick from what? Travis. Worst case, the ship came apart. Best case, he shut it down himself and he's coasting. He figures to get well out of range before he decelerates. How long he could wait would depend on how much air and water and food he brought along. Grandma. Okay, I'll break this long silence. You look like you've thought of a third possibility, Travis. Travis. Yeah. Maybe he just intends to keep going. 15. We had several other meetings in the safe room, but basically, that was all we learned. Jubal had busted out, and nobody, not even Travis, knew where he was. There was one huge problem with the idea of Jubal leaving the Falklands in a spaceship, though. Jubal doesn't fly. Not on spaceships, not on airplanes. When they took him to the Falklands, he went on a military ship. In fact, Jubal's list of phobias could probably be used as a reference for a diagnostic manual. Of the most common ones, about the only ones he misses are arachnophobia and herpetophobia. Jubal likes all animals except people. He doesn't like heights, or small spaces, or crowds, or cities, or strangers. Basically, what he likes are solitude in the outdoors, preferably a swamp or river or lake, boats, inventing things, his family and my family. We were all having a hard time imagining him getting into the sort of small spaceship he could build secretly in his lab, much less taking off in it. We tossed around other ideas, but none of them made any sense. Stowing away on a supply boat? Getting on it would have been impossible in the first place. And he would have been missed in 24 hours, and how far could a ship go in that time? Submarine? No way it could sneak into those protected waters. No way he could build one, launch it, and get far enough away to not get recaptured. Besides, a submarine is claustrophobic. Disguise? Pretend to be someone else? Don't make me laugh. Travis came up with the only other possible explanation, and it wouldn't have made sense for anyone but Jubal. Travis. Maybe he invented a teleporter and beamed himself up to join Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock. Ray. Who's Captain Kirk? Things gradually got back to normal. It's amazing how quickly you sort of adapt to living in a police state. Not that we didn't resent it. Nobody likes to see troops in black uniforms with giant guns posted at every intersection. Once we knew for sure that they had orders not to shoot unless physically attacked, it became fashionable to spit toward their boots every time you walked past one. At the end of a shift, you didn't want to walk too near them. Slippery. Taunting was popular, too. Wise guys outdid each other, coming up with insults, chants, nasty signs. Groups gathered to insult them. Mooning was popular, and since most of them were males, and no Martian woman would be caught dead keeping company with them, not even the prostitutes, groups of high school girls liked to get together and pull up their shirts or drop their pants and challenge their manhood. Funny, we'd never had a demonstration before they came, and now we had 3 or 4 of them every day. Most of them didn't amount to much more than Earthies go home, but there were more thoughtful people who had come to see the invasion as a political opportunity. The word most people were using was participation. Martians wanted more say in our destiny. Up to then, most people thought of Martian destiny as making as much money as possible. Down deep, most of us still thought of ourselves as Earthies. The invasion started changing that. Only a few things happened worth mentioning during the next month. Travis told us the real reason the power company was so upset about losing Jubal, and we had our second and third invasions. It was starting to look like they were lining up out there to invade us. All nation-states, corporations, power-mad billionaires, and disgruntled liberation groups wishing to invade Mars, please take a number and wait your turn, as a popular comedian put it. The point of the joke was that we didn't know who the second and third waves of invaders were. We still didn't have much of an idea who our occupiers were, though theories abounded, and most people agreed it was an extra-governmental coalition of corporations. If who was in dispute, why was even more problematic, except to members of my family and the Redmonds who couldn't talk. There were rumors that Jubal was dead, vigorously denied by all concerned, and backed up by some excellent video-shopped news stories that showed a smiling Jubal working happily in his lab and talking to some visitors, casually referring to various current events. Anyone who knew Jubal knew in an instant that it was bullshit. It took an event the size of the tsunami to get Jubal's attention at all, but nobody but my family and the staff in the Falklands really knew Jubal, so they got away with it. It's on Mars, who cares? We got problems of our own. Evangeline and I just happened to have a front-row seat for the second invasion. Well, I guess we did for the first one, too, but it's not the one I would have picked, seeing as how we almost got killed. We had been coming out onto the roof of the Red Thunder in the evenings. We'd sit together, watch the sunset. Martian sunsets are pretty, if you like pink. No, we didn't get it on. Nobody's figured out how to do that in a pressure suit. It was night, you understand, and basically, Martians don't go out at night unless it's an emergency. What you do if you have to go out after dark is put on an insulated oversuit, stay in groups of 3 or more, and get back inside as soon as you can. And still you get cold. What we'd do those summer evenings was sit on electric pads, lean back against our air packs, hold hands, and watch the stars come out. Watch Phobos move across the sky. See the blazing exhausts of ships blasting for Earth or the outer planets. Watch for meteorites burning up. Sometimes we talked about anything and everything under the sun. Sometimes we hardly said anything. We'd stay out there until our feet and hands started getting cold. Then we'd hurry inside and down to my room and jump under the covers until we'd generated some heat. Dad and Mom didn't know where we went those evenings. It wasn't permitted, strictly speaking, and it was just a wee bit dangerous, though we were always within 10 seconds of the pressurized and heated freight elevator. Sometimes you just wanted to get away from people, you know. Then one night, all 10 of the black ships that had surrounded the city for just over a month blasted into the air. "Whoa," Evangeline breathed, and we both sat up straighter. We were almost blinded by the light of their bubble drive exhausts, bright enough to partially polarize our faceplates. "What's going on?" "You got me." The black saucer-shaped ships were soon invisible against the black sky, but the exhausts were still there and dwindling fast. "They must be pulling 5Gs, she said. "What's the hurry?" "Beats me. Maybe they just got tired of pushing people around and decided to go home." She was looking at me, trying to decide if I was kidding. She laughed. "Yeah, right. Well, good riddance." She pointed a middle finger skyward and let out a whoop. "Take that, you fuckers, and never come back." That was the moment that one of the black ships exploded. We stared at it, stunned. A huge white flower like a fireworks burst. We could actually see bits of it twisting and turning, trailing fire. Evangeline was still standing there, finger extended like she didn't quite know what to do with it. "Don't ever point that thing at me, okay?" I told her. "That's not funny." It was miles and miles away by then. We watched until most of the wreckage had fallen beyond the horizon. For the next 15 minutes, we watched the first space battle in history develop over our heads. Being Martians, and having spent quite a few nights out there on the roof, we thought we knew spaceships. These ships were behaving like ships in a bad sci-fi movie from last century, twisting, deking, slowing, and accelerating. It was an actual dogfight. At the speeds they were moving, it must have been brutal for the crews. "Those things were purpose-built," I told Evangeline at one point. "What do you mean?" Your normal ship has just the one drive at the back. It's built to take acceleration stresses from just one direction. There's little attitude jets, but they couldn't put a ship into a turn in vacuum like we're seeing here. For that, they must have side drives, forward-facing drives, all of them highly maneuverable. These things are to normal spaceships like a fighter jet is to the Sovereign. They were armed like fighters, too. We'd see one of them streaking along, a thin line of expanding light, and suddenly there would be a series of flashes, and the tinier lines of air-to-air missiles being launched. Actually space-to-space, I guess, though I'd never heard the term. Aside from a few satellite shoot-downs, the military guys had never been allowed to play their deadly games in space because of international treaties. Didn't seem to matter to these guys, and I knew they hadn't built these killer ships in the days since Jubal flew the coop. Somebody had been cheating and hiding it. We could see the movements of the ships because they seemed always to be under thrust, sometimes sprouting more than one exhaust as they used the only means of turning in space, which was vectoring thrust to one side or another using secondary engines. Sometimes one bright plume would stop spouting and another would start in precisely the opposite direction. You get going too fast up there, and next thing you know, you're beyond the fight. They didn't take the time to turn ship. They had jets in the nose and in the sides as well. We'd see what looked like small explosions, and have no way to tell just how big or small they really were since we didn't know the distance. They could be firecrackers a half-mile up, or nuclear bombs 100,000 miles away. But some burst in clusters, and I figured they were salvos of missiles, possibly intending to spread shrapnel in the path of another ship. Naturally, our faceplates were buzzing with small windows off to one side, and normally I'd have been doing a lot of looking and listening to that stuff. But how often do you see a thing like we were seeing, live right in front of your face? The news was a mass of confusion anyway, the times I glanced at it. One talking-head newscaster was actually in his pajamas, looking like he was at home, just got out of bed as he relayed the jumbled information he was getting. Ships taking off, explosions, fire in the sky, no reports of injuries. I knew more than he did, so I shut him down. Then there was a big fireball in the sky, and a short time later, another. "I'm getting real tired of not knowing what the hell's going on," Evangeline said. "You and me both. Do you think?" There was a loud emergency signal in my helmet. A face appeared on a larger window overriding our own stuff. She was wearing the uniform of the emergency services, the Martian equivalent of the fire department. They did handle fires, but their main concern was pressure integrity. "Even when this fighting is over," she said, "we are concerned with debris impacting ships in space and the surface itself. We are advising all airboarders to stay within Phobos or land as soon as possible. All shuttle flights are canceled until further notice. All deep space vessels are advised to get as far as possible from the fighting since our radar is showing literally thousands of high-velocity fragments, and we haven't had time to chart the fastest and/or most dangerous ones. Everyone downside is advised to remain in their quarters with pressure doors sealed and storm shutters closed, or to seek public shelters on the lowest levels. Follow the flashing green arrows embedded in the floors of all public areas. Remain in the shelters tuned to this channel until the all-clear has sounded." I was going to say something, but Evangeline was shouting and pointing behind me. I turned and saw something big coming down. It burned a bright blue-white, and chunks of stuff were coming off it and bursting. For a moment it seemed to be coming right at us, but that was an optical illusion, I guess, because it passed overhead at least a mile up. I could judge the distance because it still retained some of the saucer shape of the black ships. It looked like a big bite had been taken out of it. It went over the hills to the east of town. There was a moment when we could see nothing. Then a towering fireball rose into the air just as the sonic boom from its passage overhead hit us. "I think we'd better get below," I said. "I'm already on my way." I got another urgent message as we ran for the elevator. Dad's face popped up in a side window, looking harassed. "Ray, where are you?" "On my way, Dad." "Come to the sub-basement shelter if you're close enough," he said. "Have you heard anything from your sister?" That's the moment it all stopped being a video game for me. Pretty late, I know that, but you had to be there. Until that ship crashed beyond the hills, it was very hard to make yourself believe it was all really happening. The elevator shook as we descended. Evangeline grabbed my arm and held on, and I put my arm around her. Ice was forming on our super-cold suits, and bits of it flaked off and fell at our feet. We reached the bottom elevator level and stepped out into a crowd of hurrying people, some of them dressed in suits, most of them in regular clothes. Down a flight of stairs, and we were in the pressure shelter, the absolute last line of defense against blowouts, only to be used if you felt the whole structure of the Red Thunder Hotel was in danger of being breached. Later, Dad had cause to be proud of his workers. We only do shelter drill twice a year, as opposed to pressure drill, where all guests are sealed into their rooms for 10 minutes and shown a video of how to don emergency suits, which we do once a week. So you might have expected them to be a little rusty, especially since nobody really took shelter drill all that seriously. After all, what sort of catastrophe was likely to rupture all the multi-layered pressure defenses at the same time? No quakes on Mars, no tsunamis, plenty of tornadoes, but pretty weak in the thin air. War? Don't make me laugh. But there they were, hustling the confused and beginning to be frightened hotel guests into the shelter almost as efficiently as the crew of the Sovereign, who did this sort of drill once a week. Two big guys in bellhop uniforms were at the entrance, putting a hand on everyone's shoulder to move them along, while the other hand passed out emergency suit kits. Move it along, please. Take one and move it along, all the way to the end of the corridor. Move it along, break the seal on the suit pack, and you'll be shown how to put it on. Move it along. I'm sorry, sir, I don't have time to answer your questions. Move it along, please. We hurried down the long, narrow room. TV screens every 10 feet or so were showing how to break the seals on the suit packs, how to unfold them, how to step into them, how to zip them up. Very few people had gotten that far. A lot of them were still at step 1 and not making a lot of progress. Most of them were stuck at step 3, trying to stick their legs into the suit arms or putting them on backwards. You can wear them backwards in a pinch, but pinch is the key word. They're just thick man-shaped baggies, designed to be tolerable for about an hour and survivable for a day. You plug the air hose into the socket in the wall, then you sit there, sweltering or freezing, wondering if the next time the air monitor says you need more oxy there will be any coming down the line. How I spent my Martian vacation. Dad was near the end of the shelter with half a dozen employees working on the more hopeless cases. He was trying to unwrap the air hose from an elderly woman's neck. The old lady was looking a little blue. He looked up. "Ramon, I need you." A piece of ice flaked off my suit and dropped at his feet. He frowned at it for a second, then at me, then decided to ask me later what I'd been doing out at night. "Get to the pressure control center. They're a man short." He turned back to his charges, and I made myself scarce, with Evangeline following behind me. The control center was just off the middle of the tube. There were 3 chairs in there, each facing consoles. From them we could access any of the hundreds of cameras in the Red Thunder complex. I slid into a seat. I recognized Patel Pars something, never could remember his last name, our house detective. "What's the situation?" I asked. "We've got about a dozen rooms where the guests refused to leave," Patel said, and shrugged. "They're safe enough, probably. We've sealed their doors, lowered the shutters. Still maybe 40 or 50 in the halls and on the elevators on their way here." "Have you heard from Elizabeth?" Patel pointed to one of his screens. "Your sister's on her way." I saw her hurrying through an almost deserted mall. Behind her was a solid wall of transparent Kevlar, which I'd always thought of as plenty safe enough, but, considering the impact I'd seen, suddenly looked like delicate crystal with my sister framed against it. Of course, solid steel would have been no better against a missile hit. I noticed something else behind her. There were 4 of the soldiers, the black troops, standing together. "Looks like they took off in such a hurry they left the grunts behind," Patel said with a trace of satisfaction. I heard a disturbance behind me. It got louder with people shouting. I jumped up and stuck my head through the door. One of the black troops was in the shelter. He had thrown off his helmet and was shoving his way through the crowd, his huge weapon held out in front of him. "Let me through! Let me through!" he was shouting. He was a huge man, red-faced, either bald or with a shaved head. He was shining with sweat as he passed me and breathing heavily. His eyes were all over the place like a trapped animal. I knew what was going on. They call it nigophobia, which is fear of choking, but it's actually a fear of vacuum. This dude must have been medicated to make it to Mars at all, and he'd certainly been in terror during his whole stay. He reached my dad and grabbed him by the arm. "Give me one of those," he shouted, and took the suit bag Dad was holding and started trying to do two things at once with one hand. Tear open the suit bag and unbuckle his big equipment belt, which would make him too bulky to fit in the suit. It wasn't working, so he set his weapon down and concentrated on the equipment belt. Dad watched until the guy got the belt off and dropped it. Then Dad kicked the weapon along the floor, reached down and pulled the billy club from the belt ring, and hit the guy in the face like Babe Ruth swinging for the bleachers. Blood sprayed, but the dude didn't go down. He shook his head and looked pretty pissed off. Dad swung a second time, and the guy grabbed the billy and twisted. Dad was no match for the guy's earthy strength, but he rolled with it and let go and backed away as the guy started into a karate kick. I don't doubt he was a real terror on Earth. All these guys were obviously elite soldiers. Rangers, SEALs, Delta Force, whatever bullshit name they were using these days. But the gravity fooled him, and he hit his head on the ceiling and landed flat on his face. The next thing that happened was truly astounding. A little girl who couldn't have been older than 12 stepped forward and kicked him in the ear. Lots of nerves in the ear. Must have hurt like a bastard. He roared and reached out for her, but she skipped out of the way, and 2 more people kicked him from behind. 2 people stepped forward and grabbed the billy club and held on as 3 people jumped on his back. He got up as far as his knees before more people started piling on. The sound of it was frightening, the pent-up rage. They were shouting, screaming, growling. It seemed everybody wanted a piece of him, and if they'd continued, I'm pretty sure they'd have literally torn him to pieces. "Stop!" Dad shouted. "Stop it right now!" It took a while, but with the help of a few others, Dad dug him out of the pile. He was bloody, his uniform was in tatters, and it looked like a piece of his ear was missing. Dad had the weapon in his hands. He poked the man with his foot, and the guy didn't move. He was out. "He's still alive," Dad said. "Take him to the infirmary." When nobody moved, he looked around at the people. "Nobody's going to be killed in my hotel if I can help it." A couple guys stepped forward and picked up the soldier and carried him, not in a manner I'd call gently, to the infirmary. Dad hurried over to me. So within less than a minute, I'd found 2 more reasons to be proud of the old man. "Ray, get back to your screens. I need to know where everybody is." I jumped back into my chair. Me and Patel scrolled quickly through the cameras on all the floors. The halls were all empty. The camera just outside the shelter showed 6 people still trying to jam through the door. None of them were black troops. I switched through 6 screens and saw no one. The last screen showed the 4 troops I'd seen earlier, and they seemed to be arguing. Then they seemed to come to a decision and started to jog. "They're headed our way," I said. "Get those stragglers inside," Dad said, "and then seal the doors." He stood up straight and wiped sweat from his brow. I saw his hand was trembling. "I won't have anybody killed in my hotel, but I won't shelter those monsters either." The monsters came to the door and banged on it. We could hear them, but only faintly. Like I said, Martian doors are strong and thick, and there were 2 of them here, an inner and an outer one. There was no glass in either one. Dad herded the people to the far end of the tunnel, and then stood there facing the door with the weapon in his hands. I switched back and forth between the inside and outside cameras, between my dad and the guys outside pleading to get in. 3 reasons to be proud. We couldn't hear what they were saying, but it was getting rough. One was shoving another, and that one shoved back. One of them leveled his weapon at the outer door. Another knocked the barrel away, apparently the smarter of the 2, as he realized that it wouldn't do a lot of good to get inside by destroying the airlock. Stupidity won out, though, and the first one got his weapon pointed right again and let off a burst. That we heard. very loudly. Dad jumped, but held the weapon steady. It didn't work like it does in the movies. In real life, you shoot bullets like that into a hard surface and the suckers like to ricochet. When the smoke cleared, 2 of the troops were down. One was writhing in pain, and the other wasn't moving. The door wasn't hurt. They didn't fire any more rounds. In all, we stayed in the shelter for 8 hours. Things got organized fairly soon, and before long we were getting reports about the various explosions and the debris and the expected impact points of the larger chunks. The debris, the remains of spaceships and human beings, could do one of 3 things. The largest part of it was moving at escape velocity and went into orbit around the sun, never to be seen again. A smaller part impacted on the surface. A little bit went into orbit to be cleaned up later. After 2 hours, all the most dangerous stuff was accounted for. We stayed an extra 6 hours in the shelter just to be on the safe side. When we came out, there was some blood on the floor, but no troops. We had seen them dragging the dead or wounded off, and we never saw them again. 10 black ships took off and went to war. 7 came back. Whoever they were fighting, they either went back home or were destroyed. Nobody told us anything. The black troops took up their posts again, but there weren't as many of them, and they gave off a real scary vibe. But it didn't seem directed at us Martians so much as at their own commanders. None of them had died during the attack simply because there had been no blowouts. It turned out they were as safe outside the shelters as we had been inside them, but it wasn't lost on them that they had basically been abandoned. They weren't supposed to talk to us except to give us orders, or as much as was strictly necessary for things like weapons searches. But a few Martians began to talk to them, and a few of them talked back. Bits and pieces gleaned from these contacts began to be heard on underground networks. Believe it or not, they didn't seem to know a lot more than we did. They were a mercenary force, as we had figured, but they didn't know who was paying the bills. True to the mercenary ethic, they didn't really care so long as the money was good. You got the impression that a lot of them would have been a lot happier in a situation where they actually got to kill folks. Apparently they had considerable experience in that department. There were dozens of places on Earth where people with their skills were in great demand. Same old story. But none of them were what you'd call space warriors, for the simple reason that no war had ever been fought in space or on another planet. These guys were used to fighting in hostile environments, in deserts and jungles, basically all the shitholes of the world, where so much of the violence was concentrated. What they weren't used to was fighting in a place where you hardly dared shoot your weapon for fear that you'd cause a blowout that could kill you. They figured they could survive in any place on Earth, but the only place they could survive on Mars was amid the hostiles, in a controlled environment. And since they were not trained in low-pressure combat and were not expected to go out on the surface, they hadn't been issued pressure suits. The word went out. Leave the grunts alone. Where did the word come from? Nobody was sure. But there was a revolutionary underground, and it was communicating in the good old low-tech way, by whispering into ears in dark corners. You can't bug every place, and what the supercomputers couldn't hear, they couldn't analyze. The big advantage in staying clandestine was that the invaders had very little human, as the folks in the spy game put it, human intelligence. They couldn't put agents among us. They'd stand out like cows in a herd of horses. Am I saying we had no traitors? No Benedict Arnolds? No, of course not. But we had a lot fewer than you'd think. Not really from any overwhelming sense of patriotism. That idea hadn't really caught on yet. But we were mightily pissed off, okay? We were angry enough over the Red Thunder 10 business, and now the invasion. Enough already, okay? It was us versus them, and I guess that's where patriotism starts out. Plus, one day the names of 6 collaborators were put out on the grapevine, and those 6 somehow got the living crap beat out of them by people who they were all unable to identify. Worse, after that nobody would talk to them. Nobody. The thin trickle of human intelligence our occupiers had been paying good money for dried up to no more than a drip after that. It seemed wiser, if you couldn't really see yourself as a Martian, if you couldn't stand with your oppressed brothers and sisters, if you only wanted to get on with your business, to at least shut the fuck up. But that was the real key to our stiffened resistance, when all was said and done, getting on with our business. Business was bad. The only thing that prevented all the hotels on Mars from being empty the day after the invasion was that there just weren't enough ships to carry all the tourists at once. You want to make a Martian mad? Do something to screw up the hospitality industry. Now you've got our attention. 16. Kelly. So, Travis, do you know anything at all about what's going on? Travis. Very little. I'm not the CIA or a Homelander. Have a few sources in both places. They're not talking. Bottom line, everybody thinks it's some sort of corporate fight, maybe with political backing from the Chinese or the Americans, though the Americans are pretty busy with other stuff, like a few million dead people and 400 million very angry ones. Manny, what do they want with us? Is it Mars they want, or us? Travis, it's us, because we're the only possible link to Jubal if he's still alive, and Jubal is the key to everything, to a lot more than you know. And I'm afraid Jubal did a very rash thing before he took off. Travis then told us the first part of why everybody was really so anxious to find Jubal. Even then he didn't tell us all of the reason. Maybe he wanted to break it to us gradually, just what a hole we were in. To the eyes of the world, Travis had handed over the responsibility for the squeezer drive to the assembled leaders of the world and its citizens that sunny day at the Orange Bowl before I was born. In the real world, it wasn't over. Travis had always known the squeezer drive was incredibly dangerous, much worse than any atomic bomb that had ever been built. Squeezer bombs could literally blow up the Earth. Could humanity handle all that power? But did Travis have the right to be the anti-Prometheus, denying humanity the free power that could do so much to solve so many problems? Bubble power could lift vast parts of humanity out of poverty, stop its reliance on increasingly scarce and polluting resources like oil, coal, and uranium. It gave us the power to travel the solar system, and even reach the stars. Travis decided he didn't have the right to hold it back. But Travis always hedged his bets. He did a lot of hedging, and only some of it was public knowledge. The system they came up with had worked well for over 20 years, and there were 3 parts to it. 1. Primary squeezer units. The ones that made the bubbles and could control their size and hence the degree of compression inside them were made only on the Falkland Islands, and only by Jubal and or the small number of scientists Jubal schooled in the techniques of making them. So far, no one else had figured out how to do it for themselves. 2. Once made, there was nothing safer than a bubble. Just what a bubble was still a subject of fierce debate and terrible frustration in physics labs all over the world. Travis and Jubal had never allowed them to be studied, and though a few had fallen into unauthorized hands over the years, nobody was any the wiser yet. Squeezer technology had upset a lot of apple carts in the world of physics, and what fruit they had managed to stack up again was badly bruised. But one thing was known, and that was, once you'd made a bubble, there was nothing you could do with it without the second unit, the one that introduced what Jubal called a discontinuity. In the perfectly smooth, perfectly round, perfectly impenetrable surface. 3. Jubal's original squeezer, cobbled together from parts gathered around his lab and a few mysterious items he'd never publicly described for obvious reasons, could make bubbles and produce the discontinuities. But when they began to be produced in bulk, the machine was divided into 2 components: the primary squeezers, of which there were only a few, and disruptors, of which there were many. A disruptor could be installed in a spaceship to provide direct thrust or in a power plant to generate electricity. So they came in all sizes and could be found in many different types of machines, but they all had one thing in common. You fuck with them, they go boom. This had nothing to do with the bubbles themselves. If an airplane powered by a bubble drive crashed into the ground, the bubble was not harmed. You might find it in the wreckage if it didn't simply float off and waft its way into the upper atmosphere and then deep space. No, disruptors blew up because of booby traps built into the disruptor mechanisms. Jubal had built the booby traps, connected to ordinary explosive charges, just enough to ensure that the disruptor would be destroyed. Naturally, over the years, some nasty people had gotten their hands on disruptors and tried to take them apart. Boom! Hell, I had a tiny disruptor unit in my airboard. I had no doubt that if I tried to take it apart, I'd lose a hand, minimum. So far, Jubal seemed to have thought of everything. If you X-rayed a disruptor with enough power to see anything, boom. Magnetic resonance imaging? Sure, it had been tried. Subject a disruptor to a strong enough magnetic field and, not boom, not yet, but the unit suffered a meltdown internally, and if you tried to take it apart, then boom. Nobody talked about it much, but there were well-documented stories from people who had worked on these projects in China, America, England, France, and other countries. The list of corporations that had tried to take them apart was long, too, as well as a few terrorists. The result was always the same. Jubal had built them well. Crushing a disruptor unit was simplicity itself, of course. They weren't invulnerable. Just put the unit in a hydraulic press and turn it on. Crunch. Boom. And what do you have? A free-floating bubble and a crushed disruptor. Oh my, the studies that have been done on those crushed disruptors. The smoking remains have been taken apart atom by atom, probed by microscopic nanobots. Thousands of experimental models have been built from the bits and pieces of knowledge, painfully put together by destructive testing, then turned on, and nothing. They just sat there. Though there were a few diehards out there still trying, bubble research was so frustrating that not much of it was going on today. From time to time, a theoretical physicist or a group of them would issue an impassioned plea to be allowed to communicate with Jubal, citing the enormous leaps in human knowledge that could be gained if only they understood, well, what the fuck a bubble was. So far, Travis and Jubal and the high priests of Squeeze had resisted all attempts to let the genie of unlimited power out of the bottle. That was the public bet hedging, the part everybody knew about. Travis. You know me, a belt and suspenders man. I learned piloting V-stars that there's never too many backups. So what if it all went very, very wrong? What if somebody got their hands on a squeezer machine and started making bubbles and putting them in suitcases with stolen disruptors? The disruptors that are given out. There are thousands of them on Mars alone. They won't make a bubble blow up. They won't turn them off. But they can make them blast at such a rate that it might as well be an explosion. Kelly. What did you do, Travis? Travis. Hey, don't type in that tone of voice with me. Anyway, suitcase? Hell, they could be small enough to fit in your pocket and be able to destroy half a city. So I asked Jubal to build a booby trap into all the primary squeezer units, too. He built it into the software. It's buried real deep. I doubt if anybody could find it, even if they were able to look, and naturally nobody but the folks at the Falklands have access to any of the insides of a primary unit. Manny, I'm afraid to ask what the booby trap was. Travis. Nothing fancy, nothing that's going to hurt anybody. There was a password, too long to memorize, and you had to enter it 3 times in a row. Only Jubal and I have it. It makes the important stuff, the guts of the squeezer unit, melt down into slag. Ray. And Jubal? Travis. This is speculation, people, but it's the only thing that could account for why they want him back so bad. Sometime just after he left. It had to be after, because if it was before, they'd have been on him in a flash. Jubal must have sent out the password. Elizabeth. How many did he shut down? Travis. There's only one way to do it, hon. Sending out the signal would shut all of them down. So now Earth was virtually without power, right? the vast machine humanity had constructed since the Industrial Revolution was grinding to a halt. They'd have to start dusting off the coal burners, rebuild the torn-down dams, start drilling for oil again. Well, no. Not yet, anyway. So far, no one but those at the very top knew anything was wrong, which was why there was a power struggle, literally, like the world had never seen, to get Jubal back and make him start building primary squeezers again. Squeezer bubbles came in a variety of sizes. The ones used in the big power-generating plants naturally had a lot more energy inside them than the little one that powered my airboard, which would last for about a year of heavy use. The amount of matter that was squeezed into a particular bubble was precisely measured and appropriate to the task. And just to be on the super safe side, even the power plant bubbles didn't contain enough energy to run the plant forever. Typically, they needed a new bubble twice a year. And new ones were sent ahead, so most of the plants had a year or two on hand. So it would be a while before the machine began to sputter. Enough time to at least begin to start looking for alternative sources of energy, if anyone dared even suggest that. Trouble was, firing up an old nuke, or any power plant, would raise some pretty awkward questions. You say you can't make any more bubbles? You say Jubal Broussard blew up all the squeezer plants? You say that the most carefully guarded man on Earth slipped through your fingers? You say you lost him? I call those awkward questions. Not the sort of thing the electorate would want to hear at any time, even less in the wake of the worst catastrophe since the Second World War, at a time of financial panic. But wait a minute. Ray, something I don't get, Travis. Travis, I think I know where you're going. Ray, why don't what do they call themselves? Why don't the high priests of squeeze just make some more squeezers? Travis, yes. Why don't they? Kelly, my clock says it's been 2 minutes, Travis. Manny, 3 minutes. Spit it out, Travis. What haven't you told us? Travis, brace yourselves. And Travis told us his last secret. It was a doozy. I needed time to think. We all did, I guess. I think best in my hidey hole on Phobos. I hadn't been up there since the invasion, the first invasion now. Tell you the truth, I've been a little scared about getting back on my board. They say, on Earth, a shark takes a bite out of your board, you should get right back up on it, like if you're thrown off a horse, or you'll start thinking about it too much. I kept seeing that black ship swooping toward me like some predatory bird. So I let Evangeline drive, even though she didn't have her license. No problem. Evangeline's instinctive feel for free fall made her the best seat-of-the-pants boarder I'd ever seen. Maybe a little hard on the accelerator for a rookie, but she never came close to getting into a jackpot I couldn't have gotten her out of. We did what we usually did when we got to my trailer. It was wonderful. She seemed to think I was the best thing that had ever happened to her. I'm only average looking. I've got no illusions. Girls didn't sigh and stumble when I walked by. She made me feel better looking than I really am. And let's get the word right out there. Love. I was pretty sure I was in love with her. I wanted to make her happy more than I wanted to make myself happy. I wanted to take care of her, have fun with her, be around her no matter what we were doing. I was jealous when other guys looked at her. Is that bad? Given her looks, it was going to happen a lot, but I never had to fight over her. She could shut a guy down with a few words, making him feel like he was something she'd scraped off the bottom of her shoe. It was awesome to see. Where do girls learn that? I guess beautiful girls have to learn it or never have a moment's peace. Afterward, we relaxed with a pipe of Phobos Red, reputed to be the best marijuana in the solar system. I wouldn't know. I'd never smoked anything else. It's not illegal on Mars. Some people say it will lead to hard, dangerous drugs like alcohol, but that's not been our experience on Mars. I had a problem. I had sworn a solemn oath not to reveal what was discussed at the last meeting in the safe room, which had included only Grandma, Mom, Dad, Travis, Elizabeth, and me. And that didn't seem right to me. It's not like I wanted to tell the Redmond monsters, but I thought Mr. and Mrs. Redmond had a right to know just why they'd been put through so much hell, and, of course, Evangeline. But I wanted to talk. Boy, did I ever want to talk. I took a last hit and was about to try to ease into the subject when the doorbell rang. This time Evangeline pulled on a robe, and when she opened the door, the FedEx guy looked sad, as if he remembered the last delivery, which he probably did. "See, here's the deal, Space Girl," he said. "That package you guys never did pick up? Tomorrow's the last day before I have to send it back. Do you want it or not?" I'd forgotten all about it. I'd been sort of busy for a while after we made our last departure from Phobos. I didn't get a lot of packages. Most of what I did get was from Jubal. That would be interesting enough in normal circumstances, but considering his status as a... what? Fleeing felon? I guess destroying the squeezers was probably against the law, even though he'd built them himself. Anyway, this must have been the last thing he sent me before he became a wanted man. Maybe it had a clue as to where he'd gone. "We'll be down there in a minute," I told him, and this time I gave him a tip. We made it down to the freight office before he did. It was a standard shipping box, a 4x4x4 plastic cube with rounded corners and ridges on sides to make it slide easier. Stickers had been partially peeled off it or messily covered over with thick felt-tip pens. There was no single sticker still intact to tell us what its contents might be. The only things readable on the outside were the label addressed to me, Phobos, Big Bubble, NW, and a red sticker with a white arrow that said, "This side up." Pointless in Phobos. We herded the box back to my trailer. You don't carry things in Phobos. You walk behind them and urge them, or go ahead and tug them. We got it inside, pulled the handle, the lid popped up, and it seemed somebody had sent me a box full of... dried grass. "It's from Jubal," I said. Evangeline laughed. "It's not smokable, is it?" "I guess you could smoke anything, but this wouldn't do anything for you. This is plain old tussock grass. Now that the sheep are gone from the Falkland Islands, it grows pretty high all over the place. Great habitat for birds." "So, what? You think he was planning to send you some penguins? This was to feed them?" "It's packing material, like Excelsior." I sighed. "Jubal does things different than other people do. He doesn't like foam peanuts." We pulled out handfuls of the stuff, and pretty soon we came to a black hole. I don't know how else to describe it. It was like nothing else I'd ever seen. Nothing anyone had ever seen. It was like an anti-bubble. Like a squeezer bubble, you couldn't really touch it. I mean, you could put your fingers on it, but you couldn't grip. Your fingers just slid right off. Nothing clung to it. The dried grass was full of dust, dirt, seeds, but none of it clung to the bubble. But where a normal bubble is totally reflective, this thing was the absence of reflection. Imagine an 8-ball on a pool table, and now forget it. An 8-ball is shiny. Imagine a ball made of charcoal, and forget that too. Charcoal is dull and black, but you can see it. It reflects enough light to see features on it. It had no temperature. It had no features. It looked like a hole in space. We pushed it out of the box, and it hung there. "I don't like that thing," Evangeline said softly. "Here's the best thing I can think of to describe how it looked. It made the real world look like a photograph with a perfectly round hole cut in it and nothing behind it but outer space." "I really don't like this thing," Evangeline said. I agreed. Black is okay. I like black as a color. This was so far beyond black. Did you ever see that movie 2001: A Space Odyssey? Those black slabs in that movie? Compared to this thing, those slabs were bright as an emergency magnesium locator flare. "What the hell are you supposed to do with it?" she asked. "It's from your Uncle Jubal, right?" "Couldn't be anybody else." Then I remembered Jubal's lucky piece, the little holosnap he'd told me to carry around with me as a lucky piece. Luckily, I had it in my pocket. "What's that? Holosnap?" "Jubal sent it to me." I thumbed the red button, expecting to see the little image of Jubal. "O of grace, the Lord is with thee, blessed art thou among—" The black hole was gone, and hovering there in the air, curled up in the fetal position, was Jubal, who promptly began to scream, then to vomit. Things got pretty confused for a while. Evangeline didn't scream, but she let out a little squeak. Hell, I probably squeaked myself. "I'm falling! I'm falling!" Jubal was shouting. "Make it stop!" There was nothing I could do about that, but I tried to put my arms around him to at least give him some comfort. Bad idea. First I got smacked in the face by one of his flailing hands. I was sent swirling head over heels to the far wall. Jubal is strong, and he was in total panic, like a drowning man. I waded back in. Evangeline had hold of one of his feet and was hanging on for dear life. I grabbed an arm, and we all three did a violent dance around the small space, banging into walls. Finally, I worked myself into position in front of him and grabbed his face. "Jubal! Jubal, ease up, you're hurting me!" He stared at me and started to cry. Oh, Ray, I'm so sorry, me. I can't, I'm falling." "Just hold on to me, Uncle Jubal, just hold on. Everything will be okay." I didn't believe it, and neither did he, but he did calm down a little. He puked again all over my shoulder, and then he buried his face in my chest and shook with great racking sobs. He was vibrating like a tuning fork. Evangeline wasn't doing a lot better. I saw building panic in her face, and I couldn't have that. One panicky person was more than enough. "Ray, what are we going to do?" "First, we've got to get him calmed down. We could use some falling sickness pills. You know anybody who's got any?" Evangeline, who'd never had a second of falling sickness in her life, but I had to ask. Having something to do seemed to focus her mind and calm her down. "I'll be right back," she said, and was gone out the door. I spent a long 10 minutes. At some point, one of the little gizmos he'd made and sent me floated by in the chaos of stuff we'd stirred up, and without thinking about it, I grabbed it. It was the little box with the hand that came out and turned the machine off. Jubal, look at this," I said. "Look, Jubal. It's that great thing you sent me. Remember, Jubal? Remember? Look, I'm going to turn it on." I flipped the switch, and the little box rumbled and groaned, and the lid flipped up, and the little plastic hand came out and grabbed the switch, pulled it, and popped back into the box. "See, Jubal, what a neat thing this is? Thank you for sending it to me." His eyes were fixed on the box like he was seeing Jesus. "Do it again," he whispered. I punched the button again, and the little hand came out. It turned off the machine. I did it again, and again, and again. We were still doing that when Evangeline returned. She held up a small hypodermic and showed it to me. "They told me this will tranquilize an elephant," she said. Mistake. Jubal's eyes rolled toward her, saw the needle, and rolled back to me. "No shots," he wailed, and began to struggle again. Evangeline quickly hid the syringe behind her back, but the damage had been done. It took another couple of minutes to get him back to the cowering, passive state of panic he'd been in before. "I've got some motion sickness pills, too," Evangeline said in a small voice. "Give them to me. Here you go, Jubal. Take a couple of these. They'll make you feel better. No shots?" "No shots, I promise." Jubal put the pills in his mouth and chewed on them. I looked over my shoulder and nodded to Evangeline. She jammed the needle into his butt. So I lied. In a few minutes, Jubal was a lot calmer. In fact, he was too damn calm. He was so loopy from the drug that he was unable to answer any of the 1,000 questions I had for him. About all he could do was giggle and float around the trailer like a short, chubby balloon. He seemed to enjoy bouncing off the walls. "What was that stuff you gave him?" I asked her. "I don't know. The guy said it would calm anybody down." "What guy? How did you find him?" "I know people," she said unhelpfully, and I left it alone. "I'm going next door to borrow a puke sucker," she said, and was out the door again. Naturally, we'd never needed one of those handy little air vacs, but we had a neighbor who was subject to sudden eruptions if he moved around too quickly. Embarrassing, but some people never entirely adjust. We got the place more or less back in order. I was terrified for several hours that there might be a concealed camera or mic that my spy sweeper had missed. I didn't bother Evangeline with that thought. What was the point? If one was there, somebody would be along to collect us all in a very short time. When enough time had passed and Jubal was snorting gently, loosely tied into a corner so he wouldn't hurt himself, we devoted ourselves to 2 questions. How had Jubal gotten here, and what the hell were we going to do about it? Evangeline didn't know the whole story, so I filled her in on what Travis had told us. I know I'd been sworn to secrecy, but Evangeline was a part of it now. She was quick on the uptake. "That rocket that blasted off from the Falklands," Evangeline said. "That must have been a diversion." "I think so, too. Who would have suspected that Jubal would mail himself out?" "Because that's what must have happened." "But how had he gotten himself into that black bubble, and how had he gotten the bubble inside the box, sealed it up, and dropped it off into whatever mailbox they used at the power company?" Jubal was first and foremost a tinkerer. With the facilities he had, it would be child's play for him to build a machine that would load up the box and ship it. Now, if I was running the place, the moment that phony rocket ship blasted through the ceiling of Jubal's lab, I'd have sealed off the whole island tighter than a gnat's ass. Nothing would come in or go out until I'd figured out where Jubal was. So Jubal must have sent the package out before the ship took off. It could be done. It was an insane idea, but it was the only way out of his prison for a guy who couldn't fly. Leave it to Jubal to come up with such a solution, thinking outside the box, as it were. But what was the black bubble? Jubal wasn't in any shape to answer that, so we tried to find out what we could from the clues we had. He was dressed in his usual Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts. We went through his pockets. There was no money, no wallet, no keys. What use did Jubal have for any of those things? There was a little notebook with pages covered in Jubal's childish scrawl, most of it seeming to be about penguins. There was another little black box. Jubal must have been holding it when the black bubble opened, then lost it in his panic. But when I was gathering up the garbage, I saw it, grabbed it, and gave it a look. "Is this yours?" I asked Evangeline. She frowned and shook her head. It had all the earmarks of one of Jubal's gizmos. I say box, but it was irregularly shaped, and I saw it would nestle neatly into my left hand. Jubal is a lefty. It was maybe 8 inches long, 3 wide, and 1 inch thick. There were maybe a dozen buttons on the front of it, and several dials on the side, and a blank screen. None of them were labeled. "You couldn't pay me enough to punch one of those buttons," Evangeline said. Me either. It seemed likely that this was the thing he'd used to make the black bubble around himself. I had no desire to see the inside of one, even though I knew Jubal had survived it. I carefully wrapped it in a cloth and put it in one of my drawers with some other junk. "So what are we going to do with him?" Evangeline asked. "I don't know." We stared at him for a while longer. Then Evangeline cleared her throat in that way people do when they have something to say and are having a hard time getting it out. "What? Ray, Don't hate me, but I sort of have to suggest this. Spit it out. What if we turned him in? I had known that was coming. How did I know? I'm not proud of it, but the same thing had occurred to me. We can't keep him here, she pointed out. He's just barely manageable when he's doped up, and we can't keep him doped up forever. Tell you the truth, I'm not happy about doping him up at all. To get control of him for the time being, you do what you have to. I understand that, and it was my idea, and I got the stuff, but what now? Where can we take him? Where will he be okay? Only place I know of is Earth, I said, which was true. He wouldn't like the low gravity of Mars any better than he liked the almost zero-G of Phobos. I mean, I can't understand why he left in the first place, she went on. You say he destroyed all the squeezers on Earth, and that's another thing I don't understand. Why did he do that? I have no idea. Lately he seemed to have sort of adopted me as his conscience. He never really got over his shock at how the squeezer could be used as a weapon. Jiminy Garcia Strickland. Yeah, we had long talks about things. So did he ever hint that he was going to escape? I've been thinking about it and scanning through our correspondence, and all I can see is that he sent me that key before all of this came down. So he had been thinking about escaping, but he never talked about it. I know he'd gotten paranoid. He thought people were listening in. They probably were. Most likely. So he couldn't just call me up and say, "Set an extra plate for supper, Bubba. I'm on my way." She sighed. Then she looked at me out of the corner of her eye. Ray, it just doesn't add up. All this fuss over him. There's something you aren't telling me. She was right. So there it was. I'd sworn a solemn oath not to tell anyone. Evangeline was mentioned specifically. But screw that. Evangeline was as deep in hot water as I was now, and she deserved to know everything I did. The problem was how to tell her. It was just so goddamn crazy. I sighed. There's no way to ease into this. I just have to come out and say it. It's simple, really. Jubal is the only one who can make squeezers. She kept looking at me, waiting for the punchline. Then she shook her head. That's crazy. That's exactly what I said. It was actually what I typed, and so did Dad at about the same time. Mom, too. I decided to tell it the way Travis had. It was the only way that made any sense, if it made sense at all. Quantum leaps, I said. Don't get all mathematical on me, Ray. You know I'm not good at it. Neither am I, at least not on that level. But you understand the concept, right? Something about jumping from one state to another without exactly occupying any of the spaces between? Works for me. You go along for a long time and things stay pretty much the same, maybe make a little progress here and there, then, out of the blue, you're kicked up to the next level. What next level? The next level of anything, but we're talking about knowledge here, or technology. The squeezer was a quantum leap in both senses, but it seems like it was only a quantum leap in knowledge for Jubal. For the rest of us, it was a leap in technology. We suddenly had a new thingamajig that did neat stuff. Go back to the Stone Age, Travis had suggested. Or farther, back to the missing link between apes and men. Monkeys that walked upright on the African plains. Enter language, tool use, and fire. I don't know if anyone knows what order those came in, and it doesn't really matter. They were all quantum leaps, and nothing was ever the same after any of them were first used. Sure, language must have evolved gradually. It wasn't a case of one ape-man suddenly coming out with, "To be or not to be, that is the question." Tools, too, to a lesser extent. One ape starts to use a rock to pound on stuff, and the other apes notice, and it's monkey see, monkey do. Then an ape finds out you can do better with a stone with a sharp edge. Then another figures out how to chip an edge, and on, and on. Took a long, long time before pre-humans were making spears and bows and arrows, but not that long in evolutionary terms. Not as long as it took them to learn to stand upright. Fire must have been different. Maybe that's why it's still almost a mystical power to us. Think of how many religions use fire for sacrifices. Picture it. A guy walks into the cave and he's got some fire on a stick. He pokes the stick into a pile of wood he's gathered up. You'd be impressed, wouldn't you? Probably you'd run away from it at first, but after you'd had some cooked meat and saw how you could handle the stuff, and how you could poke it into the face of a saber-toothed tiger and watch the sucker run away, well, you just couldn't help loving the stuff, right? My guess is that once some genius figured out how to handle fire, all the tribes of cavemen everywhere were using fire by the end of the week. It was just too damn good to ignore and so easy to use. But did they know how to make fire? Maybe not. Maybe they had to wait for lightning to strike and start one, then try to keep it going. It goes out and they're screwed. The fire had gone out on Earth, and everybody was hard at work trying to track down the modern Prometheus. In case you didn't know, the whole title of Mary Shelley's book was Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus. Just thought I'd toss that in. We've had other quantum leaps, I told Evangeline, but probably nothing like the discovery of fire. The Industrial Revolution was just a series of more efficient ways to use fire. Power, she said. Exactly. The steam engine, electricity, none of it was for free. You could trace all energy back to the sun, which is big-time fire. Even hydropower is the sun-evaporating water that falls on the land. Oil, gas, all stored solar energy. The sun is what makes the wind blow. Nuclear power, she suggested. Another quantum leap. A different kind of fire, and at first it looked like something for nothing. You know, they were talking about free power, just giving it away when they made the first nuclear reactor. Turned out that building them was a lot harder than they thought. Fusion, still working on it. That turned out to be even harder. But nobody's working on it too hard now that we have the squeezer. There was no worldwide research leading up to the squeezer. Jubal was more like Alexander Graham Bell working in his lab. Suddenly he's got a telephone. But Bell built on other people's work, Evangeline said. Electrical experimenters, chemists? I don't know. Didn't Jubal? I don't know, I had to admit. When you can get him to talk about it, he talks about superstrings and brains and esoteric stuff like that. I don't understand it at all. I'd always assumed that other scientists did. I mean the ones they picked to go to the Falklands and study at his feet. I guess everybody assumed that. And you're saying they were wrong. She thought about it. I could practically see her mind going down the same paths my own had taken when Travis revealed this to us. She shook her head. It doesn't make sense. Look at your caveman. He starts a fire and everybody sees how he does it. How hard can it be? Pretty tough for somebody with an IQ of maybe 5 and an instinctive fear of fire. All animals fear fire except us, and we treat it with healthy respect. Still, you're looking at it wrong. Say the caveman genius comes into the cave with a shotgun. He's figured out how to make one. And think about what all that would take. 1, he has to invent gunpowder. 2, he has to figure out how to make iron, cast it, bore it out, make some sort of spark mechanism. And I wasn't kidding much about the IQ. Say he tries to explain how to make one to these other people. Folks who have a vocabulary of 9 or 10 words and still haven't quite figured out all the uses of the opposable thumb. You figure they'd be able to mix gunpowder? Could a chimpanzee? You're saying the best minds on the planet are so far behind Jubal that they're like apes? I shrugged. No, it doesn't really work that way. Analogies only go so far. Jubal's the smartest man I've ever met, but there are people who are just as smart as him. So what's the story? I wish I knew. Jubal's head's been examined just about every way a head can be examined, trying to find out what's different about it. Your first thought has got to be that when his dad nearly killed him, beating him with that nail-studded 2x4, something happened to his brain. One theory is that some part of his brain adjusted, some cross-connection to the higher math functions or something like that, and he was already very good at higher math before he was hurt. But it's all guesswork. There's been fights about who gets Jubal's brain when he's dead, and plenty of people who'd like to take it apart while he's still alive. Some of them even claim he'd survive the experience. Which brings us to the golden goose. The goose that laid the golden eggs. Whatever. Yeah, but in Jubal's case, it's more like that old joke about my brother is crazy. He thinks he's a chicken. We'd get him some help, but we need the eggs. She looked over at Jubal again, snoring quietly in his safety web. Poor guy. All he's ever wanted is to be left alone. That's why he's tried so hard for 20 years to teach gunpowder making and iron smelting to the other monkeys. But there's something about the squeezer that no other human mind has succeeded in grasping. Not yet, anyway. There's 1,000 theories about what that might be. But they're monkey theories. They're bound to be wrong. Jubal's brain is the quantum leap this time. He seems to have the first human brain that is able to deal with quantum mechanics on a practical level. And there's only one of them. And we have him, she said quietly. We both looked at him for a while. We are so fucked, she said. You said it. What are we going to do? Hello, Mom? Ray, where are you? And why aren't I getting a picture? I'm at my trailer. No need for specifics. And there was no picture because I'd turned it off. I guess the camera's broken. Listen, Mom? Have you finished those applications, Ray? The school year is beginning soon, and I've told you and told you. Mom, I need to see you. Long pause. Do all moms have extrasensory perception, or is it just mine? I can pull off anything with Dad. Just distract him a little, and there you go. But something in the very little I said, or in the way I said it, had tickled her trouble radar. Sure, she said cautiously. Come right over, I'm home. I sort of need to see you here, and sort of soon. Longer pause. Are you in trouble, honey? Not, what have you done? I really appreciated that. There is some trouble, yeah. Very short pause. I'll be on the next bus. I'd made the call from the other bubble, the one that used to be packed with tourists but was pretty deserted now, what with the recent violence. I'd moved out here so in case I was traced and someone came to do something about it, Evangeline would see me being rousted and try to think of something to do with Jubal before the troops descended on my trailer again. As to what exactly that would be, we hadn't gotten that far. But if they were watching, they were subtle. Mom showed up along with a few other passengers, and I jetted over to her. She looked a question at me, and I just shook my head and took her hand and led her along toward the trailer. Let me tell you, I was never so happy to have someone to dump a problem on. 17. About 8 hours later, a guy and a girl guided another guy down the wide tunnel leading to the Phobos airlocks. They each had hold of an arm. All three of them were in spacesuits, as you'd expect of people heading toward a lock. All three of them had their helmets on and locked down. How do you tell a drunk in a spacesuit? By the barf on his faceplate. This chubby little fellow's was coated with the stuff, and there were big splashes of it on the outside, too, and from time to time a bit of it flew off. Everybody gave the trio a wide berth, given the behavior of vomit in freefall. Not an uncommon sight in Phobos, at least the tourist part. The three people were the very picture of two disgusted employees and one fat earthy with a load on. At least, that's what we hoped. If only we could get Jubal to curse and wave his arms around and protest that he'd get us fired, the picture would be perfect. But Jubal was sound asleep. Did I mention that sometimes my mom can be a little scary? She pushed into my trailer, glanced at Evangeline, who pointed forlornly at the far corner of the room. Mom looked over there, at Jubal snoring peacefully. I think her eyes widened a bit. I can't be sure. Then she faced me. She sighed. Tell me about it, she said. We filled her in on the story, such as it was. I'm sure glad we had Jubal there with us, or I wouldn't have believed it myself. Mom heard us out, and then was silent for a few minutes. "Okay," she said finally. "We've got to get him someplace secure." "Preferably with some gravity," I pointed out. "Evangeline, do you have any more of that dope?" "Mrs. Garcia, Hon, it's Mrs. Strickland Garcia. But if you're going to be seeing my son, I'd prefer it if you called me Kelly." Evangeline had a hard time, but eventually choked it out. "Kelly, I don't use that stuff. I don't do any drugs. I just know, Evangeline, I don't care about that right now. In fact, right now, I'm glad you had the contacts. So do you have more?" "I can get it." She handed Evangeline a wad of money. "If possible, get something that will sedate him without totally knocking him out. We need him able to answer questions, at least as much as he's ever able to. Lord help me, I'm brokering a drug deal with a teenager. Never mind. While you're out, rent a suit. Short, portly would be my guess. And pick up a can of soup. Vegetable would be good. Unless you have some, Ray." "Soup. Close your mouth, son. Some of the garbage in this dump might drift in. Never mind. Soup, Evangeline. And scissors and a razor." "That I've got, Mom." She favored me with a half-smile and touched my cheek. Well, I did need to shave. Sometimes every other day. Evangeline left, and Mom and I extracted Jubal from the safety web. She set me to work shaving off his beard and cutting his hair short. I ended up with a completely different Jubal, one I'd never seen before. Nobody else had either, which couldn't hurt. "It will fool people, but it won't fool scanners," Mom said. "But I have an idea about that." Lord, she hated those things. You never knew when one might be probing your eyes, scanning your irises like the UPC code on a packaged steak and comparing it to the Universal Identity Database. Evangeline came back from her shopping trip, and we all worked together to stuff Jubal into the suit and get it fitted as best we could. His eyes were wandering around. As a precaution, we tethered him in place with a few tie-downs hooked to rings on the suit. "What have you got, Evangeline?" Mom asked. "Pills, still in the bottles?" Mom read a few labels, Googled the names, and settled on a little pink one. Evangeline got a water bottle, and Mom gave Jubal the pill. "Stop her," he said. "Stop who, Jubal?" I asked. He shook his head, looking groggy. He worked his mouth a few times, his eyes rolled around. He tried again. "Stop her." We all looked at each other. "Not stop. Her," he said desperately. "Stop her. Where's my stopper?" "Does he mean a stopper like a cork?" Evangeline asked us. "Don't feel too good, me. My stopper. Little box I brung with me. Maybe it's under these silver pants." He started groping futilely at the outside of the suit. I went to my shelf and got the little box he'd had with him inside the black bubble. I showed it to him. He reached for it. Mom put out her hand and stopped him. "Is this the thing that makes the bubbles Ray told me about?" she asked. "This is that thing," he agreed. "I don't think you should have it right now, Jubal. I thought he was going to cry. "Please, Kelly, I have to have that thing. I have to." "Jubal, I don't think it's safe." "It's safe, I promise me." "Oh, it real safe." Then he mumbled something. "What was that?" I asked. "My fault," he said. "All my fault. But this, it's safe. Can't hurt nothing, this." He let out a weak laugh. "Harmless, this. Safe, this." Mom looked dubious, but she handed it to him. He flipped a switch on the side, and Mom winced. Nothing happened. "Safety," he explained. "It turned off now, this thing." Then he wrapped his hand around it and curled up and seemed to go to sleep. That's when somebody started pounding on the door. "You expecting anybody?" Mom asked. "Nobody who pounds." I admitted. My heart was in my throat. "Back door," Evangeline said, and headed toward it. She was still in motion when somebody started pounding on that one, too. For the first time, I saw Evangeline disconcerted in free fall, flailing wildly and smacking one hand painfully against a shelf as she tried to twist and somehow claw her way through the air back toward us. In a cartoon, it would have worked, but in real life she had to wait until her feet hit the back door, and she pushed off from it like it was on fire, coming back toward us too fast. I caught her in my arms and hugged her. She was shivering and didn't seem to notice that she was bleeding from a small cut on her pinky. "Open this door at once. I repeat, open this door at once." Mom started toward the door. I reached for her, not wanting her to be behind it if shooting started, but she was just out of my reach. She opened the little peephole and took a quick look, then slammed it closed. "A soldier," she said quietly. "Just one?" I asked. "How many do you need if he's armed and we're not?" Mom asked. "At least one at the back door, too," Evangeline pointed out. I was in no mood to give in without a fight. I had to have a plan. The pounding started again, making it hard to think. "Open this door at once," the voice said. "If they blow that door, somebody's going to get hurt," Mom said. And I knew the fight was over. And really, what sort of fight could I have put up? The closest thing I had to a weapon in that trailer was a kitchen knife. "I'm going to count to 3, the voice said. "Don't bother," Mom shouted. She looked at me. "Unless you have a better idea?" "No, Mom," I said quietly. I put my arms around her, gave her a hug. "You get the back door, I'll get the front." She started to turn, then looked back at Evangeline. "Honey, that was brave, what you did when the invasion started. But no ball kicking this time, okay?" "No, ma'am, I promise." Mom nodded sadly, and we went to open the doors. I just opened the back one when the guy at the front shoved his way in past Mom, cracking her on the side of the head in his haste to get in. I thought I might explode watching it, but Mom shot me a look that clearly said to leave it alone. I swallowed bile and did. The second guy came in more cautiously. I wondered who was the leader, the back-door guy or the cowboy. Both were large, male, and decked out in the full black fascist regalia of our conquerors, helmeted, visored, in full body armor, following their weapons into my home and pointing them at everything in sight. "You, asshole, get over there with the women," the cowboy said. I realized he was talking to me. "Cover them," he said to the other guy. He shoved his way past me and poked at Jubal with his weapon. "What have—" And he was instantly replaced by a 5-foot black hole. I saw the corporal start to turn around, looking over his shoulder. He said, "What the Just do it, Jubal, goddammit," Mom was screaming. Or at least that's how I saw it. Evangeline and Mom swarmed over me from only a few feet away, and Jubal was out of his nest of cargo webbing. My stomach lurched. The sense of dislocation was enormous, unprecedented, completely outside of my experience. I'd had a few minutes slipped out of the film strip of my life. What had happened was, Jubal missed with his second shot. Seldom had anything looked less like a weapon, but most things can be used as a weapon, and this was a singularly non-violent one. What it did was to postpone the violence. At the end of the trailer where Jubal had been, there were now 2 black bubbles held down with the cargo netting. Inside them were one fascist who'd been about to roust Jubal, and one fascist who had just seen his buddy get swallowed up by a black hole. At some point in the future, if that word meant anything in the face of Jubal's newest invention, they would feel exactly the way they had been feeling when they were encapsulated. That could be minutes from now, like what had happened to me, or months from now, as Jubal had experienced, or millions of years from now, or never. During the confusion as Mom and Evangeline made their way toward Jubal, things got sort of confused. By the time they realized what had happened, there was no way to be sure which bubble had me inside. Turning off a bubble was simplicity itself, as I'd shown by accidentally setting Jubal free. But once one had formed, there was no way to tell what was inside, or to tell one from another unless they varied greatly in size. Jubal and Mom thought I was in one of them. Evangeline was adamant I was in another one. The problem, of course, was that if they picked the wrong one, what was going to come out of it was a very confused and soon-to-be angry man with a weapon powerful enough to destroy the whole trailer. For once in her life, Mom lost the argument. Evangeline was so sure which one I was in that she actually shouted at my mom. That probably wouldn't have done any good, but then Evangeline reminded her of the stories I'd told of her uncanny sense of orientation in free fall, and reluctantly Mom gave in. So they armed themselves with the only useful weapons they could find, which were thick plastic shelves ripped from the walls, and stationed themselves on opposite sides of the bubble, because there was also no way to tell the position of the person inside the bubble. Would the soldier emerge facing them or facing away, upside down, sideways? They decided if they saw a lot of black, they'd start swinging, and Jubal was standing by to make a new bubble if the wrong guy came out. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all they had. Luckily, Evangeline was right. "They won't be the last ones," Mom said. "When these guys don't report back, somebody will come check on them. We've got to get moving." We did. Mom answered the riddle of the vegetable soup by ripping open the pouch and squirting the chunky yellow-brown stuff onto the inside of Jubal's faceplate and smearing it around. It made very convincing vomit. We spattered the outside of his suit with it, too. When we clapped it over Jubal's head and sealed it, he was far too withdrawn to protest. In fact, he seemed to feel a little more secure in a spacesuit, something he had never worn, and didn't mind at all that he couldn't see out. We tried to think of a way to get one of the soldiers' weapons, but didn't waste a lot of time on it. Even in hindsight, I don't know how we could have with the resources at hand, nor what real good it would have done us. They'd come out of their bubbles armed, dangerous, and raging mad. We decided that Evangeline and I would escort Jubal to the airlock, where Mom had a rented shuttle waiting. When we left the trailer, a few faces popped back into their trailers, then slowly emerged again like prairie dogs. There were some other people hanging around at the first corner we came to. "No problem," I told them. "Just a drunk." "No business of mine, Space," my next-door neighbor said. Obviously, most of these people had heard the pounding on my door, and some of them had seen the soldier. So some of them knew a black trooper had entered and not come out. There were probably people around my back door wondering when that guy would come out. Nobody seemed upset at the idea that something bad might have happened to the dude, but you never know what's in someone's heart. "You think there's any squealers in that bunch?" I whispered to Evangeline. "Nobody who plans to ever call himself a Martian again," she said. Still. "You're right, let's hurry." We made good time to the airlock, Mom following a little bit behind, not obviously associated with us. She would be able to keep watch on our backs to see if anyone was after us. We got into the airlock. I held the door for Mom, and we all cycled through. The outer door opened, and we piled out, Evangeline and I tugging Jubal between us. "Over this way," Mom said on the private channel we'd chosen. We shoved off through the parking lot, past hundreds of airboards to the part where private vehicles were tied down. Mom had arrived in a red and white Avis sport utility, about the size of a small city bus on Earth, the kind of thing the more adventurous tourists rent to explore the outback for a few days, comfortable and idiot-proof when the autopilot is engaged. We wrestled Jubal inside the lock, which was just big enough for 2 people. Mom was the smallest, so she squeezed in beside him and cycled the lock. When it opened again, Evangeline and I went through. Mom had taken Jubal's helmet off and was cleaning it out, and he was waving feebly. "No, don't do that thing," he said. "Leave it on. I like it better, me." I looked at Mom, who shrugged, and clamped it back down. Not what you'd call clean inside, but not opaque either. All I could figure was, claustrophobia or not, the suit and helmet might be a comfort. It's a womb-like feeling being in a suit, and most people take well to it. "You drive, Ray," Mom said. I went to the front and settled into the pilot's seat, strapped in, with Mom and Evangeline close behind me. There was plenty of room up there, and a wide wraparound windshield. "Where are we going?" I asked Mom. "Just out, for now. I've got to call into Travis, but until we can rendezvous with him in something bigger than this little jitney, I think it's best if we put a few million miles between us and—" She looked past me and frowned. I followed her eyes and saw bright light down near the surface of Mars. It expanded rapidly. "Oh, no," Evangeline whispered. And that was the first shot of the third invasion of Mars from those goddamn idiots from Earth. Evangeline and I had now seen space combat from the middle, from the bottom, and from the top. These were the best seats in a horrifying way, but if we'd had a chance, we would have missed it entirely. I had the ship in manual mode and tried to give it the little jog that would start me moving away from Phobos. "I'm sorry," came an automatic voice. "All traffic is currently grounded. Please be patient until the current alert is ended." We watched the battle unfolding. It had a certain lethal beauty. Ship's exhaust drew bright white lines across the night surface of Mars, which was 3/4 of the globe from where we were, which was almost over the city. On the other hand, after a few hours you begin to think, when you've seen one space battle, you've seen them all. Trying to make sense of it, stuck and unable to get out of there, we speculated about what we were seeing. We analyzed some of the trajectories and decided that a lot of those ships were robot-controlled. Humans couldn't stay conscious during some of the maneuvers they were making, and probably couldn't even survive the most extreme ones. Some of those ships were accelerating at 50 Gs. So maybe nobody was dying. At first. Most of it was happening well away from the city. All three of us were following everything we could on our suit faceplate stereos, naturally, and I have to say the Martian news media had gotten a lot better at this, whether or not the invaders had. They had reporters all over the place, in the deserted malls, down in the shelters, up on the surface, getting some spectacular night shots of the battle when a ship or a missile streaked overhead. It looked pretty risky to me, but I guess news people always think they're invulnerable, and always have their eyes on the prize. Pulitzer Prize. There were long periods when nothing seemed to be happening, and we wondered if it was all over. Maybe they were regrouping for the next attack. Nobody had any idea who was winning and who was losing. There were 6 hours of that. We had to give Jubal another pill when we heard him whimpering back there. Bottom line, after 8 hours of sitting in the same place and watching a lot of strangers trying to kill each other, we really could have cared less who won. The ideal outcome would have been if they all killed each other off. Then something hit Phobos about a mile away from us. Later it was determined to be a stray missile. It made quite a flash and sent up a plume of rocky debris. Not like an explosion on Earth, where the dirt goes up for a bit and then splashes back down. Everything just kept moving. A few seconds later we felt a small tremor jolt the ship. There had been a few dozen people visible on the surface around us. Now they all headed back toward the airlock as fast as they could go. None of us said anything. Something pinged off the windshield. Evangeline pointed, and I saw a tiny star-shaped pit in the super-tough Lexan. It couldn't have come from the explosion. Anything traveling fast enough to chip our windshield would be halfway to Deimos by now. "Lots of debris flying around out there," I said. You'd better believe it. Even when there was no actual shooting going on, the most spectacular display was of millions and millions of tiny particles from the explosions and the impact on Phobos, entering the atmosphere and burning up. "Ray, go check Jubal's suit again," Mom said. "I don't trust a suit I haven't checked out myself." Another hour passed. Wars have an ebb and flow, even if they're over in less than a day, as all our invasions were. We couldn't see it at first, and never got it all straight, but at some point it became clear that the operations were moving close to the city. We had made a little more than one complete orbit of Mars, and the city had crawled back around until it was almost under us again. We could see it down there, getting close to morning now, but still lit up like Miami Beach or the Las Vegas Strip. Then there was a huge explosion, and all the lights went out. 18. What can I say? My heart stopped. I stopped breathing. I cried out. I may have done all or any of those things, but I don't remember. I remember bumping my head hard off the slanted windshield in front of us. Somehow I had unstrapped myself and just lurched up, I guess. All I remember was the extreme urge to do something, and the slowly dawning realization that there was nothing I could do. All the camera feeds from below had cut out when the lights went off. Mom had been talking to Dad on the phone. That conversation was cut short. Evangeline had had Elizabeth on the line. Gone. I had been trying to raise Travis on a frequency Mom had given me. No answer. Then, a flicker here, and another flicker there. Some of the lights below came back on. Not the big, gaudy neon and laser and xenon meant to be visible from space, but just some faint glows. Power station, Mom whispered. Maybe they just hit the power station. Please let it be the power station. All the hotels and malls had emergency power. Big banks of the same sort of batteries used to power cars on Earth. Those small, faint lights should be from hotel room windows and emergency lights under the Lexan-covered malls, which would mean that the hotels and malls were still there, not smoldering ruins. Things began to come back together in about 5 minutes. Alternate transmitters were dialed up, connections reestablished, reporters began breathless stories. We watched a stand-up from a newsman in a suit standing in the middle of a mall in front of a shattered 50-foot pane of Lexan, hip-deep in debris generated by the blowout. No casualties to report here, Marilyn, at least not yet, though, as you can see, people might be down at the bottom of this mess, or possibly lying out on the surface. Everything just picked up and zoomed out of here. I had to hang on to a railing, and I was lifted off my feet. We are sealed off at the moment, naturally, but we've got plenty of air. It's getting cold. I hope rescue crews are on the way, though I don't suppose it'll help anyone who might be under all this. He paused with what sounded like a genuine catch in his throat. We'll do what we can. Back to you in the studio, Marilyn. Marilyn came on to assure viewers that rescue parties were on the way, but they were spread pretty thin, what with all the other blowouts. Marilyn looked harried and more than a little frightened. I wondered where her studio was. Somebody began a delayed feed of the events of a few minutes before. At first the camera was rock-steady, aiming at the sky. Then everything shook. The cameraman seemed to drop the camera. It lay there on its side for a moment, and we could see a fireball moving sideways across our screens. The reporter was just short of babbling. Her voice shook with adrenaline. Holy shit! There's been a major explosion. Jim, did you see? Looks like something hit the ground. I repeat, something hit the ground. Something big hit the ground about 500 meters from... Jim? I don't know the town from... Is that Burroughs High? Marilyn, it looks like one of the invader ships came down not far from Burroughs. That's right, it's Burroughs High. It just fucking crashed, came right over our heads. I don't know where that fireball came from. Nothing will burn out here. In fact, I'm fucking freezing. The cameraman and the reporter were hurrying toward the low domes of my recent alma mater. They cut to a live feed. The reporter was still breathing hard, but had established herself with a smashed dome in the background. It appears that a large piece of debris scored a direct hit on the Burroughs High School gymnasium. We could only pray. I had a lump in my throat. I had no real affection for the place. I was glad to see the last of it. All I cared about was deaths and/or injuries. We watched and listened and surfed all possible news sources, and so far there were no confirmed reports of casualties. But we all knew it would take a while. Then there was an image of home. I am standing outside the historic Red Thunder Hotel. The sun is coming up, and the full extent of this disaster is becoming more apparent. As I speak, rescue crews are making their way through the Red Thunder and all other hotels, going room to room. As you can see, this building took a heavy hit. I've counted 6 major breaches, and some other windows appear to be blown out. In the pale pink dawn of early morning, I could see what he was talking about. Something had hit the north side of the tower at the 3rd, 5th, and 10th floors. There was a piece of twisted smoking metal sticking out of the side like a broken harpoon. Smoke was coming out of the top of the building. Nothing will burn in the thin carbon dioxide air of Mars, so I couldn't figure it out at first. Then I had it. That stuff must have been very hot. If it punches through someplace, and then the emergency systems seal it off, it could start fires on the carpets or beds. It can't burn long, Mom said. I couldn't see her face very well through the helmet, but I thought her eyes looked red. Evangeline squeezed my hand tight. They're all in the shelter, she said. Isn't that what your dad said? That's right. The shelter should be okay. They'll be okay in the shelter. I felt a hand on my shoulder and almost jumped out of my skin and suit at the same time. I twisted and saw Jubal floating back there, staring fixedly at the windscreen. How long had he been watching? All my fault, he said. There was no particular emotion in his voice. It was just dead, hopeless. All my fault. I was about to reassure him that it wasn't, but then thought better of it. I saw Mom turn and stare at Jubal. What do you mean, Jubal? Because you ran away? He looked puzzled. The amount of drugs he had in him, I was surprised he could talk at all. No, he said at last. I had to do that, me. I had to take the stuff away from them before things got worse. So what do you mean? Jubal just shook his head. Then he sighed and gestured to the window. All this, it gotta stop. It gotta stop. Mom studied him a moment. Then she asked a question that would have been nonsense, asked of anyone but Jubal. Can you stop it? He frowned. He started to shake his head, then frowned again. He opened his mouth to say something, stopped himself and let his breath out slowly. I had the creepy feeling that Jubal was thinking in his own special way. I say creepy, but of course it was also wonderful. It's just that you never know what's going to come out of that box once you open it. You know there will be good stuff, but there's likely to be bad, too. But if anyone could deliver a miracle here, Jubal was the one. The killing. It has to stop, he said finally. No more killing. An hour later, the Space Traffic Control Center judged the area within 50,000 miles of Mars was reasonably clear. The advisory said that combat operations seemed to have ended, and most battle debris had either impacted or left the area. I started easing the ship slowly away. Traffic was tight, as everybody else who'd been grounded for all that time hurried to shove off and get back down to find out what had happened. There were still no phones. We called Dad and Elizabeth and Evangeline's family every 5 minutes. We are hard at work to restore your phone service to the high standards you are accustomed to, so please bear with us. So what do we do now? I asked. Mom looked troubled. There were several things that needed to be done, and it wasn't possible to do them all. We needed to get away from there, far away, with Jubal. We also needed to get to the surface to find out what had become of our families. I guess we still need to get out of here, she said. Evangeline, what do you want to do? This isn't your fight. I could see she was torn. She wanted to know about her family, but she also wanted it to be her fight. She wasn't part of our weird family, which included Jubal and Travis, but I was pretty sure she wanted to be. Before she could answer, we got a phone call. Just sound, no picture, that changed everything. Kelly? Can you hear me, Kelly? Ray, Evangeline, anybody who can hear me, please pick up. I'm here, Manny, Mom shouted. Oh, great. I'm okay. I've accounted for all of the Redmonds. Are you guys doing okay? We haven't been able to get any news from Phobos. We're fine, Manny. I don't think anybody got hurt. Where's Elizabeth? I don't know, hon. I've got calls out, but things are very patchy. I don't know how long this connection will last. I'll let you know as soon as I know anything, of course, but I'm pretty busy here with damage control. There are 5 dead so far. Oh, my God. Don't know if they were guests or staff. It's sort of... well, they were in a room that got hit. I'm getting reports of dozens of deaths and some injuries. Just a minute. Something coming in on the other channel here. There was a long silence. Okay. Kelly, Elizabeth's been hurt. I don't know. Buzz, pop, hiss. And then silence. The silence didn't last long. Mom went into emergency mother mode in a heartbeat. Maybe 2 heartbeats. Ramon, give me the code for your airboard. I gave it to her. But, Mom, you've never flown aboard. How hard will it be to find a board head willing to fly yours? She was already out of her seat and headed for the airlock. Hang on, Mom, I said. We're about a quarter-mile away. I'll bring... No time for that. I'll jump. Evangeline, do you want to come with me? No, ma'am. My family is okay. Ray will need some help. Good girl. Mom? She stopped, half into the airlock. What do you want me to do? Go north. You should hear from Travis soon. He said he'd be able to find us. Don't boost too hard or too long. If you haven't heard from Travis in 24 hours, turn around and head back. I'll have something organized by then. Remember, Travis doesn't know we have Jubal. He doesn't know anything except that I sent out an urgent message. Use high encryption when you talk to him until you're together. And with that, she closed the door behind her. I know I should have been flattered, and I was, believe me. I was also scared half out of my wits. Suddenly, I wasn't just the driver of a silly little shuttle. By the laws of space travel, I was the captain of a deep space-bound ship, crew of 2. One a girl even younger and more scared than me, one a helpless child-man genius that the most powerful people on Earth had proven themselves willing to kill innocent people to get back. I could feel it when Mom shoved off, since the shuttle started a slow yaw away from Phobos. I canceled that vector and added a little more, and we rotated until I could see her, boots toward us, moving away at a clip that was maybe a tad too fast for my liking, but not alarming. I saw her rotate to bring her heels toward the surface, saw her knees bend to soak up the landing without pushing herself back into space, saw her use tiny spurts of her suit jets to move her along the surface, not touching, until she reached a group of people hanging out around their boards. She turned and waved at us. She was very small at that distance. Everything suddenly looked very small, most especially my little ship. Soon even Mars would look small. Well, I guess we'd better get going, Evangeline said. Yeah. Still, I did nothing. Off we go, into the wild black yonder. We looked at each other. Okay. I eased the control stick forward and felt the acceleration build up. By any rational standard, one random bucket of space should be pretty much like every other bucket. Empty. Say your bucket is a cubic AU, astronomical unit, about 90 million miles on a side. Same difference as if it was a bedpan. Just space. Nothing there, no matter what size your sample is. What is so hard to communicate to people who haven't actually been out in it is how big outer space is. Say we had enough energy in potato chips and Dr. Pepper and oxygen to last us for a few centuries, and accelerated in the direction Evangeline and I were going, or any direction at all, picked at random, until we were almost at the speed of light. Say we were passing through cubic AUs at the rate of about 1 every 8 minutes, which would seem like fractions of a second to us because of the relativistic time dilation. AU after AU after AU, we intrepid explorers would have this to report. Nothing there. Actually, a few molecules of hydrogen in a cubic yard, a speck of dust too small to see, maybe 10 molecules in size in every cubic mile, and that's in the dense parts of interstellar space. We could continue on and on and on until all the food was gone and the ship was filled to the ceiling with poop, and be far, far around the curve of the universe before we had a reasonable chance of hitting anything. I mean anything. A piece of gravel, an asteroid, a planet, a star. We could fly out of our galaxy and take a long time before we hit another, and fly right through that as though it was almost all empty space, which it is. So logically, going north or south of the plane of the ecliptic of the solar system, where all the matter is, shouldn't be any different than following the well-traveled space lanes between the big globs of matter where we make our tenuous homes. Just a little emptier, just a little farther from everything that is familiar. Bullshit. It was spooky. Every second took us farther away from all that was safe and familiar. It was, I'm a little ashamed to admit it, a deeply superstitious feeling. With every second that we accelerated, that distance increased. That's right, accelerated. If it had been up to me, I'd have got up to a certain speed and then shut down the drive, coasted until Travis contacted us. But as soon as we started boosting at what a Martian would call 1 gravity, a strange thing happened. Jubal got better. He came walking up behind us, bouncing a little too high like an earthy, but he had a tentative smile on his face. He removed his helmet. "Hey, this ain't so bad," he said. "I feel kinda light, kinda funny." "It's 1 Martian gravity, Jubal," Evangeline said. "A little less than 0.4 G. "Yes'm, I figured. I kinda like it." "What about your, claustrophobia?" I said. He looked around. "About the size of a school bus," he said. "I been on a school bus, me." Evangeline and I looked at each other, shrugged. "We are on a spaceship," Evangeline said. "I thought you didn't fly." "Never have," he said. "Maybe it be getting on that thing scare me so." I'd never thought of that. Maybe it was just weightlessness he couldn't tolerate. Maybe he'd even get used to that. People do. So that's why we were boosting constantly. It was no problem with the bubble drive. We'd run out of food and water long before we ran out of fuel. There was a problem, though. If we were to rendezvous somehow with Travis, boosting for a while and then shutting down would have put us on a straight line at a constant velocity. Travis could get to us a lot sooner. Constantly accelerating, our speed was constantly increasing, and we'd be much, much farther from Mars when Travis started his search, which would make it much harder. In fact, it would have been impossible except for one thing I had thought of and called into Mom just before we were getting out of the radio range of the shuttle and the GPS satellite web around Mars. I told her I'd be riding the axis. I mean, really riding it. I got the ship aligned so that if you drew a line through the Martian North and South poles and then extended that line north, you'd find me within 100 yards of that line even if we were 100 million miles out. It took me a while, but the computers were easily able to cope with that degree of accuracy. Even at 1 billion miles, we shouldn't stray more than a mile from that line. "Good thinking, Ray," she had said. "You're really using your head." That made me feel good. What was less comforting was the thought that, at the rate we were accelerating, We'd be 1,000,000,000 miles away a lot sooner than I'd like. The hours stretched out. We realized that the critical parameter was food and water and oxygen. We took inventory. The oxygen would last us about 2 weeks. There was a good amount of water and a tiny toilet, a dry one, so we wouldn't be wasting water with that. Food was going to be a problem. Remember, if we didn't hear from Travis, there was only one thing we could do. We'd have to turn ship, blast until we were motionless relative to the solar system, then start accelerating again. Halfway there, we'd have to turn again and decelerate. We had to get back with enough oxygen. We did the math, and found that we could blast for only 3 days to leave a safety margin. 12 days out and back. We'd be mighty hungry when we got back. Food was just not something they stored much of on these tourist buses. People brought their own picnic lunches and warmed them in the microwave. There was a little pantry and a little fridge. Let's see. We got plenty of olives. Evangeline held up a gallon jar. Have they got dim red things in 'em? Jubal asked. Pimentos. Also almonds. Also unpitted. I like the pimentos, Jubal said. I suck 'em out. There were lots of nuts, cashews, trail mix, dried fruit mix, nachos, Cheetos, bags of candy, and bars of chocolate. God, by tomorrow I'll be one big zit I eat stuff like this, Evangeline said. There were also big cans of caviar, a dozen kinds of dip, and lots of boxes of crackers of various kinds, potted cheese, marmalade. I hate marmalade. There were a dozen kinds of mineral water, soft drinks, tonic water, ginger ale. What we were best supplied with was liquor, all of it in those tiny little bottles. Evangeline studied the list, a small bottle of Jack Daniels in her hand. Geez, look what they charge for this. Highway robbery. Outrageous, I agreed, and didn't tell her that the Red Thunder charged twice as much. Hotels make a fortune selling stuff like that. Give me that little bottle, Cher, Jubal said. We got ice? Ice we got, she said, opening the ice maker. We got enough ice to get to Alpha Centauri and back. So, what you drink? Evangeline, she said gently. Jubal smacked himself in the forehead. Oh, I am a polecat idiot. You too young, right, Cher? You going to card me, Jubal? He thought about that for a moment, then laughed, that big, hearty roar I hadn't heard in a long, long time, and had wondered if I'd ever hear again. None of my business, Evangeline. That's a nice name, Evangeline. Acadian. Mais oui. And my drink is vodka, rocks, twist of lemon peel rubbed around the edge. Toss me that Absolute. We all fixed drinks and sat around the little fold-down table and wrote out an inventory. We argued rationing, tried to figure out menus of the rich but scarce stuff we had. After a while I wasn't focusing too well, and we were laughing a lot more than the situation warranted. It was better than the alternative, which was worrying about what might have happened to Elizabeth. No word on that yet, and most of the news channels didn't reach us out where we were. Correction. They could have reached us, would have done so if we'd been in any kind of decent ship, but the piddling little shuttle was only equipped for reception in near-Aryan space, and we were getting next to nothing. 2 days passed. There was one deck of cards in a drawer and a Monopoly set. We used Monopoly money when we played poker, and it's a damn good thing, as I would have lost most of my inheritance in the first 24 hours. My own damn fault for playing cards with the smartest man in the world, right? Wrong. Evangeline cleaned both of us out. I wondered if Jubal was being gallant, letting her win, but I don't think so. Jubal just isn't that subtle, and the look on his face as he tossed in 3 eights he was so confident in, only to have it stomped on by Evangeline's full house, well, Jubal just wasn't that good an actor. We got our revenge, though. She had no luck at all at Monopoly, You should have heard Jubal cackling when she landed on his boardwalk hotel. We lost our taste for olives pretty quickly. Jubal still enjoyed sucking on them, and we dutifully ate them as part of the skimpy meals we had planned out. After nursing moderate hangovers following our first sleep period, we rationed the booze, too. None of us were heavy drinkers. We tried not to look at the radio too often. I had established the channel to monitor for Mom, and if she had contacted Travis, as she felt sure she could, he would know where to transmit and on what freak. We got nothing. The silence of the radio could make me sweat if I thought about it much. I just underlined how very, very far away we were from anything human. When I thought about that, I tossed the dice and brought myself back to cutthroat capitalism. What were the chances of Jubal tossing a 9 next turn, ending up right on Illinois? Is it worth my while to put up another house before he gets there? Did I have enough cash? These questions came to seem very important. Jubal had been sleeping well. His adjustment to being in a tin can a billion miles from nowhere was just short of miraculous, if you'd known him before. Gravity seemed to make all the difference, even if it was acceleration gravity. And, as Einstein observed, there is absolutely no way to tell one from the other unless you look out the window. We had pulled the shutters on all the windows long ago. Then the third night I heard him sobbing. "All my fault," he was moaning. "All my fault." I sat up and switched on a reading light. We'd folded up most of the chairs, made the rest into bunks. Evangeline and I had, of course, remained chaste, sleeping apart because we were unmarried, and Jubal had old-fashioned ideas about that. The bunks were lumpy, but in .4G just about anything is comfortable enough. All my fault. I got up and gently shook Jubal by the shoulder. His eyes snapped open and he gasped, but quickly got himself under control. "You were having a bad dream, Jubal." He rubbed his eyes and looked up at me with a wan smile. "No dream, Ray. No dream." "You want to talk about it?" He glanced over at Evangeline, who was sitting up. She swung her legs over the side of the seats and walked over to the fridge and got 3 glasses filled with ice. She set them on the table, and Jubal and I joined her. "Last bottle of Jack," she said, pouring it over the ice for Jubal, then a vodka for herself and another for me. I didn't really want it, but what the heck. We were only a few hours from the time we'd have to stop accelerating and start slowing down. I no longer looked at the ship's computer very often. I just didn't much like the speed figure, and I liked the distance from home even less. "Thanks, you, Cher. I need it." Jubal took a big drink and made a face. "So what did you mean, Jubal, my friend? The invasion?" He shrugged. "I guess that my fault, too. I thought I run away, I might stop the killing. But I'm not good at that kind of thinking, me. Should listen to Travis. He always tells me right." "Jubal, that escape was pretty good thinking. I mean, it was a good plan." "It was? Sure. I'd have thought it was impossible to get away from that place. They were watching you all the time." "Not all the time." He looked a little smug. "I figured I could use those little bitty times Travis worked it out so I'd have some, what he called dignity, privacy, but I couldn't have done it without I invented that stopper." "Stopper?" Evangeline asked. "That's what I call them other bubbles. The regular kind of bubble, it squeezes. Them black bubbles, they stop." "Stop time?" "Well, it ain't exactly time. I mean, there's different kinds of time, see? The kind we use, you can't stop it and you can't turn it around. But there's 2 other kinds of time, and, oh man, Ray, I can't explain it real good." "That's okay, Jubal. No matter how you went at it, I wouldn't understand it anyway." "Well, what it looked like, and what it feel like, is that time stops inside that stopper bubble. So that's what I called 'em." So for all practical purposes. Jubal thought about it. Yeah, I squinched up real tight, me, and I turned on to stop a bubble, and soon as I touched that button, there I am with you guys, and I'm falling and puking. Sorry about that. I thought about it. What if I hadn't thought to use that little gizmo you sent me? Jubal smiled. Well, then, if the guys say the universe will stop blowing itself up, if the whole shebang come to a stop and then start to fall back on itself in 50 billion years or so, and it all fall back into a new cosmic egg all ready to be born again, why, there I'd be, sitting right on top of that cosmic egg, me halfway through a Hail Mary. That brought a moment of silence. Evangeline broke it. And that didn't worry you? Why worry? Jubal wanted to know. Time, it ain't flowing, ain't no way to worry, no nothing to worry about. Course I did wonder what would happen to my soul. Do souls care about time? I ain't figured that one out yet, me. And anyhow, not ever coming out that bubble be better than sitting around the way I was. I had to stop all the killing. Like I said, it's all my fault. The invasion. No Evangeline's share. Oh, that probably my fault, too. They was trying to catch me. I remembered that Jubal didn't know we'd been invaded not once, but 3 times, and decided that wasn't something he needed to know. Not just yet, anyway. That we had all been picked up and tortured was something he didn't need to know. Ever. And anyway, I never went to Mars. It's the other thing that's all my fault. What would that be, Jubal? Why, the big wave. The tsunami. I looked at Evangeline and saw she was looking at me. Jubal, I began. It was a ship, Ray. One of them starships went out a long time ago. You're sure of that? Nothing else it could be. Somebody went out there long, long way and stopped hisself, turned hisself around, and headed back home. Then something go bad. Maybe all the people on that ship, they get sick and die. I don't know. Whatever. The ship just keep on going. Brain in that ship, it probably navigate its way home, but don't nobody tell it to stop. Ain't no way it hit the Earth on a accident. Take good aimin' hit a planet that speed. Real good aimin'. I should have thought of that, me, before we give it to the world. All we thought about was, don't let no crazy people get hold of no bubbles so's they can't explode 'em. Should have thought of that thing. Those bubbles, they aren't a good thing. Wish I'd have never have thought of 'em. All my fault. So we were back to the old argument. Were Einstein and friends responsible for Hiroshima and Islamabad, etc.? Up to you, judge it for yourself. Personally, I couldn't hold Jubal responsible for the tsunami. Of course, some would. Do you have any idea of who it was, Jubal? Evangeline asked. No idea, me. Maybe Travis will know. Last time we talked, just before they cut us off and I started planning to bust out, he said he'd look into it, him. That would have been a good time for Travis to call, but in fact it wasn't for another 2 hours, as I was just getting back to sleep that the phone rang. 19. I'd set the ship's comm unit to an old-fashioned ring, since none of us saw the point in wearing our stereos when we had no net connection. It rang once, and I sat up with a jerk, and then it began its message. Travis Broussard, calling for Ray Garcia Strickland and Evangeline Redmond. Come in, Ray and Evie. Travis Broussard, calling for... and repeat. I hurried to the front of the shuttle and grabbed the mic. Ray calling Travis. Ray calling Travis. Come in, Travis. We're reading you loud and clear. I said that several times, then shook the sleep out of my brain and set the transmitter to repeat the short message. No telling how far away he was, but it could be very far indeed if he was using a directional antenna pointed at our extrapolated position. There could be quite a time lag. There was also no telling when he'd be close enough to pick up our weak signal, but Travis always had the best equipment available, and if any ship could pick us up from out here, he'd be the one. He was also the best space pilot I'd ever known, something I'd held close to me in the darkest hours of doubt, early in the morning for the last few days. He'd get to us. It was 10 minutes before the reply came. "I'm reading you, Ray. Good job of flying, my man. You're within about a half-mile of the line I projected, and only about 10,000 miles farther away than I expected you to be." I had nothing to say to that. With a computer and an autopilot, anybody can be a great pilot, as long as you're traveling in a straight line. Travis's job, it turned out, had been a lot harder. "I was on my way back to Earth, see about finding out some things, when your mom's message came in. Sorry I couldn't be faster. I had to cut a cord across a lot of empty space. Lonely out here, huh? Over." "Elizabeth," Evangeline hissed in my ear, her fingers digging into my arm. I nodded. I'd been there already. "Roger that, Travis. How is Elizabeth? Over." Long silence. I forgot to turn on the timer, but it turned out to be around 30 seconds before we heard from him again. So he was closer than I had thought. "Elizabeth will be all right, you guys. Hell, she was working with the volunteer rescue crew, and she was working her way through some debris to get to a guy who, turned out to be dead. She had to have known he probably was, but she kept at it, and she picked up a tear in her glove. Got a pressure sleeve on it. Got hung up trying to get out. Hell, there's no easy way to say this. She may lose the hand." Long silence. Then, "Over," he said. I gulped and looked at Evangeline, who was crying. "Copy that, Travis. Is everyone else okay? Over." 30 seconds. "All your family members are okay. They were all pretty busy last time I talked to them. There was a lot of damage, lots of stuff to clean up. I don't know if you've heard a casualty report. Last I heard, it was over 100, with a few dozen still missing and presumed dead. Most of them are natives. Martians. Over." "My God," Evangeline said. I couldn't think of anything to say for a moment. That was okay, because Travis resumed in a few seconds, in spite of the over business. Might as well give you some more information. Your countrymen are not taking it lightly. Some of the black ships have landed again, and they're not being welcomed with open arms. There have been riots. A few of the troops were killed in the blowouts, and Martians got their guns, so the locals are not entirely unarmed now. They've killed a few of the soldiers, and the soldiers have killed a few Martians. I wouldn't call it an all-out fight. There's too much damage to clean up and too much worry about causing more blowouts, but tempers are, as they say, running high. I wouldn't wear any black clothes if I was out there in public pressure. In fact, most people are wearing red. Over." I glanced at Jubal, who had popped another pill after his disturbing dreams. Just as well. I'd be able to tell him that Travis was coming to the rescue without upsetting him with more stories about death and injuries. Oh, my poor sister. "Roger. Travis, I don't know what Mom told you, other than to come get us. Over." 29 seconds silence. "She didn't say much, except that y'all had to run. I assumed it had something to do with the invasion. Over." "It does, in a way. You know the thing we don't ever talk about? I probably shouldn't say any more over an open channel. Over." 29 seconds. Then 35. Then 40. I was about to call again. "No fucking way," he finally said. There was a small note of hope in his voice. "Way," Evangeline said. He'd hear that in 14 seconds, but he went on. or had gone on, considering that we were hearing his words 14 seconds after he spoke them. "Okay," he said, taking a deep breath. "Okay, this is great news if you're saying what I think you're saying, but I'm afraid I have— Oh, hi, Evangeline, nice to hear your voice. Like I was saying, I've got some bad news. I have company. I don't know where they picked me up, but I've got 3 black warships only a few miles behind me. I've been pulling 2Gs for 2 days. I should catch up to you in a few hours. Should I— I shut up because he was still going on. They'll be catching up at pretty much the same time. Obviously, they've been following me to find you, and hell, they're listening, so we might as well say it. Is what we don't talk about aboard? Over. Roger that, Travis. Should I keep boosting? Should I cut the drive? You should know that he will get very sick and very scared if I cut the boost. Over. Pause. Fuck me if I know how he's surviving the trip at all. You must be a miracle worker. No, you might as well keep boosting. You don't have to worry about consumables anymore. I've got plenty on board for all of y'all. Not that it'll matter much, because as soon as I get there I expect we'll all be captured. Right, Captain whoever the fuck you are on that command ship? Short pause, but no one on the black ships answered him. Over, he said, sounding infinitely sad and tired. But Travis, can't we do something? I mean, we've come so far. Over. Evangeline covered the mic with her hand and whispered in my ear. Hello? Anybody home? He just told you the assholes are listening in. Do you think he should be discussing tactics with us? Oh, maybe he's got a few tricks up his sleeve, she said. Travis usually does, I whispered back. I'm open to suggestions, Travis said. But if you have any, it might be best if you wrote them on a piece of paper, tucked it in a bottle, and chucked it over the side, if you get my drift. Here's the situation as I see it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Captain Shitbag on the SS Snotbucket, and all y'all on the other 2 ships, too. We had 2 big advantages. The 3 black ships could have blasted us to hell and gone, but they wanted Jubal alive. And they were warships, not cargo carriers. They had no means of grappling us, no way at all to capture us without risking violence that would kill us. They could chase us forever, but they couldn't stop us. We had 2 big disadvantages. First, we were unarmed. What can I say? Travis asked defensively. When I had this ship built, I never thought about having to fight pirates. I got no laser cannons, no blasters, no space torpedoes. I got a good shotgun, a rifle, and 3 handguns. That's it. The second drawback to our situation was that we had nowhere to go. They might not be able to stop us or capture us, but they sure as hell could follow us. Forever. Where we were heading, there was nothing at all. Behind us were all the possible ports of call, and every one of them would be infested with more black ships alerted by these fellows waiting for us to land. We might fly around for months, but eventually the food and oxygen would run out. Stalemate, I said. Well, no, Travis said. Not even a Mexican standoff. It's a traveling siege. Sooner or later, they'll wear us out. All we can do is decide when. Situation like that, Evangeline said. Best thing to do is put it off as long as possible. Something might change. I agree, Travis said. You hear that, Captain Scrotum? We're not turning ourselves in just yet. What I'm going to do is rendezvous with my friends, take them off that flying bread box, and then turn around and head for home. Maybe somebody else will be in control when we get back. We can work a deal with them and watch them shove it up your asses. Maybe the mass-murdering pimps who are paying your wages will be too busy fucking your mother to pay attention to you. Of course, they'd have to tie a dirty toe sack over your mother's face to fuck her. Neither Captain Scrotum nor Captain Shitbag nor any of the other colorful captains Travis addressed over the next hour had anything to say. Maybe their feelings were hurt. Probably not. Over the next half hour, the time lag gradually lessened. We didn't use the radio much, as we didn't have anything to say that we wanted Captains S and S to hear. Just a time check now and then so the ship's computers could calculate the rendezvous. Finally, Travis's ship hove into view beside us, and we got our first look at it. I'd heard about it, but never seen it. It was pure Travis. He'd based the design on an old movie, Destination Moon. It was sleek and silver, and had 4 landing fins because it was designed to enter the atmosphere of Earth, or Mars, or even Titan, and come down on its landing jets. It was quite large, maybe bigger than the black ships. It wasn't the largest private space yacht, but it was up there in the top 20. Written on the side in old cursive, like the U.S. Constitution, was the name Second Amendment. Evangeline had gotten Jubal prepared while our ships matched speeds. He was in his suit, but not his helmet. He was shivering and holding a sturdy barf bag up to his face. We cut thrust at the same time and drifted side by side. I turned on the headlights and rotated the ship to the sounds of Jubal's volcanic heaving. A cargo bay was opening on the side of the Second Amendment. Inside was a land-space vehicle in the same family as my nameless little shuttle, a boxy thing like mine, but slightly larger. As I watched, it crawled forward, extended its front wheels over the lip, and then, with a little spurt of its jets, moved past us and into the darkness, presumably into interstellar space, as we would have no place to put it and no way to find it later. Expensive throwing something like that away, but Travis had said not to worry about it. I jetted forward and into the bay. It wasn't meant to be entered while in space. Normally a crane would lower it to a planetary surface, or it would be used as a lifeboat, but there was enough room for me to ease in and position the shuttle in the center of the cargo bay. "You clear of the door?" Travis asked. "All clear," Evangeline said from the back. "Closing doors." I couldn't see anything, but Evangeline told me when the doors were shut. Resuming acceleration. Slowly the thrust built up and the shuttle settled down to the floor. Then it came on stronger until it was half a G. "Don't get out yet, guys," Travis said. "I'm watching." "Damn. Oh, well, it was a long shot." "What's that?" "I was hoping one of those guys back there might hit my shuttle. I tried to get it in the right position. Maybe they wouldn't notice it. They were 5 miles back. Like I said, a long shot. Okay, I'm pressurizing the bay." We could see the air rushing in as water condensed and froze into hard little ice crystals. Then we could hear it. A green light came on, and Evangeline and Jubal went into the bay, Jubal holding a second barf bag like a holy rosary. It cycled, and I went through, helmet in hand. They were already hustling toward the airlock elevator at the front of the shuttle. It was cold in there. Frost had formed all over the shuttle, but heated air was flowing all around us and melting it where it dripped onto the rubber non-skid floor. We all 3 squeezed into the airlock, which sealed, and immediately rose 5 decks to the bridge, just under the pointed nose of the Second Amendment. Travis was there when the door cycled open. Jubal practically leaped into his arms, sobbing and shouting with happiness. Travis was grinning like a fool, slamming his hands against Jubal's broad back. Evangeline and I hung back. I looked at her, and she wiped away a tear. Then Jubal and Travis were beckoning to us, and it was a very small but very happy little party there for a while. Jubal didn't want it to stop. He was babbling happily, trying to tell all of his story at once, in no particular order, much of it in Cajun French. But Travis brought us all down to earth, so to speak. The bridge was a wide, comfortable cylinder, like a wheel of cheese. There were sofas and tables around most of it, with about a quarter devoted to the captain's chair and a control console array. There were windows all around, but they were closed. He had drinks laid out on a table and some snacks, mostly crackers and cheese. When we'd stopped laughing and explained about our diet for the last 3 days, Travis produced sliced ham, bread, mustard, and apples from a fridge concealed in one wall, and we all made sandwiches while Evangeline and I brought him up to speed. "Okay," he said at last. He produced a video screen on another wall, and we looked at 3 black discs, about evenly spaced, outlined in bright, flickering light like a solar corona during an eclipse. I knew they were the saucer-shaped black ships seen from the top, accelerating along with us. Actually getting closer, it looked like, as the distance between them was gradually increasing. "They're moving up," Travis confirmed. "They'll have us surrounded in about 30 minutes. They're taking their time. No hurry. They'll get us boxed in, and then I guess they'll make their move if they've got one." "Do you think they can do anything?" I asked. "I haven't been able to think of anything. Not and be sure of getting Jubal alive. Even if they had some sort of grappling equipment, and I'd bet $1 billion they don't, it would be easy for us to keep jigging and jagging away from it. Too risky. Too many things to go wrong and destroy both of us." "So we're ouch!" Evangeline glared at me and rubbed her arm where I'd pinched her. I'd never impressed on her strongly enough that Jubal was depressed by blasphemy and obscenity, and she'd forgotten. "I don't know," Travis said. "I figure if they're ever going to talk, it'll be when they're alongside. Then they'll make whatever offer they're going to make. Jubal, tell me about the black bubbles, what did you call them?" "Stoppers," he said. "See, they ain't really no bubbles at all, no. I mean, they look like bubbles, so that's what I call them. But they really— the word the other folks use for 'em is superstrings, but that's stupid. They ain't strings, and they ain't super." "I thought superstrings were incredibly tiny," I said. "Tiny don't signify," Jubal said, shaking his head. "Something got 16 dimensions all twisted up in a way? Well, it make my head hurt when I think about 'em, so I don't think about 'em much. But you can unscrew 'em some. They can unfold if you know how to give 'em the right twist." He opened an imaginary mason jar in the air. "But why are these different from the first kind?" 16 dimensions, Jubal said. 4 squared. 4 of 'em is time dimensions, different kinds of time. So if you unwind the string a different way, the stuff inside it— He frowned. "Inside ain't the right word. The bubbles don't have no inside, see? They's not even really all here. The silvery part you see is just the part that sticks out from where they really are into where we really are." He looked at us hopefully. "So where are they really?" Travis asked. "I ain't figured that part yet. Some other infinite universe, or some place make us look like little beatsy amoebas in a microscope?" "Amoebas?" "Oh, amoebas. Anyway, I ain't thought about it much because it hurts my head. But I figured how to unstring one of them strings so that it can be any size. Didn't know what it'd do to something inside it. Killed rats, it did." I remembered that the rat they'd placed inside a squeezer bubble had turned into a fine gray powder. "And if you can make 'em any size, what's inside can be squished real right. That's the squeezer bubbles." "And the stoppers?" "Well, time is different in 'em. Maybe time is zeroed out. I still haven't figured all the equations for that one." "Why'd you make it?" Evangeline asked. "Oh, dumb question. You made it so you could escape." "No, ma'am. I made it because I don't like frozen fish, me." There was a suitable silence. Travis sighed and made a go-ahead motion toward Jubal. He was used to this. "Lots of fish in them Falkland Islands. I like to catch 'em, me. But some days I don't catch any, and then if I want fish, I got to take some out of the freezer." "Jubal, they'd have flown any kind of fresh fish you want in if you'd asked for it." Jubal stared at the floor. "I don't like to ask for stuff, and I like to catch my own. Tastes better. But you know fish. It ain't as good the second day, and the third day, whew, forget about that thing. So I wondered how I could keep fish fresh longer." It made perfect sense, didn't it, when you thought about it? But Jubal was just, warming to his subject. Keep stuff hot, too. Cook up etouffee, put it in a stopper, and a year later you open her up and she still be steamin'. Never have to freeze nothing. Nothing ever have to spoil, no. Keep your drinks hot or cold, depending what you want. Travis looked at us, and he looked as astonished as I'd ever seen him. It actually was a pretty damn good idea. Of course, there were about 1,000 other ways to use a stopper bubble that the three of us could think of without breaking a sweat, some of them with scary implications. But that was Jubal. He was the theory man and the engineer. Travis was the practical one. We were interrupted by a beeping sound. Travis sighed. "Jubal, you okay with me opening the windows?" "Think I'll wear my helmet, me," he said, and put it over his head. When he was safe with whatever comfort the suit gave him, Travis opened the windows all around the bridge, and we saw the 3 black ships surrounding us. Their exhausts were so bright the windows darkened until we could barely see the ships themselves. They were equally spaced and seemed to be around the same size, which was the same size as the ones that had first landed and taken me and my family prisoner. Say a bit bigger than the Second Amendment. Travis picked up the old-fashioned mic from his console and spoke. "Captain Broussard of the SS Second Amendment, calling Captain Jerkoff of the good ship Puss Bucket. Come in, Puss Bucket. Don't you think it's about time we talked? You're bound to have a proposal for me, a threat, an offer, a heartfelt plea. You are instructed to cut your drive immediately and prepare to be boarded," somebody said in a voice that sent chills up my spine. It was a woman's voice. It was hard to be absolutely sure, but it sounded a lot like the voice that had interrogated me for endless hours and then threatened my family. "Oh, an instruction, is it? Am I addressing Captain Jerkoff herself, or are you merely a lackey? By the way, did you know it's customary by the ancient and honorable laws of the high seas and high space to identify yourself when communicating from one craft to another? Who I am is none of your concern. Cut your drive and wait to be boarded." She was trying for the calm, even voice she had used during interrogation, but there was anger there in the rising tone at the end. "Who? Getting a little cranky our way? Boosting at 2 Gs for 3 days didn't agree with you? Hard to sleep, isn't it? Man, I've got a crick in my neck, hurts something awful." Travis put the mic down and cracked his knuckles in front of it, grinning at us. He was enjoying this. I tried to smile myself, but that voice took most of the fun out of it. "You are ordered to cut your drive at once and—" "Or what?" There was a silence. When Travis spoke again, there was steel in his voice. "Or what, Captain Douchebag? Cut the baloney and lay your cards on the table. Tell me why I should cut my drive, or I'm going to keep blasting until somebody's food runs out. I've got a lot of food aboard. Enough to feed the 4 of us for about a year. How much do you have?" Silence again. Travis winked at us. "Not that much, huh? Course, at the speeds we'll be reaching, it might be enough to last 100 years back home. That would be awkward, getting back home and finding out the people who were paying you for your atrocities have forgotten who you are." "Who's bullshitting now?" she said. I saw Jubal wince. "You people have families. You wouldn't want them to all be dead when you got back." "Touché," Travis said. "So we both have to turn around at some point. But I don't see why I should do it in your custody." "Keep thinking about family, Broussard," she said, and the menace and confidence was back. "And you too, Ramon, and you, Evangeline. I'm sure you remember the things that were told to you when you were in custody. Are you really willing to sacrifice everyone who is dear to you to protect that freak?" I'd have been shocked, but I'd already been there. Once somebody threatens your family like that, you know where your real vulnerability is. Would I? Would I beg Travis to stop the boost, Get down on my knees and plead with him to surrender Jubal to these people if I thought they would hurt my family or Evangeline's? You betcha. If you wouldn't have done the same thing, there's something wrong with you. Don't forget, the worst that would happen to Jubal would be getting locked up again in a prison like the Falklands. They didn't want to kill him. They wanted what was in his head. I'd already worked it through in mine. These were people who didn't mind using any amount of force, who would drug children and actually seemed to like psychological torture. I knew without question that they'd enjoy physical torture as well, or if they didn't, they'd hire somebody who did, who was good at it, who was a Michelangelo of torture. Maybe they figured they could force the secrets of the Squeezers out of Jubal. Maybe they actually could. I didn't know. Would I give him up with the certainty that they'd use any means necessary? Sorry, Jubal. I love you, I really do. But I'll turn you in if it comes to it. But first, before I start pleading, let's hear what Travis has in mind. He seemed to have been reading my thoughts. He looked at me and Evangeline and shook his head. He covered the mic with his hand. Not gonna happen, he said quietly. We will all do whatever it takes to protect your families. Ray, Evangeline, Jubal said quietly, came to it, I'd give myself up. I done caused too much trouble already. Don't y'all worry none about your families. Evangeline looked away from him. There were tears in her eyes. Not gonna happen, Travis said again. Then he spoke into the mic. That sounded like a threat to me, Captain D. Would you mind repeating it for the recording so we can play it at your trial? Just turn off your drive, you motherfucker, or I will personally supervise the slow deaths of everyone you ever held dear. Got it, Travis said. Give us 1 hour to talk it over, okay? Are you out of your fucking... Come on, Captain. We've come this far, and we've got a big decision ahead of us. What's 1 more hour? There is one more thing you should know, she said. You understand we want Jubal Broussard alive. But even more important than that, we want to make sure that no one else gets their hands on him. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'd understand it a lot better if I knew who you are and who the no one else is. That's not something you need to know. All you need to know is that if you don't stop accelerating and allow yourself to be boarded in 1 hour, your fucking ship will be destroyed and your fucking families will still die. Got it. Talk to you in an hour. There was a short silence after Travis turned off the radio. Then he turned to me and Evangeline. First, what happens out here will have no bearing on what happens to your families. I can promise you that. I don't know if they've been rounded up. There's no way to know what's happening. But those folks on those ships out there aren't going to be sending any orders back. They're fixing to disappear. You mean? I mean, I'm going to take them out. We both jumped at the savagery in his voice. The amiable, easy-going Travis was gone for a moment. He looked away and got himself under control. Then he looked at Jubal. What do you think, Jubal? He was looking at his hands, twisting in his lap. That lady got a nasty mouth on her, sure enough. He looked up. She really kill their families? I think you can count on it. He shook his head. I didn't want no more killing. There already been enough killing, and it all my fault. It's not your fault, Jubal, Travis said. He's right, Evangeline said. I nodded when Jubal looked at me. He was still shaking his head. Travis sighed, then looked at me and Evangeline. Give me and Jubal a minute, you guys. He put his arm around Jubal and took him to the far end of the bridge. Evangeline went to the other side, keeping our backs to them, and looked out at one of the black ships. We could see a bubble on top with windows, and somebody was standing there, looking out at us. They were too far away to make out, but I thought it was a woman in a black uniform. "Want to give her the finger?" Evangeline said. I shivered. "No, I think Travis should handle poking at snakes with a sharp stick. All I want to do is run." "Me too." We thought about that for a while. Well, I actually thought about kicking myself repeatedly in the ass if I could bend my leg enough. Idiot. You're supposed to brag and swagger about what big balls you have to your girlfriend, aren't you? This is the girl who kicked an armed soldier in the nuts while you stood there with nothing but a dumb, stupefied grin on your face. What would it have cost you, popping the rod to that murdering bitch across the way? But it was too late to do it now. It would look stupid. And too late to reassure her with brave words after what you just said. All I want to do is run, idiot. "I'm glad you're here, Ray," she said, and put her arm around me. I did the same. "I'll do what I can," I said. "Idiot." "I know you will, Ray. I know you will." Well, maybe all was not lost. We heard only a few phrases from across the room, mostly when Travis raised his voice in frustration, but several times we heard Jubal sounding determined. "I don't want no more killing," he said. "Been too much killing." Then, just a little later, Travis said, "I don't see the difference. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other." Jubal said something, and I watched the reflection in the glass as Travis shrugged, but he looked a lot happier than he had. "How long do you think it'll take? We only got 50 minutes. 10 minutes? Maybe 15. "Go to it, then." He took Jubal to a section of the control panel that had only a few basic dials and a joystick on it. He turned some catches under the console and lifted it from the front. Jubal bent over and stuck his head inside. Travis came over toward us, and I laughed aloud. "What's funny?" I spoke quietly because I knew Jubal could take offense being laughed at. "He just looks like a mechanic working under the hood." Travis looked over his shoulder. I heard Evangeline giggle. "When he's done, the rascal will probably pad the bill." "Travis, don't you think it's about time you told us what's going on?" "Yeah, I was trying to convince—" "It done, Travis." Jubal had straightened up and collapsed into one of the control chairs. He didn't look happy. "Already?" Jubal didn't answer. Travis sighed, put a hand on each of our shoulders. "Might as well just do it and explain it later. This is my decision, okay?" I didn't know what else to do but nod. Travis took his seat, looked out the window at what we figured was the command ship, and picked up the mic. "Calling the unidentified ship," he said. "Answer at once." "Did you make up your mind?" came the awful voice. "No more games, no more insults," Travis said. "I'd sort of like to know your name. Is that you at the window?" He waved at the dark, distant figure. "My name is no concern of yours. Have you made up your mind already?" "Yes, we have. We've decided to take you out. That's why I asked your name. It doesn't seem right to kill someone I'm looking at without knowing her name." She could actually laugh. I hope she enjoyed it because it was her last one. "You are incredible. If you'd had weapons that can take me out, you'd have used them already." "No, you'd have used them. That's the difference between us, and I know it's a weakness, but I like to give somebody a chance to do the right thing. It's still not too late. Turn yourself in, do a little time, start a new life. There's always work for sadists." "You have 39 minutes. "No, you have 5 seconds. And the last lesson you're going to learn in your miserable life is this. Never assume a ship called the Second Amendment is unarmed." Travis clicked something on the control panel, and we saw her react. She didn't like what she saw. Evangeline and I turned around, and the other 2 ships were gone. Just gone. Travis waved to her, and we saw her turn to shout orders to somebody, and Travis clicked the thing again, and her ship was gone. 20. Jubal retired to his stateroom, refusing to talk to anyone. Travis was skulking around with such a sour expression that neither Evangeline nor I thought it was the right time to talk. There was a lot of time before decisions had to be made anyway. I didn't have the foggiest idea of what those decisions would be, or much of a notion of our alternatives, though I was chewing that over in my mind a lot. Meantime, the only thing we could do was slow down. The first thing Travis did after Jubal left us was to turn ship and start decelerating. It would take about 4 days at 1/2 G. We told Travis we'd be okay with a full G, but he said he thought he'd need us rested and alert, and he couldn't see any reason to hurry. At the end of the 4 days, we'd be motionless relative to the solar system, and then we'd have to decide where we were going. Evangeline poked around the fully equipped galley and told me Travis had been telling the truth. There was enough stuff in there for a trip to the stars. Knowing Travis, I wouldn't have been at all surprised if he'd had that in mind when he had the ship built. He planned for any contingency, including warfare in space, as Captain whoever she was had learned in her last moments of life. I asked myself how I felt about that. We'd just killed an unknown number of people, almost certainly in the hundreds. Most of them were probably just folks doing their jobs. I sure wasn't going to be hypocritical enough to say I wept for the captain, and probably a good part of the people under her command. I was glad she was dead, only regretted she hadn't seemed to suffer. But many of those people aboard were probably only doing their jobs. Maybe some of them didn't even know what the others were doing. Well, I figure you've got to choose your job carefully. Read the fine print. If it has anything to do with invading people and torturing them, find another job or suffer the consequences when those folks fight back. Evangeline was a wonderful cook. I'd had no idea, but her father was the chef at the Red Thunder, so, duh. She whipped up a jambalaya to die for and set 4 places at the table. Travis started wolfing his down, not looking at either of us. She spooned a big portion onto the 4th plate and went to Jubal's room. She came back without the plate. "He wouldn't let me in," she said, "but he took the food." I let a little time go by, let Travis get almost finished. "So, Travis, what's he mad about?" Travis tossed his fork onto the plate and leaned back. "My fault," he said, and swallowed the last mouthful. "Jubal's too gentle to hang around with me. You heard what he said. He didn't want to kill anybody." "We didn't have any choice," Evangeline said. "He knows that. Jubal's not stupid. He's just not real logical when it comes to emotional things. He was always a sweet soul even before his injuries. Now he just can't handle ugliness like that." "So that's what you were arguing about?" "Not exactly. He knew we had to do something. He was arguing we should use his new thing, his stopper bubble." Evangeline brightened. "So that's what you did? You put them in those bubbles? That means they're still alive then, right?" She caught herself as if ashamed she was relieved to find they were alive. "I mean, that means somebody can let them out when this is all over. Put them on trial for what they did? I mean, that's better than killing them, isn't it?" I hugged her with one arm. I was halfway through the jambalaya, and I wasn't hungry anymore. "That's what I did, all right," Travis said. "Jubal put his new machine in the weapons system, and we froze them in those bubbles. So they're all in there, just like they were a few hours ago. That bitch the captain is still turning around, still about to give the orders to blow up this ship. If somebody ever finds them, they'd better be ready when the bubble turns off, because she's going to be shooting at anything that moves." "Well, you look like you're not happy about it," she said. "Maybe I'm too soft, but I think it's better not to kill when you can." "I'm with you, hon, but it's really academic. 6 of one, I said. Half a dozen of the other. Evangeline, how do you figure we're going to find them? Well, we know where they were when you stopped them. That's right. We were about 1 billion miles north of the sun, traveling, I don't even remember. But it was millions of miles an hour. Now, I don't know if they kept traveling. Jubal wouldn't tell me. Maybe he doesn't know. From what you guys described, I think they might have just stopped, dead in their tracks. Remember, I've never seen one, and you say they're so black the only way we'd see them was if they blocked out some stars. Whether they stopped or kept going at their original velocity, they are a long, long way from anything. If they're still moving, they could be halfway to Polaris by the time anyone gets around to organizing a search. But you said they probably just stopped. No mass, right? Like I said, it's way too much of a physics problem for me. But take the best case for them. They're motionless, 1 billion miles above the solar system. How is anybody going to find them? She started to answer, then closed her mouth. Physics isn't her thing, but she had an instinctive feel for space and spatial orientation. Maybe that would take her to the answer I'd already arrived at. They're going to be hard to find, she said quietly. Next to impossible, I'd say, Travis said. They don't reflect light or radar. We know their position, if they aren't still moving, within about 500 miles. Now, I guess you could come out here with a really big net and start casting around. But why would they? She said. Exactly. I have a strong feeling they would be an embarrassment to whoever hired them, if this all comes out the way I'm hoping it will. Best just to forget about them. I doubt anyone even knows they were out here except for the people who ordered them to follow me, and the 4 of us. We were quiet for a while. It's really sort of a theoretical question, I guess, Travis said at last. That's why I gave in. I told Jubal if he could modify my squeezer to make a stopper, then we'd use that. If he could do it in less than an hour. He must have known he could. Anyway, in a philosophical sense, he's right. He's been in one, and he came out fine. Time stopped for him. If I'd used the squeezer, we know that everything inside just came apart. This way, they're at least potentially alive in there. Probably for a very, very long time. I remembered Jubal's image of what would have happened to him if I hadn't thought of opening the black bubble with the thing he'd sent me. Jubal inside a black bubble sitting on the cosmic egg after the biggest squeeze of all, as every atom of matter in the universe collapsed into one unimaginable thing where mass, matter, energy, time, inertia, gravity, none of it existed, and the bubble floating on top. I'm not going to swear anybody to secrecy, Travis said. Y'all can do what you want to do. But Jubal and I decided there was no reason to ever tell anybody what happened out here. I'd like to just leave it that 3 ships came chasing out after me, and I never even knew they were there. I found you guys, took you aboard, and they vanished. Well, that's what happened, isn't it? I said. The last part, anyway. I don't see any reason we have to tell anyone the story. I'll probably tell Mom and Dad, though. You go ahead and do that. I'd trust Manny and Kelly with anything. Evangeline looked at us. She shrugged. I won't miss the bastards. I may tell my dad, but I might wait a while to do it. Like I said, do what you think best. Now, anybody got any ideas where we should go? That was the question, of course. Soon we'd know if our families had been picked up, but for now we were in the dark about that. Even decelerating every second took us farther away from the solar system. Then it would take a while to build up some speed on our way back home. It would be a week before we even made it back to the region of space that might or might not contain the 3 black bubbles with people frozen in time inside them. It was then we would have to decide where to go and what to do when we got there. Mars was out. We had to assume that somebody was still in charge there, and it wouldn't be anyone friendly to us. Earth and Luna were out too, for even more obvious reasons. Where else was there? There were small settlements on and inside a few asteroids, on some of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, some free-floating space habitats near the rings of Saturn. Most of them were tourist destinations or scientific research stations. Pretty tough to hide in any of them. The rest were communities of affinity, as the sociologists called them. There was a large group of Mormons on Ceres, all Muslim colonies on Enceladus and Tethys, various New Age philosophical retreats here and there. There was New Africa on Ganymede, even harder to hide in any of those. Jubal came out of his room on the second day and acted as if nothing had happened. That was his way. He'd brood or sulk or pout, depending on how you wanted to look at it. Then it would be forgotten. He didn't bear grudges, and he didn't dwell on slights or disagreements. A day alone, and he was back. Still, we all sort of tiptoed around each other for the next day, as people who had shared in something we knew had to be done, but couldn't find it in ourselves to be proud about. Nobody talked about what we had done, and we all seemed content to leave it that way. I pretended to sleep in my stateroom, but every night when Jubal was safely tucked away, I made my way down the dim corridor to Evangeline's. It was annoying, but worth it to keep Jubal in a good mood. She did most of our cooking, helped by Jubal, who knew a thing or two. Jubal was lavish in his praise of her cuisine, which leaned heavily toward Cajun and soul food. It was a great deal for me and Travis, since both of us were helpless in the kitchen. We'd never have known it if Travis hadn't told us, but we eventually reached what we'd been calling the 0 point. That meant we were no longer moving away from the sun. Without a pause, we began to move in system again. "Lady and gents," he said, "this is as far from the sun as I've ever been. If we were in the ecliptic, we'd be out beyond Neptune." I guess that impressed him more than it did me and Evangeline. He'd grown up in an era when it would take a long time to get out here. We had always thought of Neptune as a place we'd probably visit someday, but I'd never expected to be out in this direction. For the first time since the black ships, Travis called us all together after the evening meal that night, and he got right to it. "Ray, Evangeline, I know Jubal told you his take on what is probably the worst-kept secret of this century, just what it was that hit us and caused the Atlantic tsunami." "He told us it was a starship," Evangeline said. "Had to be," Jubal said. "Nothing else that big could go that fast." I didn't say anything. The official explanation was that it was some previously unknown natural phenomenon. That was their story, and they were sticking to it. Currently, they were trying to make the math work such that it might have been some sort of ejecta from a supernova, which just proves you could always find somebody to whore for the government in any field, including astronomy. "That's what I've been working on since you guys went back to Mars," Travis said. "Obviously, it was something propelled by some sort of star drive, either the bubble or something invented by some other civilization. My money was always on it being one of ours, and now I know it was." I'd always expected it to, and that was certainly the dominant theory buzzing around the web, but it was sobering to see that Travis believed it. "Jubal told you he thought it might have been an epidemic. Maybe they got to another star system, landed, picked up some sort of virus, headed home, all died, and the autopilot just kept them blasting for home." I never liked that. If I was making an autopilot, I'd set it up to turn ship automatically when the time came and decelerate until it parked itself in Earth orbit, even if it was full of dead people. But I know some people can do some damn fool things, and a lot of damn fools were building and launching starships back when this one must have taken off. He was right about that. I'd read about it in history class. A lot of nations, not all of them with much of a history of engineering excellence, had built starships and launched them soon after it became possible to do so without busting the national budget. Some nations who couldn't afford it, piss-poor countries headed by strongmen, military dictators, or just flat-out psychotics, like the people who ruled North Korea at the turn of the century, went ahead and did it anyway, as a matter of national pride. They'd hire an astronomer to pick out a star known to have planets that nobody else was heading for already, hire engineers who hadn't made the grade in other jobs, slap something together fast and cheap, and set out for the glory of the great state of Fuckupistan. Energy was unlimited, so size was not a problem. The fastest and cheapest way was to find a smallish asteroid, hollow it out with squeezer bubbles, and use the squeezed matter to boost the ship. Build your crew quarters and hydroponic farms inside the hollow. A few of those ships were overdue. Nobody knew how many because beyond a few light-years communication was impossible, and because nobody knew how long an exploratory crew would choose to stay. Maybe some of them had landed on Earth-like paradises and had no intention of returning to Fuckupistan and its glorious leader. But most starships hadn't returned yet, because they were probably still on their way out. Even at the speed of light, star travel takes time, and we knew from the ships that had returned that there were no habitable planets within 10 light-years. There were plenty of groups with a grievance who made hollowed-out asteroid starships, too. You could buy one for only about $100 million unfurnished. I've been looking at those to see who could have done it, too. It had to be a big one, not one of those economy jobs the real nutcases took off in. Even at the speed of light, the Second Amendment wouldn't have nearly enough mass to do the damage that was done. Neither would a ship the size of the Sovereign. It had to be a fairly big rock. But it could have been an accident, right? I asked. Travis shook his head. I wanted to believe that. And the one thing that bothered me about the suicide flyer scenario was that there was no message attached. Something that big, you want people to know it was you who did it. But nobody stepped forward to claim responsibility. He waved his hand. Check that. 100 groups of nuts have claimed responsibility, just like they always do, but not a one of them has any credibility. Nothing but wannabes. If there was somebody on the ground who knew this was going to happen, it would have made sense to brag about it a day or two before it happened. It's not like flying an airplane into a building. You can't shoot it down. You can't even see it coming, it's moving so fast. So why not taunt the people you are planning to hit? Why not get your message out, hit us, and then say, I told you so, and here's what we want you to do, or we'll bring down the wrath of fill-in-the-blank again. Nobody ever said terrorists are smart, I said. Amen to that, but still. Anyway, I moved on to, Wait a minute, Evangeline blurted. Everybody turned to look at her. A few hints of body language told me she was wishing she'd kept her mouth shut. She needed to work on her self-confidence, at least when it came to subjects like this. But she plowed on. Maybe. Well, I just thought, maybe these guys, say they're a small group, and they can't afford to buy their own ship. So they get a group of them aboard as passengers, and sometime later they take it over, kill everybody aboard. Gas would do it, Travis said. You've already thought of this, she said. Go on, I want your thinking. Well, they take over the ship, turn it around, and do what they did. Why no announcement? He asked. That's what just occurred to me. Say they're a small group, a few dozen, a few hundred, I don't know. The hijackers have to go a long way out. Then they have to slow down like we did. Then they have to build up speed again. They probably took off a long time ago. Maybe as long as 20 years ago. Go on. Okay. While they're doing all that, the group goes belly up, I said. That's what I was going to say. Let her tell it, Ray. Sorry. It's okay. Anyway, like you said, they don't have to be very smart, and the trip doesn't seem very long to them because during a lot of it, time is hardly passing at all because of the... what's the word? Lawrence Fitzgerald contraction, I said. No, that obsolete, Jubal said. You talking about time squeezing. Yeah. They're gone 20 years, but it only feels like a year to them. They get back to the solar system and their group is dead, and they don't even know it. And there's no way for them to find out, Travis said, smiling. No way for them to communicate, call Uncle So-and-so, and even see if what they're hoping to accomplish might even have already happened. Idiots, Jubal muttered. Exactly. It works out as a classic 9/11 situation. One relatively good planner who got away with it because nobody was expecting it. Maybe a dozen others who are mainly idiots, plus some aggrieved idiots on the ground who may have blown themselves up in a bomb factory, or all got caught at something, or just got old and tired of the whole terrorist lifestyle. It's a young idiot's game, not an old idiot's. Anyway, like you say, Evangeline, that answered my question of why there was no warning on the ground. He let us think that one over for a while. On the ground, I said finally. Travis pointed his finger at me. Bingo. I thought about myself sitting in the control room of a starship that's moving so fast you can't see anything out the front window. Only way you know you're approaching Earth is the ship's computer says you are. It's tough to put yourself into the head of... Wait a minute, Evangeline said. Why can't they see anything out the front window? She looked around at us. Maybe I'm dumb. No, Cher, not dumb, Jubal said with a chuckle. Everything up front been blue shifted. No more visible light. Okay, I am dumb. What's blue shifted mean? Have you heard of the red shift? Travis asked. I think somebody mentioned that in science class. Something about all the galaxies moving away from us? That's right. All the galaxies we can see are moving away from us, and the way we can tell is that the light coming from them is shifted into the red end of the spectrum. It's like when a train goes by. It sounds higher when it's coming toward you and lower when it's going away. I remember that. Works the same way with light. The light gets stretched out, it becomes redder. The farther away it is, the faster it's moving away from us. Out at the edge of the universe, some of them are moving away at close to the speed of light, and the light is shifted way down into the infrared. If it's coming toward us... Wait a minute. I've never understood why they're all moving away. Why aren't some of them coming toward us? Those galaxies way out there, they've been moving away from us for a long time, right? So, what happened? Did some really, really big dinosaur fart? There were a few seconds of silence. Then Jubal whooped. Did I mention that Jubal has what you might call a low sense of humor? He's not much for jokes or puns, but he loves a whoopee cushion. And once you get him started... He roared. He giggled. He literally fell on the floor and rolled. After a weird moment, Travis began to laugh too, then me and Evangeline, though her face was pretty red, wondering if we thought she was stupid. I kept trying to tell her it was okay, but I was laughing too hard, and she eventually realized nobody was laughing at her. It was one of those situations where you feel you've almost got it under control, then somebody will laugh again, and you start all over. Laughter is a real contagious thing sometimes, and after a while it becomes painful, but still you laugh. Until finally you are all sitting there, worn out, still being hit by little waves of giggles. I know, it wasn't that funny, but you had to be there. You had to have been through what we'd been through, and probably you had to be facing the bleak choices we were facing. Anyway, it helped. Lord, how it helped. I felt more emotionally cleaned out than any time since I cried after seeing that dead tiger. Travis finished his lesson, Red Shift 101, and then moved on. Blue Shift is exactly the opposite, he said. Something is coming toward you real fast. The light waves get compressed, they get bluer. They go into the ultraviolet, then into X-rays, and finally gamma rays when you're moving really fast. Same thing with radio waves, I said. Bingo again. So I started... Well, let's go back to the bridge of that starship, the SS Tsunami. A human can't fly it. Forward, you can't see anything. The light has been shifted up out of the visible spectrum. You've got a computer that's making some really, really tough calculations. It's putting together some sort of image from the hard radiation coming from in front. It knows where the sun is, and has an idea where the Earth should be. But it's not getting as much information as it's used to. Probably not anything usable from the solar navigation arrays. Those are the satellites in solar orbit, I said. Like the global positioning. Got it, Evangeline said. He's flying by dead reckoning and inertial records and probably a lot of prayers to whatever god he worships. But how accurate can he be? Jubal worked on that problem, and I got some other friends to work on it too, and the answer we came up with independently was, he was lucky to have hit the Earth at all, if lucky is the word. One, he's been traveling for a long time, a long distance. Determining your current position is everything. And if you're off by a few feet a light year away, it's going to add up to thousands of miles at your destination. 2, things are happening fast. He'd be crossing the distance from the Earth to the Moon in less than a second, every second. He will, or the computer actually, will try to make course corrections as far out as possible, because it will have more effect out there. You try to deflect something the size of an asteroid from a point close to your target, you'll need a lot of thrust. 3, not only is it moving fast, but he's slowed down. Time has contracted for him. Every second for him and for the computer is a week for us on Earth. The computer is compensating for that, but it's one more thing to complicate the equation. Oh man, I said. I don't see how he managed to hit his target at all. I don't think he did, Travis said. Or not the one he was aiming for, anyway. Take a look at this. He turned and called up an image of the Earth on a big screen. A line appeared, and I was taken back to that awful moment in the gym when it all began. It was the image left by the remains of the starship and some cubic miles of seawater that had instantly smashed into hot plasma with the impact. Travis worked a cursor, and the line extended itself down to the southwest. Here's the incoming path. Here's the point of impact. Now draw a diameter around the Earth at right angles to the path. That all happened, and then the picture zoomed in, and the globe turned a bit. Now I'm going to move the point of impact over Washington, D.C. That happened, and the line that traced the path of the ship moved with it. What do you think? Evangeline and I stared at it. The line began in D.C. and passed over Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston. You're kidding, Evangeline breathed. I wish I was. I can't be sure, of course, but it looks to me like these guys, wanted to impact Washington. I'm no physicist, but I figure the whole city would be vaporized. How far that damage would reach, I don't know. It might depend on how shallow the impact was. It might skim right along the surface, plasma hot as the middle of the sun, all the way to Boston. Instead of 3 million dead, we might have had, I don't know, 50 million, 100 million, plus you might still get a tidal wave that would hit Europe. I just don't know. I can't make my mind wrap around that much evil. But I think he missed. We pondered that for a while. He was right. It was hard to even imagine. So we got lucky? Almost. Just a little bit more inaccurate, and he'd have missed us entirely. My gut feeling, he got lucky to hit us at all. But he wanted to do more. I remembered something else. Wait a minute. You said you knew this was intentional. So far all I've heard is speculation. He probably did this, he might have done that, he got lucky. Travis nodded. The message, Evangeline said. Bingo 3 times. I imagined him in there. He's busy as a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest, trying to keep it all straight in his tiny little head, monitoring the computer, probably worrying every time the computer set off a correcting boost, saying his prayers. The seconds are ticking down a week at a time. Then, oh my God, I forgot to send out the message. They have to know who did this. I, whatever my name is, the greatest terrorist mastermind and hero of my people or my cause, dealing out death to those who deserve it. How else will they sing my praises? So he sends the message out at the last minute. And we got it? Some people did. It took them a while to figure out where to look, and when they had it, they kept it to themselves. They don't know how to deal with it. If they asked me, I could have told them, you can't deal with it. There's no way. We don't even know if this guy was the first. Anybody less accurate than this guy was, we'd probably never have even seen him pass through the solar system, not even if he only missed by 1,000 miles. If one was on its way right now, this instant, we could do nothing. We'd have a fraction of a second response time. The people in control, the handful who know the full story, they just hate that. Hate it worse than normal people do because control is everything to them. I think that's another reason they want Jubal back so badly. They think he's the only one who can find an answer. Jubal shook his head, sadly. Ain't found one so far, me. But how did you find out? I asked. Same way things usually get done. Connections. I know a lot of people at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I realized that if a message was sent out, it would arrive as X-ray or gamma-ray bursts. So I found an old friend, and he didn't want to tell me, but I can be persuasive. Turns out they went back and checked some astronomical instruments that look for those things. There was a burst just before the impact. It was in Morse code. They had to process it a lot before the message came out. He stopped and looked down at his hands. Okay, I'll ask, Evangeline said. What was the message? Who did it? The message was, Death 2. We waited. Slowly, realization dawned on me. That's it. Death 2. You probably ought to put 3 dots after it, or maybe a dash, whatever you do when somebody's cut off. He got out 2 words, and then he crashed. I don't know how the others spent that night, but I kept turning it over and over in my mind. A cosmic joke. Proof that God has a sense of humor, though a pretty rough one. Well, we always knew that. Read the Old Testament. Travis told us he had made a stab at figuring out what group might have been behind it all. It was almost impossible. Something like 800 large starships had gone out over the years. Only a few dozen had yet returned. He started by eliminating the 7 octants of space where the ship did not come from. It had arrived from south of the sun, from the solar southwest, but that had been a popular area for adventurers. It had a lot of stars with known planets. He had it down to about 90 possibles, that is, ships that had gone out in that direction. Among there were 3 groups Travis thought might have decided on a destructive suicide pact. One was a Brazilian millennialist cult supported by a billionaire who had left their town deep in the Amazon, whose theology included the idea that the earth would soon be destroyed by the hammer of God, and who thought that would be a good thing. Had they decided to be the hammer? It didn't seem to jibe with the words Death 2, which sounded more angry than jubilant, but who knows? There was a group of Muslim extremists from Indonesia. Muslims were always going to be suspect in a thing like that since 9/11-2001, and they had a long history of suicide attacks. Then there were the anti-federalist extremists from the American Northwest, who had often said things like the only thing wrong with that guy who blew up the federal building in Oklahoma City last century was that he hadn't used a nuke, and he hadn't set it off at the U.S. Supreme Court. They had taken off in that direction with the announced intention of forming their own perfect all-white, all-Christian utopia and returning someday to restore America to its original glory, which I presumed would have included black slavery. Take your pick. And there was always the small cabal theory, of a group taking over a spaceship and turning it into an instrument of mass murder. Maybe even one person could have done it, your classic lone gunman. That's the theory I was leaning toward. The only good thing I could see in the whole awful mess was that no one would ever know his name. 21. The next day we all met again to try to hash out our two big problems. 1. Where to go, and 2. What to do when we got there. So far the only sensible answers we've been able to come up with were 1. The nearest neutral country, and 2. Surrender. It wasn't a conclusion we came to lightly. We wanted to protect Jubal. We didn't want him to fall into the hands of the power company, any of the unknown contending factions, the Americans, the Chinese, the King of England, the Catholic Church, an eccentric billionaire, or even the International Red Cross. We wanted to fight. Hell, we wanted to get even. We've been able to follow the news from Mars, which was not good. Occupiers were still there, though they were no longer patrolling public places. They were staying in their ships on the ground and in orbit. Now that they knew Jubal wasn't there wasn't really much point in keeping Mars, but I guess if you've worked real hard to steal something, it's tough just to give it back. Plus, they may have been pissed, too. They'd lost some people, which was one reason they weren't showing their faces in the malls anymore. It was nothing to how pissed the Martians were. The deaths seemed to have united my countrymen, and words like that were being used now. Countrymen and countrywomen, resistors, comrades in arms, patriots, Martians, down with the Earth invaders. What had been a mutter of discontent had become a roar of revolution. All the deaths had been in what the military calls collateral damage, meaning that nobody was actually shooting at us. We had been killed by stray missiles and crashing spaceships. Try telling that to the loved ones of the collateral casualties. One firebrand had this to say about it. Tell them to cram their collateral up their asses. It was murder, plain and fucking simple. Roar of applause. I was sad to be missing it all. We saw Mom on a podium, one of a group of people gathered at a mass rally, and I thought I spotted Mr. Redmond. If any of us had been taken prisoner again, I'm sure somebody would have mentioned it. They knew now where Jubal was, to within about 100 million miles. They knew that he had fled with me and Evangeline because they had chased us. Then we all vanished, dropped off the screen, and we had to stay vanished, at least until we decided what to do. We longed to call in to our families and tell them we were okay, but we had to maintain radio silence. Radar was unlikely to find us, but there was no better way to give away our location than to send out a message. So, surrender or what? Travis was beside himself with frustration. God, sorry, Jubal. People, we have one of the most powerful, effective weapons ever invented. And I don't know how. I didn't want to make no weapon me, Jubal said morosely. I know you didn't share, but ever since humans picked up a tree branch to whack a saber-toothed tiger on the snout, just about anything anybody's ever invented can be used as a weapon. And sometimes you have to fight, Jubal. I know you don't like it, but believe me, if they get their hands on you again, the power that you've unleashed will be in the hands of people who will set up a dictatorship more powerful than anything the world has ever seen." "So what would we do if we kept Jubal and his secrets?" Evangeline asked. "Set up the most powerful dictatorship the world has ever seen," Travis said, "but run by people who don't want to hurt anybody." "You?" she asked. He gave her a sour look. "Evangeline, if I wanted the job, I could have had it before you were ever born. We worked long and hard to come up with an institution where no one nation or company could control all that power. It worked for 20 years. Stopped working when I busted out," Jubal said. "Would have one day anyway," Travis assured him. Jubal didn't look convinced. I wasn't either, frankly, but I was withholding judgment on that. What Jubal had attempted in his fumbling way was to take the power away from everybody. That would have thrown the economy of the Earth into a tailspin, no question, but it wouldn't have been as bad as the tsunami, and his intent was to prevent more of those. Jubal can only think of one thing at a time, and when it's not physics, he doesn't always hit the ball out of the park. Should he have left? Probably not. But he did, and we had to deal with it. There had to be a way to do it that didn't involve handing him to these powerful interests who were willing to invade and kill to get him. But how? "If not you, who?" Evangeline pressed on. "I don't know, but this is our only opportunity." "Pretty slim one," I said. "Yeah, but it's all we have. Let's go through it again." Evangeline groaned, and Jubal just sat there staring at his hands. Here was the problem. We had the most powerful spaceship that had ever been built because it was the only one ever built with a primary squeezer machine in it. Jubal had installed it on the sly when Travis landed it in the Falklands shortly after it was commissioned. The thing people kept forgetting was that a squeezer wasn't a big device. The first one fit in your fist. The one Jubal installed on the Second Amendment was even smaller. Travis said it was like a World War II battleship going up against the Spanish Armada, but that didn't work for me. If we engaged the enemy, if we went into battle around the Earth or around Mars or anywhere else, we could slaughter them if they came at us one at a time, like the endless chumps in a kung fu movie who patiently wait their turn to take on the hero. But they wouldn't come that way. They'd come in masses, and even though we could program the computer to take them out at a pretty good rate, they could stand off millions of miles and fire a virtually unlimited number of missiles at us. We'd be bound to miss one of them, and when they saw how the fight was going, they could fire nuclear missiles. Oh yes, there were still plenty of those around. With a nuke, you didn't even have to come very close. Anything within a few miles, the shock wave would kill us. So, hiding was out, combat was out. What was left? We didn't think of a thing. We decided to sleep on it again. I sneaked into Evangeline's room again that night, and we got naked as usual, and into bed as usual, and petted as usual. But eventually we both admitted we didn't really want to make love for once. There was just too much to think about. Instead, we cuddled, and I learned that sometimes that can be more comforting and intimate than actual love-making. We couldn't seem to get close enough. We wanted to get inside each other's skin. I think it was that night, not all the previous nights of hot and heavy sex, that made me sure at last that I was in love with her. Lying there on my back, with her face nestled against my neck, her breasts squeezed against my body, one smooth and soft-skinned and muscular leg thrown across me, feeling her sweet little toes stroking my calf. It was the only place in the universe I wanted to be. I think we may have stayed that way for as much as an hour. Shifting position once in a while, not saying a word, exploring each other with our hands. And suddenly we did want to make love, and it was long and slow and gentle. When we were done, Evangeline got up and lit a candle and set it on the head of the bed, and I watched her in the golden glow as she rummaged in the pocket of her spacesuit on the floor and came up with a pipe and a bag of Phobos Red. She sat beside me, legs folded in lotus position, and lit up, then passed it to me. She held it in a long time while I smoked, then released a slow breath. "It always helps me think," she said. "We're going to need to think real good if we're going to figure out how to save civilization as we know it." We looked at each other for a moment, then burst out in a fit of giggles. "Right," she said when it subsided, "like that's going to happen." "So we have 3 choices," I said. "We make a stand of some sort, we run away and hide, or we surrender. Fight, flee, or forget about it," she summed up. "Is that really all we can do?" "Well, one of my teachers was always saying, 'Think outside the box, class, think outside the box.' The best solutions are the ones that sound crazy when you first think of them." I always thought she was full of shit. But we've pretty much decided that fighting is just suicide, hiding is impossible, and surrender is unacceptable. I'm with you there. So what other alternatives are there? Come on, let's think outside the box. We did, for 5 minutes or so, punctuated by regular fits of giggles. It was very good stuff. Okay, get serious here," she said, patting the air with her hands. "This is the most serious decision we're ever likely to make. There has to be something else." More silence. "Well, we could demand that they surrender." She giggled, then stopped herself and took another toke. "Okay, I said outside the box. That's sure outside. How do we do that?" We make a broadcast from Earth orbit. Lay down your arms, ground your ships, or you'll be really, really, really sorry." She collapsed on her back and kicked her legs in the air, howling with laughter. "God, I love you, Ray. Okay. How about we write a really nasty letter to all the Xenes on Earth. Tell the Earthies they should be ashamed of themselves for invading Mars, and they should be even more ashamed for making it so tough on poor old Jubal, who didn't never want to hurt nobody him." Appeal to their better nature. Exactly. Let's leave that one on the table a while. I was still thinking about I love you. How about political asylum? Didn't we agree that one was pretty much the same as surrendering? Who was there on Earth who could protect us? We went through the possibilities once more. The husk of the United Nations? Nah. The International World Bank? The gnomes of Zurich? Trouble was, neither of us knew enough of the political situation to know what was realistic. Travis, who did, thought Switzerland was our best bet, and it was still pretty much surrendering. How about some legal process, I suggested. You mean some international court? Yeah, there's a ton of them. Some of them are set up to handle international disputes. You mean between Earth and Mars? She looked dubious. Except, technically, Mars isn't an independent state, but I guess they negotiate with rebel groups, too. We have to declare our independence. That's up to the folks back on Mars, I said. Sounds like they're close to it, but we can't do anything about it out here. No, I mean us. The Independent Republic of the Second Amendment, Population 4. We thought about it. I get to design the flag, she said. Once more the giggles. Tell me about it. Okay, a field of red with a big silver ball in the middle. The Bubble Republic, I said. That's sure a symbol of power for the modern age. Nobody dare stand up to it. So we win. And I'm sorry to say that's about as far as we got that night. So much for thinking outside the box, huh? After a few more hits, we finally managed to get to sleep. That night remains in my memory as one of the best nights I ever had. We were far from home, and our home was in danger. Maybe all of human civilization was in danger. We didn't know where we were going or what we were going to do when we got there. All in all, there wasn't much to be happy about. But I had my love nestled in my arms, naked and soft and warm, and I was positively goofy with happiness. I recall having the glimmering of an idea as I drifted. I made a mental note not to forget it while I slept. It was important, I knew. It was a possible way out. I had to remember it. When I woke up, all I remembered was that I'd had an idea. Breakfast the next day was a bleak affair, despite Evangeline's delicious huevos rancheros. Jubal, usually an eater of vast enthusiasm, pushed his food around on the plate while praising it, as he'd been taught to do. Not even a loss of appetite would interfere with Jubal's manners. Travis ate in silence, and Evangeline and I didn't have a lot to say either. There was one bright moment. A few days before, we'd released the high-tech equivalent of a message in a bottle. It was a little rocket that held a high-power radio transmitter. Evangeline and I had recorded messages to our families. Nothing anyone could use, just, "Hi, Mom and Dad, we're alive and well as of," and the date. We had launched it behind us, in the general direction of Mars. It accelerated for 24 hours to the point where it would be impossible for anyone to trace it back to us, and then switched to transmit. With any luck, some of the ships occupying Mars might take off after it. So as we were putting the dishes into the washer, the phone dinged and Mom and Dad's faces appeared on the screen. Behind them were Mr. and Mrs. Redmond. Their faces were a mix of happiness and worry. Mom spoke for them all. "We're keeping this short, Ray and Evangeline. Travis. I don't know what all it might be safe to say, but we are so happy to hear you're alive. Oh, this is so frustrating. There are so many questions I want to ask, and I know you can't answer. So I'll try to tell you the important news here. Elizabeth is doing well. She's walking around. They had to take off her left hand, Ray. I'm sorry. She broke up, and I felt I would, too. Evangeline was crying. Dad took over. She's in good spirits, kids. She wanted to be here, but they want to keep her another day. She's very angry, as we all are, but she doesn't seem to worry much about her injury. We've seen the new prosthetic, and it's very good. They say it'll be just about as good as the old hand." Mom stepped forward again, having pulled herself together again. "We'll try to broadcast with Elizabeth tomorrow at this same time, kids. Meantime, I suppose you've seen some of the news from here. Everybody is very angry, but so far no one has come up with any idea, just a lot of talk. You know, the sort of stuff I'm good at. But I'm losing patience with talking. We don't know what you're up to out there, Travis, kids. If I know you, Travis, you've got some sort of scheme. All I ask you is this: don't put the kids in danger. I've spent all the time since you all left angry at myself for sending you out there in the first place. It's not worth it. I know how you feel about Jubal, but I don't see any alternative but to take him home and let things go back to the way they were. We can work on a political solution here on Mars and lobby for a voice back on Earth. We've picked up some support, gotten the word out about what's been happening here. There are investigations going on, and maybe something can be done, but we just don't see a solution that will allow Jubal to be free. I'm so sorry, but that's just the way it is. Travis, bring my son home to me and bring him home safe. We love you. Love you, son, Dad said, his voice breaking. They signed off. Jubal was crying quietly. That's it, he said. Take me home, Travis. You got it, Cher. Absolutely. Travis's face might have been set in stone. He got up, walked across the bridge, and pounded his fist furiously against a bulkhead until I was worried he was going to break the bones in his hand. Jubal, pardon me, but God Damn it. Here we sit, with the most powerful weapon ever made, and we can't do anything but crawl home with our tails between our legs and give it back to them. Nothing else to do, my friend. Nothing else to do. I never should have left me. I was just feeling so bad. I done read me on them boys made the atomic bomb back in that big war. They thought they was doing the right thing, yes, sir. Some of 'em, they never regretted it. But since the wave hit, I ain't had nothing but regret. Something was tickling at the back of my mind. Oppenheimer regretted it, Travis said. That Oppenheimer, he was plenty smarter than me. Atomic bomb, I said. Everybody looked at me. Outside the box, I said. Which box would that be? Travis asked. Surrender, I said. That's what I plan to do. It twists my gut into a knot, but that's all that's left. I'm so sorry we got you kids into this, but we're not kids, Travis. And I mean we can make them surrender. If I expected everybody to stand up and cheer, I'd have been severely disappointed by their actual reaction, which was pretty much no reaction at all except for Evangeline frowning as if to say this was no time for silly jokes. I kept waiting for somebody to say, "How?" I mean, the idea was so crazy I wanted a little bit of encouragement to even get it out. Nobody did. I was thinking about it last night as I was falling asleep, I said, jumping in with both feet. When Jubal talked about the atomic bombs, I thought about where they were first used, in Japan. Ain't gonna hurt nobody, Jubal said. I don't think we have to. Not even any collateral damage. What we need to do is give them a warning. Fire a shot across their bows that is so convincing, so scary that they'll let us alone. We can figure out what to do later after they're off our backs. What kind of warning would that be? Travis asked. Listen, in history class we were talking about Hiroshima. Somebody advised the President of the U.S., Truman. Right, Henry Truman. Some of his generals wanted to drop the bomb on Kyoto, the old imperial city. Somebody else talked them out of it because of its historical value. Somebody else said drop it on the emperor's palace in Tokyo. Somebody, MacArthur, said that would make the Japanese hate Americans forever. Then another idea was floated. Explode the bomb high over Tokyo Harbor. A warning shot. Tokyo Harbor is big, and there were a lot of people who lived there. Would have killed a lot of people, Travis said. Sure, but not nearly as many as died in Hiroshima. Conventional bombing had already killed over 100,000 people in Tokyo earlier that year, 1945, right? Travis nodded. So, 80,000 were killed in Hiroshima. Not quite that many in Nagasaki. Wouldn't killing 5,000 or 10,000 around Tokyo have been better than that? And a lot of Japanese would have seen it, heard it, felt it, and survived to talk about it, including the emperor. It always struck me as a better solution, or at least a better first try. If it didn't work, then you decide what to do next. Don't want to kill nobody, Jubal said forcefully. Neither do I. And if we can't figure out how to make this work, then I vote for going home. You don't get a vote, Travis said, not unkindly. Neither do you, Jubal and Evangeline. This is not a democratic ship. So until you convince me you know how to scare the bejesus, sorry, Jubal, out of the most powerful people on Earth without hurting anybody, well then, we're on our way to Mars to get you all back to your folks. I turned to Jubal. You said you could make a squeezer bubble just about any size, didn't you, Jubal? He shrugged, clearly not interested in this discussion. Mentally, he was already pacing the limits of his exquisite prison again. Any size, Cher. Big, little. Turn a big one into a little one into a big one. It don't matter since it ain't really in this universe anyway, and it don't use what we think of as energy, and the mass inside ain't really inside, not the way we think of inside. It's Complicated. So here's what I know about bubbles, I said, and began to tick points off on my fingers. They can be any size. Whatever's inside comes apart. Whatever's inside can be squeezed and the energy let out gradually. I paused. And they are perfectly reflective. And I laid it out for them. After about an hour that started out with shouting and ended with dawning realization, we shaped course for Earth. We were able to go slow getting there. The trick I had in mind could be done at any time, but would be most effective within a week of the vernal or autumnal equinox, and the latter was not far away, September 22nd. Jubal spent some of that time working on his gizmos, but it wasn't all that complicated. Meanwhile, we all discussed the plan, every possible detail of it, trying to think outside of the box, trying to come up with flaws, trying to think of every possible thing we might have forgotten. You never can, of course, so it was an edgy time. Early on, we sent out another bottle rocket with another message, this one frankly designed to mislead. We told the folks on Mars, and anybody else who might be listening in, that we were on our way home. We expected to arrive back at the dear old red planet in 2 weeks. With any luck, a great part of the fleets of the various invaders would be waiting for us there to take Jubal back into custody, or at least fight for the right to do so. That was fine with us, because it was a fight we intended to miss. With the right luck, it would be a fight that would never happen. The message from the families came back pretty quickly, reassuring us we were doing the right thing, the better part of valor, sometimes you just can't win, etc. Elizabeth was the only dissenter. "You must be crazy," she said. "If I was out there with you, I'd fight. But you go ahead and do what you think is best." She showed us her new hand, and it was a marvel. She was already picking up things with the thumb and forefinger. Honest, you could hardly tell it wasn't flesh. We eased back into the normal traffic patterns of the ecliptic so as not to attract a lot of notice from the wrong people, sort of lost ourselves in the stream of spaceships that now plied the spaces between planets. Then, there we were, hovering about 4,000 miles above the North Pole, where there was very little but GPS and spy satellites in close orbits, and no inhabited structures at all, and feeling very alone and conspicuous. Travis suggested that I should make the broadcast, since I was the one who had come up with the idea. The very idea completely terrified me. Luckily, I never had to admit to that. Evangeline scoffed right away. "Yeah, right. You keep calling us kids, so you think an ultimatum from either one of us would carry a lot of weight? It's your ship and your cousin, and you are the guys who started all this. Plus, whoever does this is going to piss off a lot of people. Ray doesn't deserve that. And anyway, everybody on Earth pretty much hates you already, so what's the difference if they hate you a little more?" Travis thought this over, then grinned, and it was clear that the idea that everybody on Earth hated him had a certain appeal. So we all sat down at the control seats on the bridge, and he aimed the camera at himself and started to speak. "Hello, y'all. It's me again, Travis Broussard. How are y'all doing? I'm here with my cousin Jubal, and first I want to tell you that our hearts go out to all of you who have lost loved ones and property in the tsunami. Your leaders haven't told you what caused it, so I guess I'd better." He summed up the one certainty we had and mentioned a few ways it might have happened. I was watching the radar screens. 5 ships have started to move from low equatorial orbit and look like they're headed our way, I said quietly. "Your leaders have just sent ships out to take us prisoner," Travis said, "but we still have a little time to tell you the truth. Some of you will blame us for the tsunami. That's okay, that's fair. We tried our best to give you this crazy source of power without making it possible for some pissant maniac to blow all of y'all to hell, and it worked for a while, but we just plain never imagined the depth of human cussedness. The only thing I can say in our defense is that nobody else thought of it either." I was still watching the screens. Projected arrival of the first ship in 20 minutes, I told Travis. Something else they haven't told you is how Jubal escaped from the Falkland Islands prison. And yeah, they'd turned it into a prison, believe me. And why he did, and what they've been doing since then. They haven't told you the truth about the recent events on Mars and what they're all about. In fact, even we don't know the whole story. All I can tell you is there are economic and political forces jockeying for the most valuable thing in the solar system, my cousin Jubal's brain. You're going to have to ask them about that. All I have time to tell you right now is Jubal is a human being, not a commodity, and he wants his life back. In a few minutes your leaders, or the people who have bought and paid for your leaders, are going to try to take us captive or, if they can't do that, kill us. They'd rather nobody have the secrets of the squeezer than let their rivals have it. 5 more ships headed our way, Evangeline said. No missiles so far. Travis nodded and went on. So far I've been talking to all the people of the Earth. Now I'm going to talk just to the people who own the warships that are heading our way, but I want all the people of Earth to listen in, so if the worst happens, you'll know whose fault it all was. None of y'all have ever really grasped just how powerful the squeezer is. I can forgive you for that, a little bit, because until recently I didn't understand it all either. If I had, we might never have used it to go to Mars, and we'd all still be stumbling around trying to make our oil supplies last another decade or so. We might just have buried the damn thing, never told anyone, and a lot of lives would have been saved. I still think I did the right thing, but I'm a lot less sure than I used to be, and I know I'll go to my grave with that question hanging over my head. Even now I'm tempted to just head out for the stars with my cousin and let y'all hash it out for yourselves without squeezer power. I'd expect you to muddle through, but I believe human beings should go to the stars no matter what the risk, and I don't know of any other way to do it but with the squeezer. So what we're going to do is show y'all something. You'll all be able to see it. It's something your leaders won't be able to hide from you. It's going to be frightening, but no one is going to be hurt. We just thought we should show you what we could do if we chose to, and what your leaders could do if they ever got a hold of the squeezer technology. And a special message to the leaders, both those obviously in power and those behind them pulling the strings. Like I said, we expected you to attack us, and that's what you're doing. We're going to take out your ships if they come too close. We don't want to, but we will. So here's your ultimatum. Call off the dogs or lose them. All of them. And believe me, we don't know who all of y'all are, but we know some of you, and if you don't surrender immediately, we are coming to get you. We know where you live, whether it's in presidential palaces or regular old mansions. We will squeeze you, you motherfuckers. Sorry, Jubal. We will squeeze you and anybody who's around you, and we'll keep coming until you all are dead. And then we'll piss on your graves and sow them with salt. So call your ships back now, and pull all your troops off Mars. When I know Mars is free of invaders, then we can sit down and talk. He paused and looked around at all of us. He had been sounding glib and even carefree, as he usually did, but his face was covered with sweat. "Squeezer technology," he muttered. "That's got to be the biggest lie I ever told. Far as I can tell, it's magic if only Jubal can do it." I had the same thought myself. "Okay, friends. Now let's see if we can pull off the biggest bluff in human history. Jubal?" We'd had to increase the dose of Jubal's medicine. This had all taken a lot out of him. He looked up vaguely, then seemed to realize where he was. "Oh, right," he mumbled. He turned to his own console as I watched the ships getting closer. The first few were about ready to turn and decelerate. That was important as a signal of their intentions. If they didn't turn, if they kept accelerating at us, that meant they didn't intend to capture us, They were going to come in shooting with their missiles moving very fast. We would be very busy for a while trying to fight them off with our squeezer. Jubal's console had been jury-rigged, as most of his things were, and not cleaned up nice and neat. He'd engineered the most important part into a single button, which would start a series of events that would be handled by a computer. His thumb hovered over the button. He looked up. "You all sure this is the right thing to do?" "Best we could come up with, Cher," Travis said. "Nobody will get hurt." Jubal sighed and pressed the button. We had been hovering directly above the North Pole, which took only a little thrust. That meant the Earth was behind us, invisible. Ahead was nothing but black, empty space. And then it wasn't empty. Right in front of us, seeming only a few thousand miles away, was another Earth. Half of it was almost blindingly bright, and even the dark side gleamed with lights. I could pick out Oslo, Stockholm, London, Paris. How the whole night side below the Arctic Circle seemed lit up. Lots of people down there. Billions and billions of people. Travis let a few seconds pass, let people down there have a chance to take it in, then waited a few more seconds after that. Then he leaned into the mic. "Any questions?" he asked. 22. And that's how I saved Mars and maybe the whole human race, and in the process kicked some of the most powerful people on Earth in the butt. Well, I had some help. And of course it wasn't as quick or as easy as that. It never is. But it was my idea. What we did. Jubal built 2 of his famous little gizmos into 2 of Travis's bottle rockets, and we programmed them to fly to positions over the Earth's poles. The north one was right outside our window, the other 4,000 miles over the South Pole. When the button was pushed, the squeezer generators did that crazy thing they do, unraveled something that might or might not have been a superstring, something so tiny that we hardly have words or even numbers to describe how small it is, caused it to unfold itself a bit here, a bit there, through the 7th dimension, the 8th dimension, maybe the 900th dimension. I'm as much in the dark here as anybody else. Until a part of it that looked like a silvery sphere extruded itself into our universe, and kept unfolding it, all in a time that Jubal said couldn't even be measured in the dimension we used for time in this universe. And they got bigger, and 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 bigger, until it was, well, really big. 1 million miles in diameter, both of them, large enough that if the Earth were inside it, it would rattle around like a BB in a battleship, according to Jubal. Large enough to contain the sun. Food for thought, we figured. And then we skedaddled. Couldn't go north. There was the little matter of a 1,000,000-mile bubble up there. So we aimed ourselves away from the closest group of ships headed our way and blasted at 2Gs. I'd never done 2Gs before for any period of time. After 10 minutes or so, it begins to, well, weigh on you. Naturally, Travis had provided his ship with the best acceleration couches money could buy. We nestled into them without our stereos. You don't want anything on your face that might suddenly weigh 5 times what it used to, and watched the ship's screen from our supine positions. For a while nothing happened. The ships hadn't started to decelerate, but they hadn't fired any missiles either. That was not good news. We wanted them to fire a few. "Missile away," Evangeline said. Travis swung his head in her direction. "I got it. Locking on. Estimated time to impact, 3 minutes. Let's fire back at them, Ray." "Okay." We had drilled extensively on this. Travis's missiles weren't armed with anything, but the black ships back there wouldn't know that. They did have seeking radar on them, though, and I locked a missile on each of the pursuers and fired them in sequence, 5 seconds apart. We watched them leave, pulling 50 Gs. "More launches," Evangeline said. 4, 5, 6, 50 Gs. "Okay, that's a few more than I wanted," Travis said. "So let's show 'em how far we can reach." He worked on his squeezer control board. There was a joystick there, just like an old video game. He centered the cursor on each of them in turn, and blip, 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 they went away, wrapped in stopper bubbles that you wouldn't ever want to open. No reaction at first. Then the ships began sideways maneuvers trying to evade our missiles. Their options were limited, with Earth on one side and the bubble on the other. I felt claustrophobic with the real Earth visible out one window and the reflected Earth out the other. I thought it would be even worse for them and wondered if they'd figured out yet what it was they were seeing. A bubble 1,000,000 miles in diameter presents a flat, mirrored face. For all practical purposes, the curvature being so slight you'd need a fine instrument to measure the degree of distortion of the image. With the Earth currently sandwiched between two bubbles that size, it meant that everyone standing outdoors with no cloud cover was able to see the reflection of one of them. Folks close to the equator could see parts of both. How big did they look? Well, they were 4,000 miles away, which made the virtual image appear to be 8,000 miles away. At 8,000 miles, the Earth covers 40 degrees of arc. Compare that to Luna, which covers 1/2 degree. The image the people of Earth were seeing was 80 times the width of the full moon, and it was visible whether it was night or day where you were standing. I call that a pretty impressive demonstration. It scared the hell out of me, and I'm the one who thought of it. Getting there at the equinox was a bit of luck, but it would have worked pretty well even if we hadn't. At any other time, the sheer size of the bubbles would have blocked the sun entirely, and Earth would have gone totally dark. Maybe that would have been even scarier. Suddenly Evangeline shouted, "One of the ships is decelerating." We all had our eyes glued to the screens, where one of our pursuers was now showing a reverse vector. Our missiles were closing in, and in another few seconds they flew harmlessly by, as they'd been programmed to do. "Another one is slowing," she said tensely. "Come on, guys, you don't want to die, do you?" Travis whispered. And then, within a few seconds, all the others began showing negative acceleration. The distance between us began to increase. No more missiles were fired. Travis waited a decent interval, and we all watched the curve of the Earth in case something nasty might be hiding back there, waiting to jump us. But there was little chance of that. Finally, Travis sighed. "My friends," he said, "I think that was the shooting match. I think the most powerful people on Earth just blinked." We all cheered, and Travis cut the acceleration to 0.5 G so we could get out of our couches without the risk of breaking bones. Travis gave us all high fives, we shouted, we danced. Evangeline kissed Travis, then Jubal, then me. Then Jubal threw up. We kept on going in the direction we had been going, still on alert. Within 15 minutes, the invitations started to come in. People wanted to talk to us. Like reasonable people, most of them said. Never mind that we just tried to kill you. And anyway, it wasn't really us, it was those sharks over at... Any number of accusations were made against countries, corporations, individuals. It was impossible to keep all the name-calling and finger-pointing straight, and we didn't even try. Travis had made a checklist of people he knew were involved, along with a longer list of possibles. Within an hour, we'd heard from all of them. Same message. Let's talk. Only please, please, please turn those things off. We didn't do it. We couldn't, and wouldn't have if we could. The original plan was to leave them in place for 24 hours, so everyone could get a nice, long look at a possible doom hovering over them. Technical detail revealed here for the first time. There were a lot of those 1,000,000-mile bubbles. As soon as one formed, the solar wind and sunlight pressure started pushing it away, just like a vagrant breeze stirred the first one that Dad found in Florida. A sphere with that much surface area and no mass is going to start moving. In fact, it's going to have a high velocity instantaneously. Before long, you'd notice the movement, even in something that large. So Jubal set the squeezers to generate a bubble about once a minute. Then it would turn that one off and replace it with another, in a nanosecond, in the place where the first one had been. From the ground, or even up close where we were, you couldn't even tell it was happening. There was some negotiating between Travis and people on the ground. Actually, not much negotiating. It was a matter of Travis telling them what they were going to do and them doing it, chop chop, ASAP, right now. They were instructed to remove all troops and ships from the surface of Mars, and to do it within 2 hours. Figure that gives them enough time to get off those Martian whores, pull up their socks, and get back to their ships, Travis said. Martian whores have better taste than that, Evangeline sniffed. They were to take the ships to Phobos, land, tether down, and await further orders. When we got word from people on the ground that had been done, Travis ordered everyone off the ships and inside Phobos, where they would peacefully submit to being disarmed. And they would surrender all spacesuits. No need to put them in prison if they didn't have suits. The whole big tourist bubble in Phobos became their prison. Another 4 hours, and it was confirmed that had been done. Okay, Travis told his conference call audience. Whoever those ships belonged to, company, nation, or individual, kiss 'em goodbye. They invaded Mars flying no flag, never revealing their identity, and under international law that makes them pirates. Well, if international law doesn't say that, it should. Anyway, the ships are forfeit. They are now part of the Martian Navy. The crews will be held for war crimes trial by the Martian authorities. He covered the mic with his hand and made a face at us. Whoever that may be. Then back to the phone. Here's how it's going to go. You guys rely on bubble power for everything. I reckon you could go back to oil and gas and solar and nuclear and wood stoves for a while, but that will take a lot of time and it'll all run out soon. You don't even want to think about what will happen to your economies and your big companies without bubble power. Anybody out there who doesn't understand that perfectly well? Or should I explain it more? He waited for 10 seconds, and no one on the other end had any questions. Right now. All the working squeezers in existence are on Mars, and the only guy who can make more is with me, and we're going to Mars. As I've just demonstrated, you don't want to mess with us. Understood? Again, no objections, though I fancied I could almost hear the gears grinding in those powerful heads coming right over the radio, all of them trying to find an angle, an advantage, and a way to trip us up. And that's the way it's going to be for a while. I don't know how long. You'll be all right. We'll ship you bubbles. Your machines and cars and microwave ovens and computers will keep working. It won't be for free. The Martians are going to charge you for it, but it wasn't free before either. It was just cheap. How cheap it stays will be up to the Martians. Because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hand this all over to the Martians, who will be declaring their political independence real soon now, as soon as they can get organized from all the disasters you caused them. I don't know what they'll do with your Martian investments. That's up to them. Maybe they'll nationalize them. Maybe they'll decide to work with Earth investors and owners like they have before. I suspect that most of them will just want to get back to work, to earning a living like they did before you attacked them. They may want to extradite some of y'all and put you on trial. They'll have to work that out. I got shoved into this situation once before and did the best I could, which wasn't enough. Y'all are too fractured down there. You got too much bad history. You got too many rivalries, too much bad blood. Too damn many people, too, and as far as I can see, not a damn democratic country that still retains much democracy. I don't know what Mars will do, but I think they'll have sense enough to set up some sort of democracy, because, lousy as it is, It's still the best system we've come up with. But maybe it'll need a dictatorship. Maybe there needs to be a stronger hand at the controls of something this powerful. I don't know who I'd trust to do that, other than my cousin Jubal, and he's not inclined to do it. Jubal's too nice. I don't even trust myself to handle it, not by myself. In fact, thinking it over, I realize that the only people I would trust to do the right thing, and there's only a handful of them, are all on Mars. My friends and my family. I'm hoping that most Martians are like that, enough divorced from the old political and social lines on Earth to be able to think like a human being, like a citizen of the solar system. That's why I'm renouncing my American citizenship and all allegiance to the planet Earth and intend to become a Martian just as soon as I set foot on Martian soil again, and as soon as those newly free people figure out just what it means to be a Martian. We're throwing our lot in with them, and I've just shown you we have the power to handle anything you throw at us and, as a last resort, take you all down with us. And don't think I wouldn't do it. Now get your butts in gear. Previously, Travis had told them about his Sword of Damocles. He said there was a squeezer generator somewhere out there waiting for a signal. If it got that signal, Earth would be enclosed in a bubble for all eternity. This was told only to the top dogs, not to the world in general. Travis didn't mind that most people on Earth might hate him, but there were limits, and it might cause a panic even worse than the one we'd already caused by our demonstration of power. Another bluff. There was no such device, but they could never know that. One of those times when it would be better to just die rather than win, Travis said. All we've got going for us right now is that they don't know our limitations. An all-out assault would kill us, and they'd at least know that no one else had squeezer power. But that's how their minds work. You have to have them by the balls before their hearts and minds will follow. And you have to understand that these guys, if they had something like this and knew they were going down, they would destroy the Earth. They would kill billions of people so they can believe I would. It just makes sense to them. This was all said with Jubal out of the room, not doing too well with more stomach upset. And to tell you the truth, I had a hard time believing what he said. Would people really do that? We had the power to do it, and we had never even considered it, not for a nanosecond. It was altogether more insight into the dark side of humanity than I wanted to think about. But Travis had seen a lot more than I had, and I had to consider that he might be right. History tells me that, for many decades, the whole benighted green globe of Earth was gripped by a horror called mutual assured destruction. The idea that if one country launched a massive nuclear attack, enough missiles would survive the first strike to guarantee the destruction of the aggressor nation. It worked, I guess. But what if it hadn't? If America had sustained an attack that killed 300 million people, would the gnomes down in the silos and deep underwater and in the bombers follow orders and kill 300 million Russians just out of hatred? Bet on it, Travis said, and I knew he was right. So we went home and were welcomed as conquering heroes. They staged parades for us, carried us around on their shoulders. Dream on. We stole in like thieves in the night, managing to miss the swarms of media and sneak into my home in the Red Thunder. We glimpsed the damage on our way in, and it was painful to look at, but nothing like the pain I felt when I saw how much it had all aged my dad. He'd never lost a paying customer before, except a suicide, and dealing with it all had taken a lot out of him. But his welcoming hug was strong. There were tears and laughter, and a big feast that no one ate much of. Then it was back to reality. For a while I thought it might come to blows between Dad and Travis. There was bad feeling between Mom and Dad, too, and between Mom and the Redmond family. I'd never seen her so subdued, even though it had all worked out well. So far, anyway, though none of us thought it was all over yet. The burden for placing us two youngsters in danger was falling on her shoulders. I tried to protest that it had been my own decision, and so did Evangeline, but we quickly saw that was just making the situation worse, so we retreated from the battlefield with Elizabeth. "I'm with you guys," she whispered. "I just wish I'd really been with you." "You had your own little adventure," Evangeline said. "Let me see that hand." I was horrified. I figured Elizabeth would be devastated by the whole thing, and I hadn't planned to talk about it at all unless she brought it up. But Elizabeth rolled up her shirt sleeve and undid a strap, and handed her new hand and forearm to Evangeline. The stump was wrapped in a soft bandage. "Almost healed up," she said. "The implants inside are still programming themselves to my nervous system. They say it takes a few months to get really fine control. Watch." The prosthetic Evangeline was holding made a fist. Then, slowly, the middle finger extended at us. Evangeline laughed, then began to cry. Elizabeth put her good arm around her and hugged her. "Don't worry about me, sister," she said calmly. "The way things are going, I expect I'll have a cloned hand one of these days soon. And this one isn't all that bad. Hell, it's a concealed weapon. It's an iron fist in a plastic glove." She had a point there. I touched it, and it was warm and soft like human flesh. Still, I wouldn't have traded, and I don't think she would have either if she'd had a choice. But that was Elizabeth, making the best of a bad situation. The family squabbling settled down fairly quickly. None of us were the type who tended to stay mad just because they wanted to be mad, and there was too much good history between them all. Mr. Redmond's heart never had seemed to really be in the argument, considering what our family had done for him, and I think he was actually proud of how well his daughter had done in a crisis. Mrs. Redmond was a little more steamed, and never completely cooled off, but she was mad at Mom and Travis, not me, so I wasn't too worried. Mom would eventually bring her around. By the end of our first day back home, everyone seemed ready to put past mistakes behind them and move on to the considerable problems ahead with a minimum of recriminations. After all, it had all worked out well, hadn't it? Well, not exactly. So the family reception was a little rough. But the part about the parades and stuff, my fellow Martians would have done all that if we hadn't been staying out of the public eye to retain a little privacy, right? Well, yes and no. The fact was this was a lot to drop into the laps of Martians who hadn't asked for it. Suddenly we were a world power. Sure, everybody and his idiot cousin on Earth had an atomic bomb, and it would only take one of them to wipe us out, and believe me, a lot of people brought that up in the discussions that followed. And we couldn't tell anybody about Travis's Damoclean bluff, which probably wouldn't have helped anyway. Half of the people would probably believe there was such a thing and that Travis would use it to protect his cousin. In the end, it was the invasions that finally made the birth of the Martian Republic a necessity, and a sure thing. Nothing could have united us more than the contempt those acts had implied, both for human life and for us as a people. Martians were mightily pissed. Our honored dead were hardly cold in their graves, and a good half of them probably would have used the sword of Damocles if it had existed and we were attacked. I mean, not only had they killed Martians, they had killed tourists. They had interfered with our business. Our hotels were empty, the casinos were quiet. It was going to take a while to get our economy going again. The squeezer was suddenly the only thing we had to sell, and most people were in favor of making those damn Earthies pay through the nose. So in the end, everybody rolled up their sleeves and got to work. It's what Martians do, and I say that with considerable pride. The usual civic leaders stepped forward and tried to take the reins of power, and we turned them down. There were endless meetings, rallies, passionate speeches, protests from every imaginable interest group, but in the end it was all decided on the web. We threw it open for discussion, and boy, did we ever discuss. Anybody could participate. No age limit, all you had to do was be able to read and write. Any language, as computers could instantly translate into the Martian de facto language of English. We went through the age-old possibilities. Direct democracy has a strong gut attraction to individualists like us, and it works fine, until the people vote for some damn fool thing that just can't work. Representative democracy has its attractions, until you look at any number of horror stories from Earth and see how easily money can buy the whole shooting match. Even the royal system can work pretty well, until the wise king dies and power moves to his idiot son. In the end, after 6 months of shouting, we ended up with the first open-source constitutional government. Anybody could write the laws and constitution, but nobody could be sure his bright ideas would stay there. We started out with some of the noblest documents of civilization: the Declaration of the Rights of Man, the U.S. Constitution and Bill of Rights, the United Nations Charter, the Geneva Conventions. Every sentence was passionately argued with a deadline, and revotes happening all the time. After a while, they were debating the fines for not picking up doggy poop. At the end of 6 months, the Constitution was frozen, and we had to live with it for a year. One Martian year, if you please. Then we could start rewriting it again to fix things we screwed up. I figure we'll be doing a lot of rewriting, but what's so bad about that? We ended up with a prime minister and a small parliament. There was provision for a cabinet, and last time I looked, Mom was ahead in the polls for finance minister. And we actually had a navy. In fact, with most of the powerful nations on Earth stripped of their secret fleets, which had violated dozens of international treaties, we had the most powerful space force of any nation. Manning it wasn't a problem. The day it was announced, most of the male population of Mars between 18 and 25, and more than half of the women that age went and volunteered. We didn't need nearly that many, and those who got in were instant heroes in their snappy new uniforms. I didn't volunteer. I'd had enough of space combat. And then there was the problem of Jubal. To put it bluntly, Mars didn't really want him, and at the same time we couldn't get along without him. He was our biggest danger and our cornucopia. As long as he was alive and on Mars, there would be the constant threat of attack from Earth. But if he left, we would be just another pissant little settlement. Luckily for Jubal, his fate was not up for a vote. Jubal talked to nobody, was hardly even aware of all the controversy swirling around him. People tried to influence Travis instead, but he wouldn't get into any arguments about government. "I'm a cranky old bastard when it comes to government," was all he'd say. "When you all come up with a system, let me know. I'll take a look at it. And if it looks like it will protect Jubal, then we'll stay. Otherwise, we're off for Pluto and points outward." Travis did agree to stay until the government was established. The Martian Navy was on patrol by then, and nobody on Earth was showing any signs of wanting to upset the new status quo. Most of them had a lot on their plates already. The United States was still seriously crippled, nobody knowing from one day to another just who was in charge. There had been several military coups. Many other countries weren't much better off than that. Several world leaders had been impeached or overthrown. Civil wars raged everywhere. The Earth economy was barely staggering along. Nobody wanted to think about how much worse things would get without cheap squeezer power. Even billionaires can be made to see sense now and then. If society collapses, your money ain't worth squat. So by and large, people Earthside were happy with the new situation. Martians settled down and accepted it too. In the end, the only one who wasn't happy was, you guessed it, Jubal was miserable. The only time he was reasonably happy was when he was in his lab making primary squeezer units. I don't know much about that. It was shrouded in secrecy by Travis and the guards he hired. That was fine with me. I didn't want to know anything about how many they were making, where they were going, what security would surround them, what sort of nasty stuff Jubal was building into them to prevent them being of any use if somebody managed to steal them. The lab was located all the way on the other side of the planet, down by the South Pole. They built a habitat for him. Some people called it the Jubal Zoo, but of course people couldn't go look at him. It was a circular mile of a damn good imitation of Louisiana swampland. There was a lake and bayous and little creeks. Whole huge cypress trees were imported and planted, and the waters were stocked with alligators and birds and fish. The alligators had to be taken out. They were a bit too frisky in Martian gravity. But the rest of it worked well enough. Jubal lived there in a 2-room shack with a wood stove and no television. Nobody visited him but family. Evangeline and I dropped by at least once a week, and Travis practically lived there. We'd row out in the lake and fish and talk about things. He never complained, never talked about his feelings, but some days he didn't say much of anything at all. All he ever asked about the outside world was when Travis was with us, and then he wanted to know how the Squeezer project was going, if it was finished. Finished? I hadn't known there was an endpoint. I figured Jubal would just keep working and we'd all just stay on our toes. It had worked for 20 years on Earth. All that was different now was Jubal was in a new place, right? Actually, there was a lot that was different. The despair that had driven Jubal to escape in the first place was still there, and stronger than ever. There was only one thing in the world Jubal really wanted, though he seldom talked about it. He wanted to go home. The Jubal Dome was a nice try, but no cigar. The fact was he hated Mars. He hated pretty much every place except Louisiana. He'd not even been that wild about living in Florida, but it was acceptable. Mars was definitely not. One day about a year after our adventures, Travis summoned Evangeline and me to the dome, and the 4 of us went out fishing. We both noticed the change in Jubal. He was laughing and talking. We relived old times, and he told a lot of his childish jokes. If you squinted, you could believe you were actually far up a bayou. The bass were practically leaping into the boat. When the artificial sun set, just a light on a track but amazingly bright, crickets and frogs chirped as we rowed back to Jubal's dock. Travis filleted and skinned the fish, which we fried up in hot oil and cornbread batter, and stuffed ourselves with fish, okra, hush puppies, and a fiery Cajun sauce. After the meal, Jubal grew increasingly nervous. Evangeline and I kept exchanging glances. We knew something was up, but we had no idea what. At last Jubal cleared his throat and spoke. "I wanted y'all here so's I could say goodbye," he said, looking at his shoes. "Where are you going, Jubal?" He smiled at us. "On a big adventure, me. I'm going to the future." We both waited for the punchline. "Course, we all go into the future 1 second at a time. I'm just going to skip a lot of 'em." "You're going to skip?" I got my first inkling of what he had in mind. "I done all I need to do here," he went on. "Travis can keep things going, and you young folks got lots to do. Me, I'm not happy here, no." "We knew that, Jubal," Evangeline said. "I wish there was." "There ain't nothing, Cher, 'less you can lift this burden off my back." He pointed to his head, to the knowledge he held in there that was so unimportant to him and so vitally important to so many powerful people. "Ain't no big deal," he said with a shrug. "Nobody don't get exactly what they want in this life, no. I thought for a while of committing a real big sin." "He wanted to kill himself," Travis said quietly. "Jubal wanted you two to know about what we decided to do instead. In fact, you're part of it." So that's how we ended up in the living room of Jubal's cabin that night. It was homey, with a comfortable couch, glazed curtains in the windows. The room was lit with kerosene lamps. There were old rugs on the floor. In the center, a space had been cleared for a single chair that was hung in the middle of a ball made of thick metal struts. There were springs on the wires, as if whoever was sitting in the chair in the middle expected there might be some violent motion in his future. His future. Never had anyone's future been more up for grabs. Jubal was truly going on an adventure. "'Member, Travis," he said, dithering around, trying to put it off. "None of y'all are supposed to open me up lest I can go home." Open me up. Those words brought home the enormity of what Jubal was proposing to do. "That's not what I agreed to," Travis said, "and it's not what you asked them to agree to. I told you I'd turn off the bubble under only 2 conditions. 1, we all agree that it's safe for you to go back home without anyone bothering you." Yeah, right, I thought. Like that's going to happen. "The other condition is, we need you, Cher. You agreed if something real bad comes up, we can open the bubble." Jubal wouldn't look at Travis, but at last he sighed and nodded. "Okay, but make sure it's big important." We all embraced Jubal one at a time. I didn't know how to feel. Jubal wanted this. He hated his life so much that he intended to skip as many years as necessary to reach a better one. He was going to get into that contraption in the middle of the room, and he was going to switch on the stopper bubble. And there would be nothing left of him but a black hole in space. How long? Many years, surely. As for an emergency, I could think of plenty of things that might come up that would lead Travis to open him up. So maybe it wouldn't be a long time before we saw him again. On the other hand, we might never see him again. He climbed into the metal sphere, and Travis helped him strap in. Good thinking. Who could tell what might be waiting for him in a time that to him would be no time at all? If it was me, I'd have wanted to be sitting there with a gun in my hand. But that wasn't Jubal's way. I know he expected to be uncorked, if he ever was, and meet a smiling circle of his friends, a bit older, but still his friends, welcoming him back. If he was ever opened at all. And he was prepared to take that risk. He was sweating. He held a rosary in one hand and a little device that would generate the bubble in the other, and he made eye contact with us one at a time. Then he started mumbling. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of death." He squeezed his eyes shut tight. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord." Author's note. Some events in this book were obviously inspired by the atrocities of September 11th, 2001. Over a couple of years, I speculated what would happen if a large object, traveling at a very high velocity, crashed into the Earth. Not an asteroid or a comet. That's been done many times in movies and books. A deliberate hit. By December of 2004, I was a good ways into writing about it. I had the object striking in the Indian Ocean and creating a huge tsunami. I was hampered in my writing by the lack of images of what such a wave would look like. The historical accounts of tsunami I found included few photographs. I imagined it arriving as a breaking wave, of the sort so memorably depicted in the movie Deep Impact. Not quite that big, but big enough to do a lot of damage. By Christmas I was well into the description. I had the tsunami devastating Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, India, and Bangladesh. Then the day after Christmas I woke to see the images I had been looking for all over the television news. To say I was disturbed is putting it mildly. I got out the maps and discovered that the earthquake epicenter was less than 500 miles from the point I had selected for the impact of my fictional, large, light-speed object. I was so spooked I considered abandoning the whole idea. I was afraid people might accuse me of cashing in on the human misery I was seeing day after day as the magnitude of the disaster became clear. I have never been one to claim that science fiction writers predict anything. We're not even all that good at predicting technological advances, a few notable exceptions aside. No writer I know claims any special insight into the future. To have been so amazingly, horribly right about something like this was not what I had in mind when I started writing. But it was still a good idea. I thought it over and decided that I couldn't subject the good people of Indonesia, etc., to another tsunami, not even in fiction. So I moved the point of impact, which changed the shape of the story considerably. I believe it made it a better story because it brought it closer to home. To my home, the USA. I know how unlikely this all sounds, but there it is. You can believe it or not, it's up to you. I can only say that it happened. As I write this note in September of 2005, Hurricane Katrina has just swept through the Gulf Coast, and once again I am stunned. I had postulated a breakdown in civil order, but the event I imagined dwarfs Katrina. I had no idea that the scenes I described some months before would occur in such a comparatively small disaster, and as quickly as it did. I guess I should have known better. It is always perilous to underestimate the inefficiency of government, particularly one that is in the process of being made small enough to be strangled in a bathtub. Today, September 11th, 2005, I began writing the last chapter of this book. So you are holding a book that was inspired by one horror, and the writing of it was bookended by two others. I don't believe in omens, and if I did, I wouldn't know how to interpret this one. I just thought you might like to know. John Varley, Oceano, California, September 11th, 2005. End of Red Lightning by John Varley, Johnvarley. Read by Robert Sams in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services, Incorporated for the Library of Congress, November 2006. Published by Ace Books, the Berkeley Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Group USA, Incorporated, 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York, 10014. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.